Hello, and to whom this may concern. It's hot in Sydney today. It's very Australia today, which is fitting because towards the end of January, what was it, the 26th, is actually Australia Day. I know it's a coincidence, but something perfect about the hottest time of the month in Australia being the time of the month. This is way too open. What is with this thing? The hottest time of the month in Australia of the year is around fucking Australia Day. Everyone's outside barbecuing, sitting with beers in little waiting pools. I mean, not me, but, you know, Aussies. They're out here doing this shit. Lame. I feel like none of the youth, nobody young in Australia celebrates Australia Day. It's kind of a boomer thing. All the old people think it's a thing you're supposed to do. All the young people are like, wait, isn't Australia Day just the day that the whites showed up in Australia and killed all the Aborigines? It's basically, what do they call it? I saw some signs being held up at the embassy calling it Invasion Day, which I think is, I guess, kind of apt. Hey, Elizabeth, you're freezing your tits off. I wish I was freezing my tits off. I had to betray my Oodie rule today. I almost didn't. I actually put it on briefly while I was finishing making my coffee, and I realized it was a mistake. I have had a couple of streams recently where I championed through it, and I suffered a bit, but today is a whole new kettle of fish. The title needs to change then. No, it's too late. Far out. Speaking of tits, I don't know how to wear this. I haven't worn this Hugh Hefner dressing gown in a while, and there's no way to keep my boobies in. Fucking Jay's gonna have a conniption. I mean, it's an Oodie stream in spirit. This might not be technically an Oodie, but it is the same type of thing spiritually. It's a comfortable, wear around the house, I'm gonna go to sleep soon dressing gown thing. Oh, speaking of which, it's someone's ears were burning. Jay's like the Candyman. If you say his name 3 times, he appears. Yeah, I had to pivot from the Oodie to a normal gown. Oh yeah, we were saying sneaky things about you, Jay. What was I saying? Oh yeah, this is thin. It's a very thin fabric, so it doesn't really. It's not what you'd call a winter dressing gown. It's way too thin to keep you warm if it's cold. So it's the best I got. Because it was reaching about 40 degrees Celsius in Australia today. And I was out there too. I had to leave the house to go do something in the city. And holy shit. I think the high was like 39 point something. So just cracking 40 degrees Celsius. It was not cool. It's that kind of heat where you could feel it singeing your skin when you're standing in direct sunlight. Like, if you're not wearing sunblock, you can feel the cancer happening immediately within like seconds. It was only 22 in Melbourne. Jesus Christ, why did Melbourne have an easy day? I feel like Melbourne was super hot the other day though, so we've just swapped. We swapped degrees. Because Sydney hasn't been too bad. It's been on and off, but today was a nasty one. Like, yikes. 21 tomorrow. I wonder what tomorrow is in Sydney. Hang on. What's the forecast? Let's see. Sydney weather tomorrow. Tomazin. It reckons 23 degrees Celsius tomorrow with heavy winds. It's going to be extremely windy, so I guess that's what's cooled it down. What sneakiness were you uttering? Oh, it wasn't anything actually. It was more just kind of a thing of like, oh, if we'll see Jay or something. Or as Elizabeth said, talking mad shit. It's when we start talking mad shit is when Sham appears. It's heavy winds tomorrow, followed by heavy cloud overcast the next day, on Tuesday. And then we're back to sun again. So we got Monday, Tuesday off from the bullshit. Over 28 is horrible. Yeah, the average for today, according to this website, was about 38. Although when I checked around lunchtime, it was 39 point something. So that's bullshit. They're a little bit low. They're a bit low on that one. How dare you? How dare you undercut us? Weather Bureau. We're suffering out here. Some bitch. Yeah, okay. The first thing I wanted to do real quick, once I slide into my spot over here, there's a trailer out for an addition to Super Mario Land theme park. Wait, get the mic. Forgot to bring the mic over to me. I went quiet then, didn't I? A little soft. Yeah, I'm kind of mad that I had to... It's so unfortunate I had to go out in that kind of heat when I'm normally always in the house, and the one time I have to leave, it's on a 39-degree day. I have a boopable nose. Like a cat. I'm a cat boy. Where is that link that I got? Here it is. If you don't know what I'm talking about, when I mentioned Super Mario theme park, it's Universal Studios Japan. Universal Studios Japan has a Super Mario Brothers section. And I don't have the sound activated. Hang on. I'll have to run the Doom test. Shut that down. Okay. Bloop. Where's my headphones? Oh, that was actually the exact quote. Elizabeth remembered it well. That literally is word for word, I think, what I said. Because, yeah, this dressing gown doesn't have a way of being held together at the chest. It's got like a waist tie and that's it. So the more I move around, the more I do sexy Flavio erotic novel cover poses. Purple is my favorite color. Is this purple? I thought this was navy blue. Oh, maybe it's somewhere between the two. Can't tell. Let me just Doom test it so I can see if the music works. It works. Good. Sometimes when you open Voice Meter, it doesn't actually connect everything, so you have to kind of test it every time you do it. It's just a thing. Keep moving around. I don't have to move much. I've already, like, been popping out a few times. This would not be appropriate if I was a female streamer. Boys can get away with a little bit more, but not too much more. Universal Studios Japan. Donkey Kong Saga. Okay, so the Super Mario Brothers section of Universal Studios Japan has now got a Donkey Kong Country area. I think that is what's going down. And they released a trailer for it, and I really wanted to see what this does. Boys don't have tits. I mean, we kind of do. We kind of have. I have a little titty just here. It's not much of a titty, but it has a few hairs on it. It could use a little bit of sculpting. I should probably go to the gym and do some of that machine where you do this. with the weights. Get some carve going around the pecs. Doll thighs is nearly always topless, and he's a boy. Oh, can you get away with that? I thought there was a rule in the TOS that said that they didn't actually allow men to go topless either, as a kind of equality thing with the women. Like, if women can't get their tits out, then men can't go chest bare either. I thought that was a thing. Someone might have told me that once. And I just believed it without looking into it. That's fair. That no one usually cares. Except for when, what's the name of that fat nerdy streamer? The one that's infamous now for some dodgy stuff. He went full naked on his stream recently because his stomach hangs so low it covers his extremities. And that was his way of censoring nudity. To compete with the women that were doing the censor bar thing. And Twitch did not like that. I think there have been situations in the past where male streamers have been slapped on the wrist for being a little fast and loose with the nudity rules in terms of, because men can get away with, wearing a Speedo on a beach, but you're not supposed to do that on a stream. And that's why they have the hot tubs section now, the hot tubs and pool section, so that anything that would be deemed appropriate in a pool or beach setting has a place on Twitch to exist. Because in the general context of it, they don't want it to be allowed. But because, technically speaking, it is allowed in public, if it's in the context of swimsuits near water, that's why they added the rule of the beach and swimsuit area. As long as it's in context. That's why every single lady streamer has this little shitty wading pool in the living room that they bought from Kmart and just inflated with their own breath. Sorry for doing that. That's probably going to get screenshotted by somebody. I do feel sorry for Twitch a little bit. Like, they're always dancing around, like, all the various rules and how far to take them and who to apply them to the point where I don't feel any of them are really exact enough. There's always this wiggle room, or there's always ways to kind of loophole it that they have to account for, like every couple of months. And then everything on the fucking Twitch subculture changes to accommodate for new 2S. It's weird. Anyway, Donkey Kong Country. I've seen a trailer for this Super Mario Land area before. It's kind of rad. Although this is like a CG version, which I don't like. That's pretty fucking cool. That's almost cooler than the Mario section. Oh, is that it? Oh, man. Hold up. I think it's conceptual. None of this looks like live action. But I guess there's going to be a gate here in the middle, like a Jurassic Park style gate. And then the whole section on the right is Donkey Kong Land, which is all tropical themed. With some water park roller coaster rides on the side. Not as big as I thought it would be. But you can go to the Mario one right now. You even get like a wrist bracelet that's like a little watch computer. And when you walk around the park, you get to do things like jump up and punch blocks. And that actually makes the ding sound and lights up because it detects the sensor of the watch that you're wearing. And you can accumulate coins and points like all around the park by doing various things like that. And the points that accumulate in your watch can get cashed in later on for stuff. This was all discovered on a previous stream ages ago when we watched the original trailer for when they opened this park. That's some old school shit. That's a deep dive. I was kind of hoping for more from this trailer to actually explain what was going to be in this park and how it's going to work, but I guess it's just a teaser. A CG mock-up teaser of what it's going to be. This comment is perfect. Now all that's left is a Luigi's Mansion for Halloween Horror Nights. Yes. Here in the top middle, in this big batch of trees. Wait. See this big trunk of trees just here? They could fully just knock all these trees down and build like a Luigi's Mansion right there in the middle. That would be amazing. And you get your own little vacuum cleaner when you go in there to suck up ghosts. That's adorable. That almost makes me want to crack out my Nintendo Switch. I haven't played Luigi's Mansion 3. You don't feel sorry for Twitch? Simps drooling over sluts? I'm sure there's plenty of what do you call them? Not mods. Twitch. I guess they would be called Twitch mods. That are totally into like watching Amaranth in a little waiting pool and stuff, and give her a lot of leeway to fuck up a little bit, and don't slap her on the wrist nearly as hard as other streamers get it. I think the main problem though is with general users. There is way too massive a subset of very horny male Twitch users that will always guarantee that those types of streams succeed. It's not really even Twitch's fault or on their side of things. It's just when you've got a subculture like this that is so heavily male dominated, and most of them are geeks that are obsessed with video games and may not have had a girlfriend before, there's going to be a lot of thirst for the titty streamers, and there's just nothing you can do about that. That's always going to be the case. Trying to do something about that would be like trying to do something about pornography in general on the internet. It's just not going to happen. Or OnlyFans. Like, OnlyFans is here to stay. Like, that's not going anywhere. Unless they try that bullshit they tried that one time where they were going to get rid of pornography on there so they could get advertisers, and then everyone, like, threw up a big stink. Male streamers get torn 5 arseholes and permabans when they break TOS. It is... You're not wrong. Although I would say that it is more common, that practice of slaps on wrists versus massive permabans for almost nothing is more common between the celebrities and the nobodies than it is between the men and the women. It does exist, as you say, between very lucrative titty streamers that make Twitch a lot of money, so they don't really want to get rid of them. And then there's like men where it's like, doesn't even matter, just fuck them off. That does happen. But I'd say there's a bigger problem between the small percentage of like big streamers that are like internet celebrities that have like the tens of thousands of views, like a stream, and the people who are just like 2 to 5 viewers per stream. Female viewers get Twitch revenue. Yeah. I mean, the more successful a person is on Twitch, the better it is for Twitch too, because that's putting eyes on ads. So you don't have to be a female. If you're a big streamer like Mr. Beast or Moist Critical or Hassan, for example, doesn't matter what your genre is, they're also going to only get slaps on the wrist if they fuck around, because just like with the titty streamers, they bring in huge ad revenue. Like Moist Critical is a skinny, pasty white guy from Florida with long black Jesus hair and a beard who talks in monotone. Like, there's nothing, you know, titty streamer sexy about Moist, about Charlie. But, like, he gets, like, 10,000s of views a stream. So, like, he could do something pretty dodgy if he wanted to, and he'd probably get, like, a 48-hour, 24-hour ban, and that's it. Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that I think the bigger problem is between the 99 versus the 1% when it comes to nobodies versus successful. Because as long as you're successful, doesn't matter if you're male or female, they'll want to keep you. I've seen that guy all over the internet. He's so annoying. I see him all over the internet as well, but I wouldn't call him... I personally wouldn't say he's annoying. The thing with Charlie is... he's right in the middle. There's nothing about him that I could point out and say is annoying. He's just very neutral. Like, he's not like an obnoxious streamer. He doesn't scream and yell and put on fake bullshit. he's just a dude that sits there and basically just talks. And like some people make fun of him for being like so monotone and dry with how he talks. They think like, oh, how boring does he sound? But it's like, well, that's because he's the opposite of your usual obnoxious YouTuber. Like the kind of YouTuber that PewDiePie spawned, that's just all about like screaming and mugging for the camera. He's just some dude that just sits there and talks about shit. So I respect that about him. Like, there's plenty of people that don't appreciate his monotone, dry style. They do find it like deadeningly boring to listen to, and that's fair. That's just to each his own. Um, I find it interesting that you called him annoying because I've never really heard that laid against him. Like usually it's the opposite. He's just, if anyone doesn't like Charlie, it's usually because he's just super dry and boring, which is like on the opposite spectrum of annoying. Like the PewDiePie thing is more annoying because that's like jumping up and down and woozle wazzle in front of the microphone. Which Charlie's kind of the antithesis of. I'm not like a fan or a watcher of any of these particular people because I don't have the time to be part of a fan base of somebody else. Like between my work, my own streaming, and just needing to sleep, I can't do that stuff. But I do watch clips of people that I recognize that pop up occasionally that I'm curious to see what they say about certain things. Like I've watched plenty of short YouTube clips of Moist Criticals and of people like Hassan that have popped up on my feed where I've gone, oh, I actually am kind of curious what he has to say about this topic for 5 to 8 minutes while I'm like eating my cereal or something. So that's really all the context I usually get from other streamers like that. And so far, those are two examples of ones that haven't annoyed or pissed me off in any way. I've kind of found them very interesting, and they've always had, you know, interesting things to say about stuff that I want to listen to. He did grow up eventually. Yeah, Felix changed quite a bit. He was one of the originators of that style of YouTube, that kind of like obnoxious, let's play, loud screaming at jump scares thing that all the 12 and 13-year-olds love. And then everybody copied him. And then over time, he kind of evolved. He grew older, grew out of it a little bit. He still has a pretty, you know, big personality. People like his type of charisma in general, whether he's being obnoxious or not. So he does have something. Otherwise, he, you know, wouldn't have got as famous as he does. He's a bad example. He's not the best example if you just wanted to point out loud, obnoxious YouTubers. He's just, I used him as an example because he's the one who started it. Like, he was one of the very first Let's Players on YouTube that started the genre of people yelling and screaming at jump scares while playing horror games. And then everybody started copying him. So as he chilled out, other people got more obnoxious to try to catch up to him, to like be more like him, but in a bigger way. And that's when the real loud, obnoxious people showed up. So yeah, he's not the worst example because he was just the originator that got more chill over time, while everyone trying to copy him got more loud. Because you were trying to out loud the next guy. And you thought that was your path to success. Which it kind of is, because if you've ever seen I Showed Speed's content on Twitch, or one of his clips, that guy does have personality, but he's definitely on the loud, obnoxious ADD side of things, where you can kind of tell that his fame came from him being like a complete, absolute nutter on camera, where people just want to watch because they want to see what he does next. Kind of like watching a car crash. That sounded super negative, but, you know, I'm trying to mean that in the most neutral way possible. Like, it is what it is. You know, he's getting his money. Whatever he did, it worked. I do know for one thing, one of the things he did do is set off fireworks in his house while he was still living with his mother while streaming. I remember him setting fireworks off in his bedroom and then running around screaming, and then the mother coming in screaming at him for burning the house down. That was a little bit much. But like that period did spawn, you know, a lot of YouTubers with like legitimately interesting and charming personalities. Like, I find Markiplier quite charming. Um, Once again, I'm not like a big fan or anyone who gets to like sit around watching his content all the time, but every time I've seen clips or bits and things of his, like, I can see why he's popular. Like, Mark has personality and quite an interesting deep voice. I can see him being a hit with like certain geek ladies. Yeah, Amnesia was like one of those franchises that everyone was playing at the dawn of Let's Plays. And then it became about Five Nights at Freddy's. That was like the next phase after Amnesia. Um, who else isn't bad? Oh, Jacksepticeye seems like a decent fella. Um, Unlike Markiplier, he's leaning more towards the louder side of things. Uh, like a loud little ADD ridden Irish guy, but he seems like a genuinely decent dude. For the clips I've seen of him and the stuff I've seen that he's done or things I've seen him talk about, um, outside of his usual let's play type stuff, he seems like a pretty stand-up guy. Like, not someone you'd see wrapped up in any stupid YouTuber controversy or cancel culture shit. Um, I think he has his own coffee brand now. Like, top of the morning to your like coffee or something, which is smart. If you make enough money out of doing something like this, like YouTube or Twitch or whatever, I think at some point you have to think of investing in a side hustle, something that can actually like grow your fortune rather than you just using up everything you make from YouTube on buying mansions and gold rim Bugattis. And a bit annoying after 50 minutes. Yeah, that's why I mentioned the loud thing. Like, he does have a little bit of that, loud streamer side, YouTuber side to him, but I think his personality makes up for it. But then again, it's about how much you could take. But anybody that you watch for too long becomes insufferable, including me. Yes, his real name is Sean. I've only ever heard that said by other YouTubers that interact with him personally. Like, I'll see a clip from another YouTuber saying, "Oh, I was doing a collab with Sean the other day," and my brain would have to catch up for a second and be like, "Oh, that's Jacksepticeye." I can't think of any others off the top of my head right now. I love how we've just had Donkey Kong Country up on screen this entire time. Felix and Sean are friends. A lot of them are. Markiplier and Sean have been on streams together. I remember watching one a couple of months ago where they were playing Power Wash Simulator together just as an excuse to hang out and just chat about what's going on in each other's lives and what they've got coming down the pike with their channels and their careers. I thought it was kind of cute. I've also heard Charlie himself mention Sean by name in a fairly familiar, they've probably met and done stuff way. I'm just not sure what. A bunch of them probably meet when they go to like YouTube cons and stuff for fans to meet them if they hadn't met before that already. Although Charlie is an exception to that rule because he doesn't leave his house. He's a hypochondriac, so he doesn't, and he's scared of flying as well, so he doesn't go places. Every time he's invited to an event, he sends like a couple of friends who dress as him and basically act as his clones, who basically play personas of his. When Amaranth hosted that obstacle course based game show that they aired on Twitch, he was one of the people invited to be a contestant in that, and he sent his clones because he couldn't catch a plane to the location. Poor dude. I couldn't imagine being scared of flying. I kind of love flying. Planes are dope. Except for that one time I flew through a storm on the way to Sydney to see a concert, and I got kind of sick. I don't get air sickness often or almost ever, But the one time I definitely got it was when that fuselage was rattling because we were flying through storm clouds. That was rough. I didn't puke or anything, but I definitely sat very still and breathed very deeply and focused on like a single thread of the chair in front of me. YouTube is over. I mean, that's pretty extreme. um, I can't I can't disagree with any of your reasons though. I don't think YouTube is over. I constantly use YouTube. Like I use YouTube like I used to watch TV when I was a kid. Like I've got so many channels that I watch daily while I'm eating breakfast or dinner, or that I listen to in the background while I'm doing work and stuff. And I've got a lot of subscriptions to things, and I've got YouTube Premium so I don't get ads. Like I'm all over YouTube, but you're not wrong about all your reasoning. Um, Obviously I have premium to the ads aren't an issue, but there are a lot of fake personalities. Yes, there is a lot of toxic echo chambers, especially around the woke shit that we've talked about before. There's a couple of prime offenders of fairly famous YouTubers that grow massive audiences around themselves based on basically just shitting over everything in film and gaming culture for the dumbest, most bigoted reasons. And then everyone that follows them are basically trained to think that way. And then those same people go on Twitter and just constantly shit on everything because there's women in them, or there's, multicultural themes or whatever, or LGBT stuff. It never fucking ends. I generally avoid the drama stirring though, because nothing that I follow or watch or the YouTubing that I do really extends into YouTuber drama. I know there's a lot of celebrity YouTubers that get a lot of mileage out of basically stirring the pot with each other, and then you get constant videos about YouTubers talking shit about other YouTubers, and then apology videos, and then all this other stupid shit. But I'm able to mostly avoid that because I don't actually watch any of those people. Hasn't been about genuine entertainment for a while. People chasing fame, money, and drama. I have a slightly different view. Slightly. YouTube used to be about the little guy, about the anybody uploading anything. It used to be about the Wild West of content. It has become more homogenized and advertiser focused. It's become a little bit more plastic in that way. So YouTube does push bigger, more official, more famous, more professional content, whereas the old amateur, edgy Wild West, anybody can upload anything stuff tends to get pushed down in the algorithm. So it's kind of reversed a little bit on what it was always about, which is a damn shame, especially on the advertiser and copyright side of things. Like, I know a lot of YouTubers hate the fact that you can often find like Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon and all these late show talk host YouTube clips of their own official channels, like at the top of the algorithm on your front page, whereas like all the randoms who make content from their bedroom are like disappearing because they want like the big shit. They want the real advertiser friendly stuff, which means famous people. But I'm largely like, that's a shame, but I'm also largely neutral about it because I watch both those kinds of content. Like while I watch I'm subscribed to a lot of YouTubers that just make their own content and I like what they do. I also subscribe to a bunch of the more plastic stuff as well. Like I'm a big fan of Stephen Colbert's Late Show. So I do watch some of the talk show, the big talk show host stuff. I don't like Jimmy Fallon. He kind of annoys me, so I avoid that. I did like Conan, but he's pulled back from doing this stuff. I think Conan was quite funny. I occasionally check out what Kimmel's doing, but I'm very in the middle about Kimmel. There's something about Jimmy Kimmel that feels like a very tired dad. I don't feel like his heart's in it anymore. Yeah, I don't know. There's a weird vibe I get from him. Like, he really should have retired by now because it just seems like he's over it. Something very exhausting about watching him do his thing. YouTube has become an insult. In a way, YouTuber has always kind of been an insult, though, because YouTuber has never been held up as a crowning achievement. Like, oh, I'm a YouTuber. No one. There was never a point in time when anyone went, oh wow, you're a YouTuber. Oh, that's huge. Like, oh, cool. Like, at every single stage of YouTube's development, I think YouTuber has always been like this weird thing that the general public don't understand. Like, oh, you're someone that makes videos on the internet? How is that a career? Like, what is that? That's not a real thing. And your parents probably hate you and are embarrassed to talk about you to their friends. It's flipping into something cringe. All these fake idiots screaming to the camera. Well, YouTube's always been cringe. It's just, there's something wholesome about the early cringe. Like, people was just doing whatever they wanted. They technically still do that, but now it's a little bit more... It's a little bit more copycat cringe. The nowadays type of cringe is, I guess, a worse type where it just feels like everyone's trying to copy everyone else, trying to find their fast track to fame. Which is a shame, because I'm usually an embrace the cringe kind of person. Because everything's fucking cringe. We're all cringe in our own way. We have to find ways of embracing it and just leaning into it. Otherwise, how are you supposed to live your life if you're worried about anyone thinking that you're cringe? Like, you might think of like some funny little skit thing you can make and put on YouTube or TikTok, and then you do it, and the first comment you get is someone going, "Oh my god, kill yourself, you're so cringe." And then that's like demoralizing. But you have to basically be able to just power through that and make the next thing. Otherwise, you'll never live. I have to turn off this Donkey Kong. Why have I got that up for so long? My god. How about some horror? There's some horror movie trailers coming up unrelated, and there's one that has a ballerina in it called Abigail by Universal Pictures. I would like to know how you're turning ballet into a horror movie. And Black Swan doesn't count, because I think that was a psychological thriller. So don't get smart with me. Abigail. See? Ballet. Swan Lake. Sugar Plum Fairy, bro. Oh, he's just a serial killer? What the fuck?
You all came highly recommended. You know the rules.
Oh, wow, it's him.
No real names, no backstories.
Oh, hold on. Wait. What's that dude's name? Jean Carlos Exposito from Breaking Bad? I love that man. You concede to my cringe. You mind your own business and don't put it out there for 3 billion people to see. I say you should. I think you should put your cringe out for 3 billion people to see. It's therapeutic. What do you call it? Exposure therapy. Become one with your cringe, Elizabeth.
So whose kid is she?
A very wealthy man who's about to be $50 million poorer.
I'm here to make sure you're safe.
What's your name? Mine's Abigail.
You can call me Joey.
Joey looks like a ninja.
I have a little boy.
See you in 24 hours.
This is not what I thought it was
Do you
going to
think
be.
he promises? If you behave and do as we say. Like Pinky promise you.
Or
It'll
is
be
it?
over soon.
Wait, this is starting to turn. Hang on.
Joey,
Yeah.
I'm sorry about what's gonna happen to you.
Oh, shit.
What the fuck?
Giancarlo Exposito was pulling a fast one.
We gotta get out of here.
I think she knows something.
Guys.
Oh, is she a vet? Wait. Yeah. Vampire ballerina.
We kidnapped a fucking vampire.
Yeah, awesome.
Ballerina vampire. Okay, how do we kill a vampire? What are we talking about? Like an Anne Rice or a True Blood? You know, Twilight? stake
Ah,
through the
references.
heart. Daylight is a big one.
All right, let's go kill us a fucking vampire.
I think they're all gonna die. I don't think any of these people survive. I mean, they're child kidnappers. It's a pretty good excuse to kill everybody. Ew.
What can I say? I like playing with my food.
She's fucking flying!
I love that she's sticking with the ballet theme. I wonder what John Carlos Exposito's part in all this is. Is that like...
Fucking hate ballet.
Okay. Cool, man. What's Dracula's protege? What was his name? It starts with an R. They made a movie about it recently with Nicolas Cage. Renslow? Jesus Christ. Nick Cage, vampire. Renfield. That's it. Like, in the Dracula myth, Renfield was meant to be like his familiar, his protege. He's like human helper. I think Giancarlo Esposito is like that to the little vampire girl. Like, he's the human familiar assistant who sets up people to kidnap her, pretending like they're kidnapping her to get money from her rich father, just to trap them all in a mansion so she can feed. Which is a pretty decent setup, as far as setups go for a horror vampire thing. I guess it kind of like... That little girl's kind of carrying that movie on her back, though. Like, I feel like that movie lives or dies on how good that little girl's performance is in terms of carrying the movie. Like, not necessarily in terms of being intimidating, more in terms of being, like, entertaining. Like, if she flips between kind of scary to kind of funny, like taunting them and just kind of being silly with it, I think that could be a pretty fun way of going about it. The brunette that talks to the little girl at the start that has a little boy waiting for her at home, I think she's the only survivor. I'm calling it. Because they've established a reason why she cares and isn't a bad person and has a kid at home she has to look after. I think that's enough establishing character to suggest that she's going to be the final girl. Okay, that's not what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be like some kind of weird demon haunting a ballet recital theaterette, and that all the little ballet children were going to be like the victims. I had that all wrong. I really did. I was not on top of that at all. I thought I read that from just the thumbnail, but I was way off. I don't care what it's about, it's shit. I mean, there's enough going on in the trailer that I can see maybe possibly being pleasantly surprised, like it being better than it looks, but I could also imagine it being pretty terrible. But if it's bad enough, that's still worth watching. Like, if it's going to be bad, be really bad, because really bad movies are much more entertaining to watch than even good movies sometimes. You got to get that real juicy bad films. That real trashy shit. You know, right down to that Neil Breen level. Honestly, when I first saw the ballet thumbnail, I almost thought it was going to be that spin-off to John Wick. There is a John Wick universe spin-off coming. I think it's called The Ballerina. And it's going to star Ana de Armas. Anyway, yeah, it's about the ballet club that you see briefly in one of the movies where they train ballerinas to be assassins, and it's about one of the ballerinas, and I'm not really sure what happens to her, but it's probably going to lead to some badass action with some very flexible ballet murder, which is probably going to be way better than this movie. They did a female John Wick movie? No, they didn't. There's only been 4 John Wick movies and a TV show. none of which have female leads. I'm not sure what you're referring to. But the ballerina is the female John Wick movie that they're making. That's kind of the point of it. It's not called John Wick. Well, ballerina isn't called John Wick. It's called Ballerina. That is the movie they're making to make a John Wick movie with a female lead. There's a movie almost identical to John Wick. But then it's not a John Wick movie with a female protagonist. Then it's just a action movie that happens to star a female. I'm talking about the John Wick universe. What I'm saying is Ballerina takes place within the same universe as John Wick. The ballerina assassins work through the Continental Hotel. But if you're just referring to any action movie that stars a female lead, there's tons of those. There's so many action movies starring women. There's a Jennifer Garner one where she gets revenge on her daughter and starts murdering all these gangsters after spending a year training. There's one with Halle Berry. There's one with Angelina Jolie. There's a female John Wick movie out there. That's just a female action movie. That's nothing to do with John Wick, though. If you say female John Wick movie, then you mean an actual female John Wick movie, like within the franchise. Otherwise, it's just an action movie with a chick, which we've got tons of. It's like the same plot. Maybe it's the Jennifer Garner one that I was mentioning. Except instead of losing a dog, I think it's a daughter. And then she goes up against the cartel after training herself for a year in another country. And it went like straight to DVD and nobody liked it. I think Angelina Jolie's got a couple of those under her belt, actually. She's a good action star. I feel like we should have got more action from Jolie while she was in her prime. I'm not sure why we didn't. I guess Tomb Raider kind of counts. But I mean, those could have been a lot better. She made a pretty good Lara Croft, but the movies were kind of just okay. Those are a good example of just average to okay video game adaptions that didn't like really do much for the form, for the genre. But at least they nailed the casting. As opposed to fucking Uncharted hiring Tom Holland as Nathan Drake, which still upsets me to this day. And I don't like being upset by it because I like Tom Holland. I love Tom Holland as an actor. And I love the Uncharted games. And these two things should never the twain have met because they don't go together. It makes me feel like I'm hating on Tom Holland, which I'm not. I don't want to be. It's just he doesn't have the persona of Nathan Drake. He has the persona of Peter Parker. He fits perfectly as a Peter Parker. I don't get even a hint of Nathan Drake from him. There's a certain shit-eating douchiness to Nathan Drake that is a part of his charm that I don't think Tom Holland can fake. He's way too wholesome a kid. You need someone who can really chew the scenery with their douchebaggery, which is why I thought they missed a chance to make a good Nathan Fillion Uncharted movie. I always thought Nathan Fillion's personality was perfect for Nathan Drake. That's a man that is very good at being a dick in the funniest way possible. God, that's such a missed opportunity. It hurts me. It hurts me deep down in my soul. Tobey Maguire is the real Peter Parker. He was an okay Peter Parker. He's just a bit old. There was something weird about Tobey Maguire as Peter Parker. Like it feels like he should have been Peter Parker, but why is he middle-aged by the time we get to him? Like, he was the best one. Yeah, he was good. Although, I don't know. I was really sold on Tom Holland once I actually saw his performance. There was something very like, ah, about it. You know what I mean? Like, there's moments of wholesomeness from him as Peter Parker that I'm like, oh, that just touches my heart. What a good kid. It really fits for a character that is just that wholesomely good and responsible with his powers. He really fits the with great power comes great responsibility vibe, at the same time that his life is constantly kicking him in the balls, and he really should, you know, he deserves better, but he never gets it, and it makes you want to roll a tear down your cheek and pat him on the back and say, it'll be all right, son. You'll get there eventually. You'll get the girl, you'll have money someday. Or not, you'll just spend your life poor and alone getting your ass kicked by a guy in a vulture outfit. Or a rhino suit. Fucking hell, Peter Parker's existence is miserable. Fucking up a movie of your favorite game sucks. What happens? Yeah, it's constant. Like, I'm a huge fan of the Silent Hill franchise, and I wasn't really feeling the movie of that either. But for its time, that was one of the better attempts. If you only look at it from the point of view of tone and cinematography, the look and feel of the Silent Hill movie was kind of on point. It's just that the movie itself, like what they actually were trying to achieve within the script, it had issues that, as a fan, I couldn't really overlook. It really got on my ass a little bit. And some of the reasoning for some of the changes they made it actually worse, and were a little bit cringe. Do you remember what the director said about why they changed the protagonist? Because that was like top 10 cringe moments of video game adaptions. Because the first Silent Hill is about Harry losing his daughter in the town and trying to find her, and then she getting involved with the cult. And the movie is the same plot, but they switched it to the mum. They switched the dad, Harry, to a mum of the little girl instead. And that in itself wouldn't be that big a deal. But the director's reasoning for making that change was they didn't think people would find the horror as scary if it was a man as opposed to a woman who comes off as more vulnerable and fragile when they're in danger. And I thought that was kind of a stupid thing to say. Because if the horror is good, well written, and well imagined and directed on screen, it doesn't matter whether you're a man or a woman. They should be able to get you regardless, because you're supposed to be relating to the main character and in fear for their life, no matter who they are. So that's kind of on the movie. If you can't make a horror movie where you fear for the life of the male character because you're sitting there going, oh, well, he's a dude, so can't he just fucking karate chop the ghost in the neck? What the fuck kind of attitude is that? That's your reason for changing a central detail about the video game that all the fans know and love? That's not strong enough, my friend. And it's kind of problematic at the same time. But I had other issues with that, like, I couldn't stand the fact that Pyramid Head turns up in the Silent Hill movie. Because Pyramid Head is a very instrumental factor in Silent Hill 2's plot. Because in the story of Silent Hill 2, a lot of the monsters and the scenarios that James Sutherland gets himself into is Silent Hill creating direct reflections of his issues back onto himself. And a lot of them are psychosexual violence issues that he has because of the fact that he's repressed the fact that he killed his wife, which in his own head, his excuse is he was putting her out of her misery because she was suffering from her sickness. But in reality, Silent Hill that can see right through us. It knows what our actual inner demons are. And it knows for a fact that he didn't do it for her, he did it for himself because he selfishly felt saddled down by his sick wife that he had to look after, and he wanted to be freed from that. He wanted to go back to a life of debauchery and being able to hook up with chicks and stuff. Which is why it torments him with psychosexual imagery. And the Pyramid Head entity is a form of that psychosexual guilt that, just like the Nemesis in Resident Evil, is a constant thing that's always appearing, always following him, always chasing him, and appearing when he least expects it to basically haunt him. And there's something sexually off-putting about Pyramid Head. Like, he's almost completely naked except for the fact that he's wearing this like skirt-like shawl and some BDSM straps over his abs while dragging that cleaver around. And that Pyramid Head metal structure on his head is meant to like invoke the idea of constant pain and suffering, because wearing a giant heavy metal triangle on your head weighing down on that point would be incredibly painful on your skull. So it's like there's all these like elements to its design which have to do with like his guilt manifest in a creature. And the fact that they looked at that creature and went, this is one of the most famous creatures in Silent Hill. We have to throw the monster in the movie to show up and just kill some people and just be a cool monster. It upsets me. Because Silent Hill is so well written as kind of a psychological like horror piece. Like the games always have more of a point to their creatures and to what's the main characters being tormented for by the entity of Silent Hill, which acts as a kind of purgatory. That the movie just treating it like a scary place where you can just have monsters show up and like chase people and be spooky and kill and like get some cool gory kills. It's like you've understood it on a visual level, but you haven't understood it on a screenplay level, on a actual conceptual thematic level. And that's where you've lost me. Because any fan can see that. Any fan knows the depth of Silent Hill and knows where that depth is lacking in the film. So yeah, there's my film school fucking seminar on Silent Hill. I'm sorry. I'm going too deep on this shit. The Evil Within would make a really good movie, but only in my head. No one would execute it to the standard I imagine. Yeah, I can see how Evil Within... You know what I think? Let me give a slightly different view on that one. I've talked before about my issues with Evil Within as a game. I personally think that Evil Within has the potential to make an even better movie if the screenplay handled the concept of the Evil Within and what kind of environment you're in and why, with that being inside the mind of a... You know, the whole ending revelation of that game's story. Like, if the movie did that in a way that I think was better paced and structured than what the game was, because like I said before, like the game did bother me after a while with how I kept getting dragged through all these like surreal shit. But for 25 hours, I had no idea why or where I was going. It was just surreal shit after surreal shit. So there was no grounding for me to know like why I was supposed to be scared or where we were meant to be going, like ending up. Like, what's my purpose? Am I just in a haunted house being like kicked from door to door to see the next spooky thing? Like, it's just like I kind of needed more from it, and it kind of felt like it was content just being a on the rails spook house. Maybe it's because of the stuff I just told you about Silent Hill that I thought Evil Within needed to be deeper and smarter with what it was doing and how it was doing it. And I feel like a well-written movie version of that could possibly solve my issues with Evil Within. So I would be all for it. I would love to see someone take a crack at the Evil Within movie. Wasn't that surreal? You went to Ruvik's family home. There's some things that are better explained once you get the revelations at the end, like about that stuff. But up until then, it's like, I'm in a forest, and there's a doorway, and now the doorway took me to a steel mill. Why am I in a steel mill? And now I'm in a farm, and the farm's on fire. And now, you know what I mean? And it just kept doing that, and I was just like, I don't know where I'm going, or why. Things just keep happening. Magic doors keep opening, and now I'm on the fucking moon or whatever, and I'm like, I kind of want to know what I'm doing here. Like, what am I trying to achieve? Aside from being on a roller coaster, where cardboard ghosts pop out from the walls and try to make me go, ugh. The positives of Evil Within for me was some of the textural stuff. Like when you're in that steel mill and you see the spider, the little girl that looks like the girl from The Ring, but she's got like multiple spidery arms or whatever the fuck that was. That was a cool visual. You know what I mean? Like its individual pieces I think were very cool. It's just, you know, the structure of that game was killing me a little bit inside. Oh, hi, Tanky. Sorry. I wasn't ignoring you. I was just on a rant. You think a movie could really work? Yeah. I mean, I'd have to be optimistic about who is making the film and what they're capable of. But in the right hands, I think an Evil Within movie could really be a banger. But I don't think the franchise is big enough to push Hollywood into thinking that would be a good money-making idea. It would be kind of... I think it would be... it'd be like a shot in the dark to get a movie made of that. Like, for example, BioShock is a massive franchise, and that was almost a movie, and even that fell through. Like, we very almost got that movie, and even that didn't happen. The first break from the army in under 2 weeks. Oh, holy shit. Cool. So now you're free to just bum around and shit and go on Twitch without a drill instructor like screaming at you. Do you know who was meant to make that BioShock movie? I'm not sure how much you were on top of the news at the time. It was going to be Gore Verbinski. Gore Verbinski is the filmmaker that started the Pirates of the Caribbean trilogy. I think he was at least responsible for the first two as a director, and then moved on. Which are cracking good movies. Like, I think that franchise went off the rails a bit, like trying to milk it for all the cash it was worth. But that first Pirates movie was still like a surprise for most people. No one thought that making a movie out of a fucking theme park ride would have ever made sense. But then, like, they kind of nailed it somehow. And I think Gore Verbinski would have been a good choice, because that's a man that knows how to make a big budget Hollywood piece. Like, the fact that he can make something in Pirates of the Caribbean actually work and be fun and good, that's the first ingredient. The second ingredient is he did show that he understood the game, because every time I heard him talk about it, he always said the right things. Like, one of the reasons it fell through is because he refused to do it unless it had an R rating, which the producers were originally on board for. But then what normally happens with video games is they go, oh, because it's a video game, we expect it to sell better with children, which means we don't want to make it R. And then they try to talk you down from it. And Gore Verbinski was like, no, if you've played BioShock, you know this needs to be an R-rated game. Movie. And the production company basically just like got cold feet about that. And they just, essentially he had to walk, because it was like, yeah, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing a PG-13 BioShock with the stuff that happens in that game. Like, that's just going to neuter the whole thing. But I mean, like, it's not even the gore and the violence of it. It's like the themes are kind of dark in BioShock. Like what it's saying about that Ayn Randyism and shit that what's his name was all about. I forgot the name of the antagonist. Fuck, I can't believe I forgot his name. You hear his name so much in that franchise. Anyway, Andrew Ryan, that's the guy. And the man should earn and own the sweat of his brow shit. And how, like, he tried to make a society based purely on that, and how fucking pear-shaped that went. And what those people all did to each other. Like, there's some really tasty, juicy horror themes. Like, not just horror of like, ooh, spooky monster. Like, the horror of human beings and what humans can do to each other, and how society can fall and turn on itself when left to certain devices. It's a good exploration of, well, how would you put it? It's the societal dangers of the what if. It's like, what if society, but what if we all allowed this? What if we all went in the direction of this one idea? Like, society wasn't a hodgepodge that has to be held together by democracy. What if we all went full communism? Or what if we all went full Ayn Randyism? Or capitalism? What if we went 100% or 150% in one direction? Like, how would that cave in on itself? What's the worst case scenario of humans being humans and basically fucking everything up? I could already go on Twitch. It's just the only free time we have is from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Only 4 hours. So basically your only free time is a 4-hour period of just whatever you need to get done happens to happen now. Yeah, I don't think if I had only 4 hours from 6 to 10, I don't think I'd be spending it on Twitch myself. He had a solid philosophy and a damn fine society. That's the problem with philosophies, though, Elizabeth. There's plenty of damn fine, in theory, philosophies or ways that a society could run itself. The problem is the human beings behind it. There's plenty of interesting fiction out there of like, hey, this seems like a good idea, but let's look at the worst case scenario about human beings can completely fuck this up by leaning into their worst instincts. Like, what's the most toxic thing we can take away from how people would sap this idea dry and just take a good thing and turn it really bad? And Bioshock the various Bioshocks did a very good job of exploring various facets of that. Like Bioshock Infinite is different from Bioshock 1 and 2. It's a different scenario, different concept, but it's doing the exact same thing. It's like, okay, here's a version of this society that did this instead. And now let's see how this fucks itself up. In a very similar way, but for very different reasons. Because humans. That's basically the takeaway from all of these. Because humans. If you could take the humans out of the equation, you could have a perfect fucking society. We thought capitalism wouldn't be toxic. 99% of the world's wealth in the hands of... Yeah. And we're holding in there. It's currently like most of Western societies are very capitalistic. And it's kind of holding itself together, but not in a very sexy, romantic way. It's kind of depressing. Oh, there's Jay again. I forgot Jay was there. Humans always find a way to fuck it up. I mean, that's a good moral of a lot of stories. Isn't that what the Twilight Zone was a lot about? It's like, it's either look at ways humans can fuck things up, or look at all these things that can fuck humans up in fun ways. It was either one of the two. Also, Black Mirror. Look at the various ways that humans can create technology that seems like a good idea, but then fucks things up. Yay, Black Mirror. No one is streaming during that time, and ain't no way I'm trying to watch VODs in 4 hours. Yeah. I don't really know many people that actually bother with VODs, with the exception of maybe Tenor. I think Tenor sometimes watches some of my VODs off my YouTube archive when he's like working, when he misses certain things that he wants to see. But aside from him, like, a VOD kind of goes against the whole point of Twitch. You know, the live part of it is kind of important. You catch up on any anime and manga? Yeah, 4 hours is not much. Like, if you're someone who's into anime, TV shows, movies, video games, you kind of need to fill the time with what you got. Gaming just by itself can fill up 4 hours easy. I game for longer than 4 hours on every single one of my streams. Like, I'm a 6-hour average person with my streams. Jay's leaving home to his friend's place to babysit her cats. I do that as well. I have a friend who's a singer and a model that lives like one suburb away from me, and she often has to go on trips for her acting or for her singing career. Like, she'll get hired to sing at an event, like operatic stuff on stage, and I often have to like babysit her cats. I love doing it because my cats don't live with me anymore, so I miss them. So I have to babysit other people's cats to get my cat time in. Sean Sims for a chick down the street isn't paid. That's not true. I get paid in 2 ways. I get to spend time with cats, which I don't get to do any other part of my life since I lost my own cats. And I also get Biscoff. The last time I babysitted cats for her, on the first day I went over there, her kitchen counter had like a gift basket full of Biscoff. She knows what I like. There was not only like a fresh jar of this. There was the Biscoff cookies, the creamsicles with the cream in the middle, and there was like a what do you call it? Something that was Biscoff related from a bakery. It was actually like a bun with like the gooey Biscoff stuff inside. That I had with some tea while the cats watched me. You should date. I know she's an outdoors and loves the sunshine daytime person. I'm an indoors nighttime person. That is diametrically opposed. She's also a healthy person who goes on jogs and eats lots of homemade healthy stuff from fresh produce from the markets. And I'm a person who eats things out of the bin. Okay, maybe not literally. Like, fucking, I'll go get some McDonald's down the street with a $6 promo off the app because it's mad cheap. And she's never actually had McDonald's once in her life. Not even lying. She's never actually stepped foot in a single McDonald's location, not through the door. How crazy is that? I'm in the box with the green. Yeah, I'm still living in the cardboard. I forgot about that joke. I'm green screen from a cardboard box at the train station. Jay's been pottering around in the background, cleaning and washing. I do that when I listen to podcasts off YouTube. You watch VODs of certain playthroughs and events. I see what you mean. Like, I would watch a VOD if it was something like for example, if it was Xbox's channel, showing like the Game Awards or one of those gaming events where they're showing like world premieres of trailers and stuff. That's probably the only kind of VOD that I'd bother watching, which I think is similar to what you're saying, like when you said events. Not that crazy. Oh, really? You've never set foot in a sing McDonald's? You're only the second person I've ever met. Not face to face, but ever met in any form at all that has admitted to that. McDonald's is one of those things that's just so prevalent that no matter who I talk to from whatever country, like almost everybody has always had it. Tanky's done it once during a class trip. It's just so everywhere. I can't imagine having never been in one. I can't even imagine having only ever been in one once. It's just so easy and cheap. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm so super poor, it's a very easy, cheap way for me to eat because there's one down the road from me. It's a walkable distance. And if you've got the McDonald's app, they have deals and promos on that app that are crazy. Like a $14 to $15 meal, like a burger with chips and a drink. The app will sometimes have like a promo which lets you get that same $14, $50 meal for $6. And you also get an extra burger thrown in. So it's a burger, chips, drink meal with a second burger for $6 when the regular meal with only one burger would normally cost you like $15. That's a pretty huge fucking promo. Whenever I see one of those, I'm like, oh, I gotta get it. Like, I'm too poor to not eat that. Like, holy shit, what a saving. Anyway, that's really sad. That's probably the most depressing thing you've ever heard in your life. It's like me when I'm at the grocery store and I'm just grabbing like TV dinners from the freezer that are all on sale. It's like $9, $9, $9, on sale for $6. Got it. That's my dinner for the next week. Just a whole packet, just a whole pile of these. And they're always the light and easy ones, like that make it look like I'm on a diet when I'm not actually. I'm just getting the cheap shit. These burgers are tiny. There's barely anything to eat. And they taste like nothing. I'm not a foodie though, so I don't really care about taste. I'm just all about cheap. Like, I eat to get it out of the way, basically. I don't even eat lunch. I have cereal for breakfast, and then I either eat a TV dinner out of the freezer for dinner, or I get one of those cheap McDonald's meals or something equal to that. And that's me. Done. France is not unfriendly to vegetarians. It's misinformation. Everyone's so lovely. Yeah, France and Italy seem to be foodies for the most part. I've never seen people enjoy their food more than French people and Italian people. Whereas I'm African. I'm from a country where you're lucky to even get food. So whatever you can eat is good enough. And you also get used to being hungry. Like, it's not a culture that's used to being full all the time. Italians and Greeks are used to being full. Like, if you're Italian or Greek, your family is probably feeding you 3 times a day, and portions that are fucking insane. Those people, like, that's why they get so fat. If you look at the nanas and the pops, the grandparents and stuff, they're all really big. And they love feeding their family members, getting everyone else fat. The burgers are so tiny, you need to eat 3 burgers from there to feel full. Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't eat much. I eat very little, and I get by. It's something not just the African thing. It's something you get used to when you're a uni student and you have barely any money. So you get used to like living off toast and 2-minute noodles. If I'm not eating shitty dry noodles for dinner and nothing else all day, except for drinking water, like, you're basically toasting 2 slices of bread with Vegemite or peanut butter, and that's like your dinner. That was me for 4 years, because university is expensive, and I'm a university student, so I can't do anything work-wise to make enough money to get by. Try some dust. Honestly, if I could just lick the dust off the walls and call it a day, I probably would. I just don't care enough, and I'm just too poor anyway, so you combine those 2 things, and I'm very easy when it comes to eating. You can put anything in front of me, and I'll just eat it. Just for the sake of eating. Don't care what it tastes like. Just getting by, man. The best thing China gave us is noodles. Yeah, I like noodles. I like any kind of pasta or rice. That stuff's pretty good. Asian countries and Italian countries, I think, are pretty great because they both give you a lot of, Italy gave you spaghetti and China gave you noodles, and they're just 2 variations of the same good stuff. Okay. Since that last horror movie trailer wasn't that great, let's give it one more shot. Look, that was like ages ago. We talked for so long. Stop making noise. I'm not ready. What is this? 20th Century Fox. The First Omen. I think this is a sequel in the Omen franchise. You know, Damien, evil child. I'm guessing that's what this is. Because I'm pretty sure 20th Century Studios owns the Omen franchise, the rights to it. Watch the new trailer for Create Something to Fear. When a young American woman is sent to Rome to begin life of service to the church, she encounters darkness and blah, blah, blah. Okay, whatever. Not a good start. Eating barely anything in uni sounds crazy. We had proper meals for free in primary, secondary school, and now the army. Yeah, no, not here. Not in Australia and not in America. If you're a student in Australia or America, you essentially just suffer. And we all get mad skinny. It's probably why I've never got fat. I've got a pretty good metabolism on the top of, like, never getting enough food. You almost have the question in my head, was it Japan that gave us noodles? Well, that's why I said Asia initially. Asia in general is like the noodle part of the world. Whichever did it first. Anyway, here's the Omen. Hey, the soundtrack's cool. I'll give it that, if we want to start with something positive. Bill Nighy's there. I like him. That was a cool shot. It's just, this better not just be another Exorcist thing. I'm getting kind of bored of exorcism stuff. She looks familiar.
Have to be afraid. This child is his way.
Oh, that actually told me nothing. Just that it has decent cinematography. This trailer plays in reverse. Is that what was happening? Because I wasn't sure. Oh, here's someone who actually reversed it. Interesting. A trailer that doesn't spoil the whole film and is edited well enough to get a general vibe. True. People are being generally positive. I'm just not sure what to take from it. Terrifying conspiracy that hopes to bring about birth of evil incarnate. So we're still trying to bring back Damien, Satan's child, but just in different ways. Because that seems to be what The Omen is always about. Always. Except in this case, maybe they're trying to put Damien's soul or whatever into a young girl, not into a boy. That could be different. That's one way to do it differently. I'm really curious now what this trailer plays if we reverse it. I'm gonna check it out. Oh shit. That was cool. That's a line of dialogue from the original Omen movie. Listen. Look at me, Damien. It's all for you. How did you call that? Religion scary. I am a little tired of religious-based horror movies, like all this exorcism shit, stuff that have nuns and popes and priests having to exorcise demons out of people. Like, I kind of like get a bit tired when I see this stuff nowadays. I really didn't pick up on that. It just seemed kind of arty. It didn't occur to me initially until you said it that it was reversed. But you're 100% right. What the fuck? I mean, it still doesn't make more sense when you reverse it back to the correct way. But cool. I do love Bill Nye, though. He could make a pretty good creepy priest. I find it interesting that the instrumental for this, for the soundtrack, it sounds the same in reverse that it does in normal speed, which is fascinating. There's a word for that when something is the same flipped as it is the forward. What the fuck is the word? You could tell in the first 10 seconds. There is a word for it. They often use the word to denote when a word is like that in the English language. There are words in the English language where if you reverse the word, it's the same letters in the same order. The word is the same back to front. And there's a term for that. Word for when something is the same backwards. A palindrome. That's it. That's the one. When something works the same backwards and forwards. Palindrome. For example, the word madame, or the word nun, or the word bib, or the word civic, or the word defied. I didn't even realize. Oh, wow. The name Hannah. The word level. There's a specific term for when music does it. Yeah, I was thinking of I was thinking of palindrome, which is more about when words are flipped or when sentences are the same when you flip them. Let's try for music. Word for when music is the same backwards. Oh, it's still palindrome. A palindrome in music is no different than one in writing or speech. Music that is the same when played forward or backwards. Yeah, apparently it's the same thing. That must be really difficult to write. Imagine writing a song that works the same forwards and backwards. What a head fuckery. I can't believe I forgot that word. I used to use that a lot. It must be the old age Alzheimer's kicking in. If you reverse Elizabeth, it sounds like loudmouth bitch. How fitting. Roasted. Hey, I got Elizabeth for a change. I think the scorecard when it comes to Elizabeth when roasting other people versus other people roasting Elizabeth is way too in Elizabeth's favor. Well, Elizabeth's got way too many roasts on the board, especially against Sham. Okay, fun. We relearned something today that I shouldn't have forgotten in the first place. You know what? Let's leave horror movie trailers behind. Let's try a horror game. Yeah. I'm getting a very interesting... There's a very interesting one coming up on Unrelateds. I think I know what this is about. Yeah, I heard someone mention this on Twitter recently, so I actually know what this is, but I haven't watched any trailers or footage of it yet. I don't roast Sham no more. He ignores me for reasons unexplained. Maybe Sham got so tired of being roasted he didn't want to call attention to himself. He's scared. He's scared of the roasts. We've over roasted him. Now he's feeling bad about it. There's a specific term for when you can take parts of a song and flip them. Yeah, it might be something that's so specific it's hard to know how to explain it in Google to find it. I think I know what you mean though. Like it's not literally reversing something. It's something more complicated with the tempo. Using parts in it. I don't know what it is. He won't even say hi. Is he intimidated? Or you could just be reading into things. Because he hasn't been sticking around a lot lately. The last time he was on the stream, he was here briefly enough to say hi and like make one or two jokes. And then he ran off to go to bed for work the next day. Which he's done quite a few times since he got his new job. There's only been a couple of times... specifically ones where you were there as well, where he's actually had the time to stick around for longer streams. He used to be around. He used to be on a lot more when he worked at McDonald's, and he could wear his headphones and listen to the stream while he was working in the kitchen. Anyway, I've heard about this before, and I've been very keen to see what it's all about. It's called zoochosis, as in like psychosis, but with the word zoo stamped on the front, so clever. Check this out. First-person psychological body cam horror simulation. Set in a zoo, where you play a night shift zookeeper tasked with ensuring the safety of the animals as they spiral for the worst when unseen parasites begin infecting the animals in the zoo and transforming them into bloodthirsty mutants. Explore the zoo, keep an eye on the animals, make a cure in order to stunt the spread of the infection, or die trying. That's fairly interesting. John Carpenter's Thing vibes coming to mind, says the comments. Okay, wait, let me not go too far in the comments because we might get spoilers here. Okay. Check it. I don't know why it necessarily had to be first-person body cam horror. Maybe that's just oh my god. Okay, well fuck me sideways. That was nightmare fuel. Is that all we're gonna get? Ah, oh, man. Oh, this is the actual game. Thank god. I thought we were just gonna get like a pre-rendered teaser.
Now you're a night zookeeper.
The job is not difficult. You have nothing to worry about.
You know what's jumping out at me straight away? You know how every time we see one of these body cam style POV horror games that have become like a new fad, although very few of them are even out yet. It's actually a very, very new fad. Pinhole camera is very annoying. I think it's called a fisheye camera. Pinhole camera is more like what it looks like when you're looking through the hole in the hotel door. The what do you call that? The peephole in the hotel front door when you want to see who's knocking. The thing is, every single body cam game we've seen so far, the whole point of the body cam style viewpoint is to assist the game in looking more realistic with that Unreal Engine 5 texture mapping. When you take the Unreal Engine 5 realistic textures and combine it with the body cam fisheye thing, it makes it look uncannily real. Like, it's a really good trick to making something look like almost one for one, like realistic. Makes you queasy. Oh, that's fair. It doesn't make me queasy, so like the whole novelty trick on making it look like super realistic, it just basically works on me like 100%. Like every time I see one, I'm always like kind of impressed and in awe of how cool it looks. I know it's a gimmick, but whatever, I'm cool with gimmicks. Like, I'm not a picky gamer. Like, if you want to feed me a gimmick, I'll take it. My problem with this one is that it's doing the fisheye body cam thing, but without doing the realistic Unreal Engine 5 texture thing to make it look like actual realistic graphics. This is just basic fake-looking indie Steam game graphics that just happens to have a body cam fisheye lens, which is weird to me. Like, it's not like leveraging the reason why a lot of these developers are doing this. There's too much distortion. It's insanely thick here. That's what scares me, is it feels like it's using it as a gimmick only, and it's not even taking the gimmick to its logical extreme, which gives it its purpose in the other examples we've seen. Where was that thing you mentioned? I'm just going to start it again.
Now you're a night zookeeper. The job is not
Collect excrement, analyze data, make cure, prepare meal, feed elephant, inject cure, return to hub.
difficult.
It's an objective list.
You have nothing to worry about.
It's a very sci-fi looking zoo. Oh my god. The animal thing is working for me though. This, like, John Carpenter's The Thing-like infection that's, like, fucking with the animals' bodies. I'm liking this concept. Like, you don't know what animals the creature is going to be inside. Much like the paranoia from The Thing. Oh my god. Look at that. Look at that fucking splash screen, man. Look at that giraffe head. I think the focus on this game... I'm a bit thrown by the fisheye camera not fitting with the graphics and what that normally is used for. But I do like what they've accomplished with the animals. Because that spider giraffe we saw and that weird kangaroo they showed at the end, that stuff is hitting for me. That's fucked up. That's sitting somewhere between John Carpenter and Clive Barker. It's like Five Nights at Freddy's graphics by a person who used 15 notches too much fisheye. Yeah, I'm not entirely sold by the graphic style and how it matches with their choice of camera style. If it was trying to do the really realistic Unreal Engine thing, that's being further heightened by the fisheye camera, body cam, I would understand it better. But honestly, with the type of graphics they're going with, they could have just done a normal camera and just had it play like a normal horror game. I don't know, maybe you can turn it off. FaceTime with monsters is also done poorly. What does that mean? FaceTime with monsters? What, like FaceTime is in like like Zoom call. I like the concept, and I think the animals are scary enough to make me want to play this. And I like these busy work simulators as well, where it's like you got to actually do the zookeeper job while scanning infected animals and trying to cure them before crazy shit happens. Like, I can get into that. Getting to see them up close and in bright illuminated detail. Oh, do you mean like once they jump out at your face, it's like the character model is too goofy to really be scary? Is that what you're saying? I want to know what the hell that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's some 8-fingered fucking thing on top of this train. Slapping the window. That's kind of freaky. Where's that giraffe at? Oh yeah, there it pukes in night vision. Turns into that thing. Oh, that's pretty cool. Nah, that's dope. I like that. You want to know what that is because you can't see it. Mystery works. Do more of it. Well, you know, this is one of those things where, like, there's a mystery in terms of where the infection is and what it can do and what it's capable of. And that creates tension. But the other half of this equation is, at some point, it's going to actually take over an animal's body and turn it into a freaky thing. And from what they've shown of the freaky things, I like how they look. I'm arachnophobic, so this giraffe with all these little fucking spider legs coming out, that does actually mess with me a little bit. I don't want to see that in the dark. Which is a good sign for a horror game. Like if I was playing this, I think this would get me good. There's some centipede thing that comes out of this chunk of meat. That's kind of cool looking. There's a moose. There's Mr. Kangaroo. He's cute. He's adorable. And then he turns into this thing. I do know what you mean by like sort of comically, cartoonishly exaggerated Five Nights at Freddy's shit with the design, but that's still gonna get me, man. Like if I was playing this game and I walked into a room and I turned around and that kangaroo was on the wall doing that, I'm still gonna shit my pants. Like I'm not so brave or so picky about graphics that I'm gonna look up at the ceiling and see that and go, please. Do I look like a child? Like, I'm gonna make poo-poos. Like, I'm not so brave to think that I would be immune to this. There's generally a lot of positivity in the comments too. I like this comment. Finally, a chill, relaxing game about petting zoo animals. Awesome. As a zoology major who loves body horror, hell yes. I almost couldn't say body horror out loud. I stumbled on that for some reason. Looks like this could be really good in VR. Should get a port. I agree. Even really bad graphics works really well in VR because it just still feels like you're in a real place no matter how shitty the graphics are. That's one of the benefits of VR. Like, even if you're in Minecraft, if you've ever played Minecraft in VR, it still just feels like you're in a real environment, even if it's made out of blocks. Do that with darker lighting? Yeah, either or. I mean, it's going to work on me regardless, but darker lighting would be even scarier, to be fair. That would work. Has anyone got links to that one run backwards, like the horror movie trailer we saw before? Let's just watch all our trailers backwards. Well, that was cool. That was definitely better than I expected from some of the other stuff we clicked on tonight. Neat. What is this? There's something coming up here that I can't tell if it's a movie or a game. Has anyone heard of Destroy All Neighbors? Destroy All Humans is an Alien video game. Destroy All Neighbors sounds like a game I used to have on the Nintendo, the Super NES. Or is that Zombie Ate My Neighbors? I think I might have got it crossed as Zombie Ate My Neighbors. Alright, I'll bite. I can't figure out from the thumbnail if this is a game or a movie, so I'll just see what it is. Loop loop. Come on, load up. A Shudder original. Oh, this is definitely a movie then. Shudder is that horror channel. It's going to be a movie again. Whoops. I did say that I was going to stop clicking on horror movie trailers, but I found one by accident. But it stars Alex Winter, which has me intrigued. Because I haven't seen him in anything in ages. I was wondering what that guy was up to.
It's mainly me these days. I just want to finish my album.
You have been trying to finish this album for 3 years.
What is this?
It's a progressive form of prog.
I like that guy. He's funny.
Prog squared.
The only way I listen to your music
The dude with the mustache. I forget the actor's name.
You forced me to.
And don't play it here again or you're fired.
What's happening?
What's going on?
I think we have a new neighbor.
What is up with this guy?
I think this is a comedy horror movie.
I think we're living next to some kind of maniac.
I am now living in your head. Rent-free. Flash is just driving me crazy.
What is this?
Into chaos. What? Blood will be spilled.
You gotta stand on your own 2 feet and say, "Get out of my kitchen!"
I have no idea what I just clicked on. This is tripping me out. I feel like I just took drugs.
William, use your demons. Don't let them use you.
And this happened right as I said that.
So you've killed somebody. Relax. Just need to know how to get rid of a body.
Hello, Willie.
I'm not a mass
Whoa.
murderer. I'm a mass manslaughterer.
It's time to make a hit record.
So he's a guy that keeps accidentally killing his neighbors.
Shut up!
You didn't hear that, did you?
You yelling shut up at nobody? Yeah, I heard it was very loud.
Kamal Nanjiani's in this? What the fuck?
What rock and roll is all about.
You're a loser and you're gonna die a loser.
I'm losing my goddamn mind right now.
Stop. Just be cool. And don't murder anyone else.
That's Alex Winter. The other half of Bill and Ted. Excellent Adventure. That's the only time we saw him in the entire trailer. But his name has got top billing for some reason. Wow, that was a bit of a head trip. What the fuck? All I really got from that is that he's some paranoid nerdy guy who kills a neighbor by accident, and in the attempt to cover it up, causes a domino effect of killing other neighbors by accident, until he's basically on a mass murdering killing spree, killing all his neighbors. And starts going so crazy, he starts seeing his neighbors' desecrated corpses talking to him. I mean, points for it being some indie auteur creator's mad concept for a film realized. I do kind of like it when people just make any fucking thing that comes to mind and just lean into it. It's better than all the dry, by the blueprint bullshit that studios make sometimes just to, like, check boxes on their spend sheets. More low-budget, crazy people making movies. It's probably for the better. I don't know how some of these stars got in here, though. I get Alex Winter is not in anything anymore since Bill and Ted. So it's probably easy to get him. But I swear to God, like, Kumail Nanjiani? There, yeah. Am I saying that correctly? Kumail Nanjiani, yeah. And that other guy from SNL just randomly turning up in, like, side roles. Someone has got blackmail material on some of these people. It's guaranteed. Okay, whatever. That was interesting. I don't regret clicking on it. It was crazy enough to make it interesting, at least. Let me do something really normal really quickly. 9 days ago. Is this new? Okay, yes. Okay, yeah, this seems to be new. A couple of weeks ago, maybe 2 months ago. Wait, what are you saying? Reminds me of really old horror movies with one of those stupid shitty plots. I mean, there's a lot of those. I think they call them exploitation films. There were a dime a dozen, and you used to see them at like those really cheap cinemas where you could see 2 in a row. Double features. With commercials between the middle. More funny, but slightly disturbing in vibe. Yeah, I mean, nowadays there are a lot of filmmakers that remember the age throughout the 70s and the 80s of the exploitation film. So they make these films now as kind of homages to that vibe, but with the comedic angle accentuated. So like the whole point is to kind of make it funnier on purpose as a kind of a satirical, like, look, we're making something schlocky and exploitative because that's the era that we're paying tribute to, and we're trying to have fun with it. So we're being more overt with the jokes and with the tone. The word shitty gets censored in Twitch chat. I think that's on your end, Tanky. Because on my end, it doesn't. I know you can, like, set rules for how heavy your censorship is with chats and stuff. The only thing that happens on my end is sometimes there's this Twitch bot that will catch things that it thinks might be, like, super offensive. Like if someone says a term that might be considered really racist, there's a secret bot that occasionally grabs it and makes it invisible. And then in my chat, it brings it up and goes, look, we've made this invisible so that someone can clear it, either you or one of your mods. And then I have to hit like a button, like accept, to make it appear for everybody else. That very rarely happens, though. It hasn't actually happened to me in like 6 or 7 months. Like it has to be a sentence that can be construed as something like super racist or anti-Semitic before it jumps in and actually like does that on its own. In Twitch's own chat, it shows us with asterisks. Yeah, I think that's some kind of Twitch chat settings on your end, Tanky. Because Elizabeth and me are not getting those asterisks in our chats. Also, I do have auto mod off. That's why things don't get flagged. But it doesn't actually matter. There is a level of auto mod in Twitch that you can't actually avoid, but it's very rare. And it only rears its head if it thinks something is particularly nasty. It's extremely rare though. Like like 7 or 8 months ago is the last time I've seen it do anything. And all it does is hold it in chat for only me to see. And it has a little thing beneath it that says accept or decline, so that it can just make sure that I'm okay with whatever was said. And then at that point, it's on me if it's something really toxic. And then I get banned if, you know, Twitch actually decides it's something really fucked up. Nasty shit, did it hold that? Not literally nasty shit. You know what I mean. Like real hate speech. I think hate speech is good. If it's something like really aggressively hate speechy and the algorithm can read it as something potentially very bad, there's a potential that the auto mod like takes over even though I've turned it off. I'm not going to give an example because then I get in trouble. I think when it happened 7 or 8 months ago, I won't say anything as an example, but the one that happened 7 or 8 months ago was one of the regulars, you know, someone like Sham or Minx or someone like that. I can't remember who it was. They said something that the particular combination of words could be read as something anti-Semitic, like a racial slur against Jews. And it was kind of funny, like how it misconstrued it. Like when I saw it, I laughed and just hit accept. You looked through the settings and found nothing. Yeah, to be honest, I find the Twitch's settings really confusing. Because even though I've been doing this for over 2 years, there's still stuff that Minx will randomly tell me about. Like, oh, you can change that if you go to this settings, it's in this settings, it's in this settings, like 3 menus down. And it's like, oh shit, I didn't even know that was a thing. Tanky's still getting asterisks. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. Yeah, I'm not sure what level that'll be on, what's controlling that. It can't be me, because if I had a setting that was stopping that, it would make everyone's do that. So like Elizabeth would also see asterisks, and other people that have said things in my chat, and myself. So it has to be person by person basis, but I couldn't tell you. Twitch is confusing like that. What was I doing? Oh yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. A month or two ago, we actually watched the teaser trailer for this on one of our Sunday streams, and I was kind of impressed. I was surprised by the different tone they were taking with this from the movie, and I was kind of like into it. So this is actually a proper full trailer release as of 9 days ago. So I'm kind of crossing my fingers I'm still impressed by it.
I'm Jay.
I'm John.
Banking card and marriage registration.
Something that can make you do.
We're married.
Yeah, I guess we're married.
Make you do.
This has a much the same vibe as the first trailer we saw.
They didn't bring up that we'd be paired until the last interview.
It's an old KGB tactic. You draw less attention as a couple.
Very romantic.
What is it that you two do?
We're software engineers. Administer single dose, no casualties.
What?
Donald Glover.
You think if the company hadn't matched you, you'd be compatible?
It's maybe too sexy for this role.
Shelter I made this fire. I got you this fish. Shelter, food, fire, water.
No.
Maybe.
Work, life, romance. They're all part of the same project.
You said
Is that Paul Dano? I think that was Paul Dano.
Yeah, you did too.
A less sweaty Paul Dano than usual.
we're about to die.
Alexander Skarsgård? Hey, they got some pretty cool extra actors in. Oh my god, Ron Perlman.
No, I do.
That's cool.
And I also saw John Turturro before. They're dropping names on this. Oh.
Don't do that.
Sorry.
That's me when I hear someone vomiting. Relatable.
It's just a job. It is not life and death.
Oh my god, her as well. Mental blanking on the name.
You feel better?
I'm glad they're putting her in things that aren't horror movies. I'm getting kind of tired of seeing her in horror movies. Stop playing stupid music in your end piece. Hiya. You can see your own curse words. Fucking Twitch, man. At least it's not bleeping me when I speak out loud. Imagine if every time I said a swear word, it actually auto-bleeped it. I don't think that technology exists, but that'd be kind of crazy. Found it? Elizabeth, swear real quick to see if it worked for Tanky. She should comply because Elizabeth is a sub, so she should be quite excited by being told to swear. Well, no asterisks for me, but that was already the case. We'll see what Tanky says. The most generic swear word you could pull out as well. Didn't put any effort into that one. Tanky might have found the eject button, actually, because he's like, maybe he's vanished. It's like, oh, I found it. Completely goes radio silent. And yes, that particular word is very versatile. You can say it when you stub your toe. You can say it when you're just mildly annoyed by something that's inconvenient. And you can also say it when you're getting absolutely plastered against the headboard by a large black footballer. There's a massive list of high defensive language in the 3-dot menu, hidden under the chat send if there's anything in the comment box. So you basically just shut the whole thing off so it doesn't hide anything. Sometimes I wonder what kind of swear words things like that censor. Because there's some swear word censoring algorithms that censor things that don't even make sense. Where you're like, I didn't even know that was a swear word. And then apparently it's like, yeah. Like, have you ever said things like damn? Or holy hell or something like that? And it's like censored and you're like, really? That is some fucking 3rd grade shit. The word damn? It was censoring shit fucking shitty. Well, it's got all the prime offenders there, I guess. What about Tucker Carlson? Is that one of the offensive words it was censoring? Because it should. I'm going to add that to mine. So anytime someone tries to type his name, it comes up as asterisks, so I don't have to have my eyebrow twitch with fury every time I read it. That little rat bastard in his fucking bow tie. I'd punch him in the jaw if I saw him in real life. Sorry, that's hate speech. Why is there a send button that just reads chat? Who presses a button with their mouse to send anyway? Well, I mean, aside from just pressing enter. I might have done it sometimes. I mean, I have a chat button on my computer screen as the send. I just don't need to chat because I'm like sitting here. I can just say stuff. It's easy for me. You guys should come around to this side. You can just talk out loud. Start throwing low-grade insults. Low-grade? What would constitute a low-grade insult? Let me try one. Is that too low-grade? Did I get too childish with it? Just stop typing for the rest of the stream. Try. Do you reckon it would do damn? I just don't. I really don't like censorship algorithms that decide that damn was a swear word. Damn is so weak. What about this one? It's probably the most rancid thing I've ever typed. I kind of hope that one doesn't go through. Otherwise, I might get cancelled. I kind of regret typing it, actually. My Twitch channel might be at risk with that one. Okay, Tanky caught me. I just typed a bunch of asterisks. That wasn't actually anything. I didn't do a good job of selling it. My bad. Does it censor this? Hang on. Because this is kind of offensive. It's my head with bunny ears. I can see the on-screen... Oh, that's right. That would give it away. Alright, sure. Fair. He out Sherlock Holmes me. He saw through the ruse. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Okay. I'm still on board. That trailer is pretty much the same as the previous trailer I saw. I can't actually remember it enough to actually make it apart. They might have just made the same trailer with a couple of different shots changed around. But I'm still into it. I like the way they've changed the tone. I like the way they've made it more realistic and down to earth. I think that's the best thing they could have done. I think the Asian actress is a genius choice. She looks like someone that is so average that you'd never predict that she was a secret agent. And I think that's perfect. That's why I said that I think Childish Gambino is a bit too sexy for the role. Because I even called him Childish Gambino. Donald Glover. I think they could have picked someone more plain for the male role to like equal the vibe that she's giving off. Because if I saw Donald Glover, I might be like, that guy's kind of giving off a Lando Calrissian vibe. He might be a secret agent. But I think she was perfect. I liked her. That's kind of the problem if you try to take Mr. and Mrs. Smith the movie seriously, is Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie are way too sexy. They are 100% secret agents that are immune to bullets and cannot be killed. But that was the vibe of that movie. That movie was meant to be fun and schlocky. If you're going to make this a serious tone, you kind of have to unsexy it. It has profanity, sexually explicit language, hostility, and discrimination as settings. Discrimination. That's the hate speech setting right there. That's the one to make sure that you're not being racist or anti-Semitic. Good job, Twitch. Bip, 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 bip. Brah. Is that Chris or Liam Hemsworth? I can't tell. Oh my god, it's Liam. Wait, what's Liam Hemsworth doing? Land of the Bad. Land of Bad. What a terrible name. I gotta watch this. Hang on.
Hello, I'm Russell Crowe.
Oh my god, Russell Crowe's in it too. And he just said his own name. I don't really like trailers that start like this, but...
Hello, I'm
Russell? Shut it. I'm bringing you across. What's the difference between profanity and hostility? Profanity is the general use of swear words, regardless of context. Hostility is actual aggression against another individual. It's more about your intent in how you interact with another human being. You could just say fuck and it means nothing. But, you know, if it's a swear word, no, no, no. If you're threatening to put someone's teeth on a curb and stomp them to death, that's a specific person. That's you being hostile. How would Twitch know the difference? They do have pretty advanced algorithms, but they're also not perfect, and they catch some pretty weird shit if you let them do their work. And it's sometimes kind of hilarious what they mistake as naughty things. He was wondering why the VOD had this in the chat constantly. Affects VODs even though the settings button disappears in VODs. Oh, so you don't even have the chance to change the setting once it's in VOD form. But if you change the setting in advance in the chat, does that setting stay in effect for the VOD as well? Are you now clear of censorship in all forms? I still don't see that 3-dot menu. Oh, I don't know anything about that stuff because I never use this stuff on mobiles. I don't even know what it looks like. Stupid chat button. All right, let's see what Russell has to say about the Liam Hemsworth movie.
Hello,
this should
I'm
be
Russell
great.
Crowe. I play drone pilot Captain Eddie Grimm, the Reaper, in Land of Bad, and here's the trailer. Hope you enjoy it.
Why was that necessary? Oh my god, okay. This kind of pisses me off. This trailer had 2 different teasers snapped onto the front. A mini montage teaser that went for 4 to 5 seconds of the whole thing condensed, and an intro by Russell Crowe. We don't need any of that shit. Trailers should start right here. And I don't like that this fad is still continuing and getting worse. It's killing me.
You're having a very pleasant day. Blessed. Then someone rains on our parade. They remove the one cancer.
What's this accent he's doing? Is he trying to be Afrikaans?
It's not the conversation we should be having right now.
Also, those film publishers, never heard of any of them.
We're going after a CIA asset that's been captured.
Is this your first mission in theater, J-Tac?
Second.
Do me a favor. Keep up. The last thing we need in this op is have to save your ass.
What the fuck?
These guys, local militia.
Yo, hand over in 5.
I'm ready.
I don't believe that people go on these missions not already familiar with their team. Like, they don't just take a rookie on that's like, oh, you better keep up, rookie. It's like, doesn't happen. That would never be the vibe.
I am your eyes in the sky and the bringer of doom.
Subtle. I got movement.
We got a situation. RPG 12 o'clock. Incoming!
Weapons away.
Oh, Russell Crowe's a remote drone pilot. Okay.
Reaper, you there? Reaper.
We're here, Playboy. You gotta get your ass on the move, son.
Come on, soldier.
It's a very American accent Russell's doing there.
Blackbird, can you stay in the area?
Yeah, get him. Go for it. Go for it.
Playboy, are you injured?
I love that his call sign is Playboy. It's so cheesy.
You want to be. Okay, it's not here. It's not here. It's here.
3 hostiles heading your way.
Do not move. There's no way I am off this op.
So, wait, okay. Liam Hemsworth, the op goes sour. Liam Hemsworth ends up by himself trying to survive. And I think the drone pilot, Eye in the Sky, is the only person left that's like trying to lead him to safety with an aerial viewpoint. But they don't want him to do it for some reason, so he's going rogue.
Remember your training.
Hey, I am off this op.
That bit. That's what makes me think he's going rogue and helping him even though he's not supposed to.
This is gonna get ugly.
Liam is still really trying hard to be his brother.
We serve this country.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Move, man.
Get up and go.
The name is so terrible as well. Land of Bad? Fucking hell. Well, that was as generic as it could possibly be. Ew. RPG's 12 o'clock. Fucking off the hook. Rambo, but with heavy air support. I don't like the idea of using Rambo as the example there. Because the first Rambo is a very good movie. And people don't seem to realize or remember that he doesn't kill anybody in that film. It's actually like a drama about PTSD. We Google translated our movie 7 times. And that's why we ended up with Land of Bad. I love Rambo. I love the first Rambo, and then after that, it turned into what people thought it was that hadn't seen Rambo, if that makes sense. Like, people's idea of what Rambo is what the second and third movies became. But if you watch the first Rambo, it's not that at all. It's actually like a really deep drama about US war veterans being mistreated on their return to the US and going through PTSD and not fitting back into society. He kills nobody in that movie, with the possible exception of one sniper who was hanging off a helicopter that he threw a rock at to attempt to distract and who fell off the helicopter, but we don't actually see his fate. We don't actually get confirmation if that guy actually died or was just injured from falling off that helicopter rung. And he didn't even like fucking do anything. Like, he just threw a rock to try and distract the dude from shooting him, and the dude was like a klutz, like a clumsy klutz. Fucking tripped on his own 2 feet. But yeah, the first Rambo is tragic. Like, it's kind of a sad movie. That whole sequence at the end, where he's kind of losing his mind, and he gives that long speech where he's basically in tears about what the military did to him, to his commander, and having to be, like, carried out of there, is depressing as hell. He did die, but the pilot lost control. I didn't do it direct. That's what I mean. It wasn't direct. He threw a rock to try and distract from being shot at, and then, like, the helicopter veered and that guy, like, fell off the thing. But all we see is him falling off. They don't have a reverse or a wide of where the guy goes after he lets go of the helicopter. And no one talks about it after the fact to say like, oh, he was responsible for the death of a rifleman when they were chasing through the, like, none of that happens. So it's like, okay, whatever. I guess the guy didn't die. Throws a rock in the pilot spooks. See, unless the film confirms that guy died, I'm not gonna choose to believe he died. Like, we don't get confirmed kill. We don't see a body. So it's like, as far as I'm concerned, Rambo has 0 kills in that movie. He did that movie does a good job in a similar way to John Wick 1 of really making you feel for the main character, because the first chapter of that movie, the way people talk to him and the way he gets treated as a returning war vet is like disgusting. Like, people are so fucking rude and disrespectful, and it kind of kills you inside. So when things start going haywire, you kind of root for him, but at the same time it's frustrating because it's like, this can't end well because he's going off the rails a little bit, and people are going to get hurt, and it's not really his fault. And it's just a really good movie, man. And then it turns into a cartoon in every movie after that, until 4 and 5, where it turns into like a Saw film that becomes all about the gore, which is really weird. I don't know why or how that happened, but whatever. Things evolve. Less talking about Land of Bad, the better, because, you know, I don't know, Liam Hemsworth he's just too baby-faced, man. This is why we never see him in anything legitimate. Like, no one will cast him in anything that makes sense of how to use him in an actual lead role. It's always awkward. I thought he took his rifle and jacket. I don't think I remember enough about the movie to confirm or deny that. I have to watch it again, just to get some of the details down. I really don't look forward to the first trailer for The Witcher, the next season, where he's taking over as Geralt of Rivia. I just feel like it's going to be cringe. I can't picture Liam Hemsworth as Geralt, not after Henry Cavill. That is a tough act to follow. You're setting the poor boy up for failure. Can we pick up the... No, we're not watching Peppa Pigs. There's no new Peppa Pig to watch trailers of. Here, I'll give you the next best thing to Peppa Pig. How about, since we all know how much y'all love anime around here. Why are you singing at me? Here's a trailer for the Gundam movie on Netflix. Requiem for Vengeance, only a couple of weeks ago. Made with Unreal Engine 5. Wait, what? That was unexpected. I mean, I've seen CGI 3D animated versions of anime properties before, but this is the first one I've seen made in Unreal Engine 5. What the fuck? That's unexpected. I mean, it looks good. That's some crisp Unreal Engine right there. Admittedly, I'm a little bit behind on my Gundam lore, so I'm not really sure what the point of Gundam is anymore. All I know is a Gundam is a robot machine. Like a big man robot that you pilot. Like a mech, but more anime. Yeah, there's a Gundam. I think. So is Gundam just like military dramas at this point? I really don't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen anything Gundam related. I know they made a bunch of Dynasty Warriors style games out of it at one point, where you're just piloting a man mech with a plasma sword, beating up thousands of things at once. Which is, you know, the Dynasty Warriors way. That's the end of your trailer? It just fucking stops. The music fades out and you just go coming soon? The hell was that? This barely look like Gundams. I don't really know what to make of this. Is this another take on Gundam? Like, are they doing like a Gundams but if 3D and more realistic in its art style and designs of the robots? Mobile Suit Gundam Requiem for Vengeance coming soon to Netflix, joint production with Sunrise and Safe House Inc., made with Unreal Engine 5. I think it's some CG production company's take on Gundam. I don't think it's like official, like the actual Gundam animes are. Like a what if almost. But I'm just pulling this out of my ass. I'm just assuming. I could be dead wrong about that. Doesn't most of Gundam take place in space? I know the games tend to, but I'm not actually sure about the animes because there's a lot of it. There's quite a lot of Gundam stuff if you dig deep enough. And I'm sure plenty of it probably takes place on planets and space stations and shit. But yeah, there's a lot of lore behind that. You can kind of go on a bit of a deep dive when it comes to Gundam. And Jay's back. Jay's just coming and going today. All right, no more anime. That's all we'll give to that for today. I know that wasn't technically anime, that was Unreal Engine 5, but you know, close enough. Here's something live action also from Netflix, 3 Body Problem. That sounds familiar. I know what that is. Hang on. The 3 Body Problem is an actual thing. 3 Body Problem. Like it's either a science thing or it's a philosophy thing. Or a novel. Wait. A novel series that portrays a fictional past, present, and future wherein Earth encounters alien civilizations from nearby systems of 3 sun-like stars. What? Oh, okay, wait. This is what I was looking for. It's a concept in physics. In physics and classical mechanics, the 3 body problem is the problem of taking the initial position and velocities or momentum of 3-point mass and solving for their subsequent motion according to Newton's laws of motion and universal gravitation. Did you get all that? It's pretty obvious. The first specific 3-body problem is to receive extended study was the one involving the moon, Earth, and the sun. The 3-body problem is any problem in classical mechanics or quantum mechanics that models the motion of 3 particles around each other. Holy shit. Okay. Well, if you know, you know. If you don't, you're not going to be able to figure it out. I wonder if that has anything to do with the actual Netflix movie trailer that I just clicked on. There's someone behind everything, you just have to dig. I have a feeling they're just using the name in a clever way and it's got nothing to do with what I just read.
There must be 30 dead scientists in the past month.
It's that guy from Eternals.
Christ. Another countdown.
It could be one of those supernatural mysteries, isn't it?
Has anyone else seen it?
Cool.
What happened to them?
So it's people that can see
Someone or something
life countdowns?
is targeting scientists.
They're going after our best and brightest.
Okay.
There's someone behind everything.
This is intriguing, but I'm not really sure what
Just have to dig.
what it's trying to say yet.
Whatever it is, it's watching and listening.
The creators of Game of Thrones.
We don't know what they are.
maybe we can't know what they are.
I'm getting like Lost vibes from this, where everything's a mystery and you're not going to be able to figure it out in the trailer.
Do you believe in God?
Holy shit. Oh, it is based on the novel that I just saw on Google. Okay. So whatever the synopsis of the novel we were just seeing on Google is what this is.
You're scared.
It's an adaptation.
You're right to be scared. But we have got one shot, and I need your help.
Prepare yourself for something very strange.
This trailer's very long for something that's not really explaining any of the visuals that we're seeing. But this is a trip, man. The mind control room from Stanley Parable? It is. I didn't even think of that.
They are coming, and there's nothing you can do to stop them.
Cool. Cool thing. There's so many interesting concepts going on in there that aren't really... Okay, there is something to do with the quantum mechanics thing I just read on Wikipedia, because it kept on talking about quantum mechanics and orbiting particles, and the Netflix logo has 3 orbiting particles, much like the sun, the moon, and the earth. So there is something about that that's going on. Where did I read that? I've closed it, didn't I? History. Here it is. Okay, no, wait. Back. Novel. Novel by a Chinese science fiction author. Portrays a fictional past, present, and future where Earth encounters alien civilization from a nearby system of 3 sun-like stars orbiting one another. An example of the 3-body problem in orbital mechanics. Okay, so that's where that comes in. We did see those suns. Is there a better synopsis, though? I don't want to read, like, this entire plot. I just want to understand a little bit of what's happening. Like the bit where they're seeing the timer in the air in front of people's faces, which looks like their lifespan expectancy. That is exactly lifted out of the Peter Jackson movie, The Frighteners, where who's the guy that plays Michael J. Fox in Back to the Future? Wait, that's actually his name, Michael J. Fox. Holy shit. Who's the guy that plays Michael J. Fox? Fred Savage. That's an old Family Guy joke, or American Dad, I can't remember which. Michael J. Fox is a character in The Frighteners who starts to see the numbers on people's foreheads of what their life expectancies are. And when he sees it very low and it ticks down to 0, he actually watches them die, and you can see the Grim Reaper take them. And he starts to chase the Grim Reaper around to like try to stop it. It's actually a very good movie. It's not as serious as it sounds. It's actually quite a fun movie. It's kind of like crazy. It's early Peter Jackson before he became the Lord of the Rings guy. I used to love that movie. I watched it on VHS as a kid a few times over. But that looks exactly like what they're doing in this movie. But there's a lot more going on with aliens and stuff. Maybe I'll read all that plot stuff later. I'll keep this open in a tab just for fun. You know what I thought this was going to be? Yeah, The Frighteners. That's what I was talking about. I love that movie. I used to watch it when I was younger all the time. We had it on VHS. It's a very fun movie. Peter Jackson's good at making rollicking, kind of twisted adventures like that don't take themselves too seriously, but are kind of intense. Like if you're a kid, it's actually kind of scary. But as an adult, it's just fun and hilarious. There's a series that's out already, that's been out for ages, that I thought this was going to be. Maybe it's because the name is similar, 3-body problem. Maybe someone knows what I'm talking about. I've heard people talk about this and say it's really good. There's a series about The plot synopsis is basically the same dead body of the same person starts showing up in multiple time periods. So some detectives in the past, some detectives in the future, and some detectives in the present are all dealing with the exact same dead body that they've all found of the same person in different circumstances. And that's the whole central mystery of the show, is how that can be possible. I've had it described to me that way, and apparently it's a pretty recent show, and I've heard people really rave about it, say it's actually a really good show. But I've got no idea what it is, and I thought this was going to be it for a second. Because when I saw the words 3 body problem, like, it fit with that synopsis of finding 3 corpses of the same dude in 3 different time periods. I just wish I knew... what show that is. What if we just typed into Google 3 bodies in 3 time periods? No, not the 3 body problem. God damn it. Oh, it's called Bodies. That's why I got confused. The names are similar. The show is just called Bodies. Who's in this? Nobody I've ever heard of. Except for Stephen Graham, actually. He was in Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Who's it by? It is a Netflix show. Created by Paul Tomlin. Don't know who Paul Tomlin is. Or if he's actually done anything besides Bodies. Set in a world where people from different cultures and time periods collide. Okay. Whatever that means. TV miniseries from 2023. So this was only last year. That's why I heard about it so recently. Sounds cool. I'd like to watch that. I know I'm now distracted from the actual trailer we just watched, but this seems intriguing, but I can't figure out anything about what this is about. It's just too mysterious. But, you know, what a hook. It's kind of cool looking. Fair enough. What else? Anything cool popping up? Guy Ritchie. Guy Ritchie's cool. I like him. He hasn't been really making anything good lately, but I always hold out hope. We just did mention Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels in talking about that last movie. Bodies. Maybe that's why it's popped up in my relateds. Is the algorithm listening to my mic? Can you hear what I'm saying? That's a bit sus. I would like to know what he's doing at least. Even though he's now... I remember when Guy Ritchie used to be like the new auteur darling after Lock, Stock, and Snatch. And then somewhere along the lines he started doing bigger budget Hollywood movies and it just kind of got meh. I don't know how it just got a little plastic. I want him to get his old raw style back. His soundtracks are still always good.
British aristocracy. They're the original gangsters. Your house is a testament to the synthesis of this culture.
It's Giancarlo Esposito again. He was just in a trailer we watched a few seconds ago.
With aggression.
This man is everywhere.
Should we play or should we talk?
I only know that guy, the main character in this, from, I think Divergent, that young adult series. One of those types of shows.
Welcome to the jungle.
Yeah, Dad.
That's a good act too. Wish I remember his name. The guy that turned around at the end there. Is this a oh, it is a series. A new series from Guy Ritchie. Inspired by the original film. Oh, The Gentleman. Wow, I can't believe I mental blanked on that. Guy Ritchie did make a movie called The Gentleman, and Hugh Grant was in it. And also the guy from Sons of Anarchy. And I did see that movie, and it was okay. It's not a bad movie. It's not great, but it's alright. I guess he's making a TV show out of that concept. Sure. Why not? I saw a video where a guy talked about dog toys and got dog toy ads. Yeah, that technology exists. That's definitely happening. Your phone does that a lot. Your phone can hear things, and next thing you know, you've got ads for fucking camping tents or whatever. Now that I've said it out loud, with my phone right in front of me, I'm going to get camping tent ads the next time I go on Google or whatever. It's fine. It's the future. It's the future we live in. I'm cool with it. Ain't a big deal. Oh. I almost watched this trailer the other day, but I thought I'd hang on to it. Adam Sandler is in something new. And normally that's something where I go, because his comedies lately have been trash. But every time Adam Sandler's in a drama or somebody else's actual real movie, he's good. So apparently this is actually a real movie, Spaceman. So I'm kind of keen to see what this is all about. Please don't start without me, trailer. I'm not ready. Carey Mulligan's in it too. Awesome. Paul Dano's in it too. Awesome. The director was somebody. John Rank. He was actually somebody that did something good. What was it? Let me double check this. Chernobyl and Walking Dead. He was a director on episodes of Breaking Bad, Walking Dead, and the Chernobyl TV miniseries, so he's got actual clout. This man does know what he's doing. So that intrigues me. You don't think it listens to me? I only get ads for Huge Dragon. I'm not surprised you know about Dragon. I've been to that website a few times just for fun. They've got some wacky products on there. Now I'm going to start getting Dragon dildo ads just because now I've talked about it out loud. Thanks for that.
On behalf
Let's do it.
of the Eurospace program, 189 days into your solo journey. Commander Prohatska, how are you feeling?
Some good anti-gravity photography. Sometimes in films where they have to fake anti-gravity, they go up in planes up to like this somewhere in the stratosphere, not technically space, but high enough that where if you drop the plane, if you drop its altitude, it can simulate no gravity, like you float in the middle of the plane because it's like dropping down from a certain height. I've seen them do that a few times with some stuff. I don't know how expensive that is to do things that way though. Because you could also just dangle from someone from a cable in front of a green screen. That works too.
What I'm doing is for everyone back home, and that makes me very proud.
And your wife Lenka, of course. I'm sure she's looking forward to having you home safe and sound. He's not doing well. He misses his wife.
I think this is the drama about an astronaut being lonely. There's Chernobyl.
6 months in isolation. You start thinking too much.
I'm getting interference.
I did not intend to frighten you, skinny human.
Skinny human? Oh!
Do not be afraid.
Fuck.
I'm losing my mind.
Yo, trailer, can we get a trigger warning on the giant fucking tarantula on the space station? With Paul Dano's voice coming out of it, which slightly soothed. I don't know if that soothed my fear or if it made it worse. I'm gonna have to get back to you on that one.
You wish to know if I am real.
Oh my god.
I am like you.
Please don't touch it.
An explorer. Your loneliness intrigued me.
Oh, it's actually a spider. It's a realistically, anatomically correct spider.
I wish to assist you in your emotional distress.
I don't like it.
I don't need your help. But you do.
Oh. Yeah, that's how I feel right now. Thank you, Adam.
You go where I go, and I go where you go, right, Spaceman?
These are your thoughts. I am simply finding them.
Oh, it touched him. It touched his skin. Oh, he's holding hands with it and flying through space.
Everything that begins must end. I'm not allowing that.
You go where I go, and I go where you go.
There's some cute scenes here of his madness becoming madder. I wonder if this is just him going crazy and dying in the cold outer space and he's just imagining all the shit. It's R-rated for some reason. Ooh, did they have to render such a realistic goddamn spider? What kind of spider was that? Kind of looked like a huntsman in a lot of ways. I have to watch it now. That did seem interesting. That's the problem. The movie actually seems good, but that very realistic giant spider with Paul Dano's voice hanging out in the ship with him is got my skin on the back of my... It's got the... Not the skin. The hair on the back of my neck standing up. Like, I would be tense in the cinema watching that every time that thing's on screen. I could not sit next... If I was Adam Sandler's character in the movie, if that's what I was seeing in my psychosis, I would just be screaming. Like, I would just be screaming consistently. Spaceman hugs Spider-Kun. Amazing movie. That's probably how it ends. He's floating out in space in like the magical, beautiful looking Milky Way full of colors, and he hugs the spider, and right before the credits, we see like one final shot for like 2 seconds of what actually is happening, and it's just his body dead, floating in a tin can. Malnourished, dehydrated, seeing things. This trailer gave me goosebumps. Yeah, it was a nice trailer. Nice trailer, good looking movie. All of the above. I love it when Adam Sandler allows himself to actually be in movies that have acting challenges. And then he actually nails it. And it's like, dude, why do you keep making these trashy comedies for Netflix that are just like cringe a second? I've seen a couple of them just because I'm a masochist, and I just don't laugh. It's like, I miss the days of Happy Gilmore and Happy Madison. Billy Madison. When they was stupid, but somehow they were still funny. And now they're just stupid. And I don't know where the change occurred. Maybe it's just in us. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's not his fault. Hard to say. Still, I'm stoked for this. I don't know how I'm going to get through it, though. Someone's going to have to hold my hand when the spider's on screen. I'm sorry. I want to recruit one of you. Interesting. Love Lies Bleeding, 4K trailer with Kristen Stewart and Ed Harris by A24. Really? Did I see that come up? Give me a sec. Oh yeah. There's an actual A24 version right here. I'm gonna give them the view and not this other random channel that seems unconnected to A24. I'm a easy sell when it comes to A24 films. I like the cut of their jib. They make some weird shit. From writer-director Rose Glass, with Kristen Stewart, Katy O'Brien, Jenna Malone. I like Jenna Malone. She's cool. Dave Franco. Thought he was cancelled, but okay, whatever. I kind of like Dave Franco too. And Ed Harris. Cool. Who is Rose Glass? Is she somebody? She looks like a bit of a hipster with that bowl cut. Love Lies Bleeding, Room 55, Silken Strands, Saint Maud. I am not familiar with her oeuvre. How do you say that word? That's French. Elizabeth, help. I actually knew how to say this and I've forgotten. It's a very important word if you're into film, man.
Oeuvre.
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 There you go.
Oeuvre.
I was too quick for you, Elizabeth. Google help first. The body of work of a painter, composer, or author. Also lends itself to film, by the way. If you're a filmmaker, your body of work, the films you have made can be considered your
Oeuvre.
Remember this. Learn this word. It's very important. Like mise en scène. Another French term. Mise en scène is another very important term if you want to speak about film and want to sound pretentious doing it. Alright, movie then.
You talked to your dad recently?
Why?
She killed her dad. Or her dad killed her.
Give us a call.
Her dad's Ed Harris? Balding Ed Harris? Okay.
So where did you appear from?
Lesbian muscle mommy romance.
Oklahoma? Yeah, I've never been anywhere but here.
Crazy.
What were you doing with that big girl?
Oh, yep, they're going in.
Get a lot of crazy ass foreigners mostly.
That was Dave Franco.
How's it going, guys?
Oh my god.
This here's Jackie.
Hi.
She needs a job. Says she'll do anything.
Yeah, you like
Ed,
guns?
Ed Harris looks like Riff Raff from Rocky Horror Picture Show. If he aged.
A bit more powerful than a punch, huh?
Fuck yeah.
Call me when it's done.
What is this place?
Who do they kill?
Huh?
This is gonna be like one of those Bonnie and Clyde type situations, but with two lesbians.
You don't understand.
They're gonna get their in over their heads and kill
Get
someone.
back in the car.
They found a body.
Looks like you've got your hands full.
Oh yeah, they fuck this up completely and go on the lam.
We'll just need to fight back. I'm gonna tell them everything you ever did.
FBI, open up.
Are you threatening me?
I think I know what song you're referring to. It's an 80s song, yeah? I thought that was also about to kick up on the soundtrack, but it was something else. Maybe it's a cover that we just don't recognize. God damn, she's got thighs on her.
I'll never fall in love, okay?
This is a trippy movie. I like the style though. This is one of those indie auteur films where you can really tell like they're putting their all into the creativity of the filmmaking. Like, it's not just the script that's interesting, they're actually like making the film in an interesting way. You know, it's not just a sequence of events happening with a still camera just showing it to you statically. Like, there's filmmaking occurring. There is artistry afoot. Yeah, there's something about that instrumental that I swear to God I thought the same thing. Like, I thought I knew that it was going to be a specific 80s song. And then as it kept going and there was lyrics, I was like, wait, that's not that song. What the fuck? Someone's getting sued. Everyone's talking about Kristen Stewart. I'm so happy to see Katie O'Brien getting a... Okay, who's Katie O'Brien? Is that the muscle mommy? Sure is. She said she would love the chance to play... Oh, what's her name in... Abby in Last of Us. I mean, she's pretty chunk. She's got that muscle. It's too late though. That role's already been cast. I forget the name of the actress. She's a better known actress. Wait, I can bring it up. Abby casting. Caitlin Dever. It's not a name that I was familiar with, but I know who that is. I've seen this actress in multiple things, but I never remembered her name from it. She was one of the leads in Booksmart. That's the main one. That's a good movie. I liked her in that. She's funny. Nothing about her role in Booksmart would make you think Abby, though. from Last of Us, so it's a bit of a leap, but I can kind of see the look. Like, if she puts on some muscle, not too much, I think maybe pull it back from the game a little bit. So she has a little bit more in common with Ellie. If they're both fairly small set, cute looking girls, both Ellie and Abby, I think there's more of an equal threat level between them. Like, they're both the two sides of the same coin kind of thing. Because they're both like trying to do the same thing in that plot, essentially. Like, there's a good juxtaposition there. But I should make more effort to remember her name, because she's turning into one of those actors where, like, I always remember her face and I'm always like, oh, it's that girl. But it feels disrespectful to not be able to attach a name to it. Also, this meme that I put in my Discord, hang on, that relates exactly to what I was just talking about. Where is it? Where's the gaming memes? Here. This meme. Hang on, let me enlarge it. Caitlin Dever awarded the Medal of Honor for accepting the role of Abby in Last of Us. Don't make me explain the joke. That should be self-evident if you know anything about internet culture. This poor girl is about to deal with a shitstorm of toxic Twitter hate just for playing that character. More power to her. Good luck with that. Oh, what's this? Lola. Official trailer 9 days ago. Vertical Films. Hot blonde in the thumbnail. Okay, I'll buy it. Wait, don't start without me. 19-year-old Lola, saving money, blah. Who's the director? Nicola Peltz Beckham. Who are you? It's a lady. Have you done anything? Okay. Cute blonde. American actress. Is this her directorial debut? Oh, wow. Wait. Okay, this is crazy. She's playing the lead role of Lola, as well as directing the film and writing the film herself. So she wrote it, is directing it, and cast herself in the lead. That's a lot, man. That's... I mean, what a gamble. I'm not a big fan of when... I'm a fan of when actors have acted for so long that they take a stab at directing, about writing, directing. I'm not a big fan of people writing, directing, and starring in the movie all at once. I feel like if you're directing it, step out of the acting and focus on that role. Because directing is hard enough as it is. Like, let an actor take on that responsibility and focus on the directing side of things. Like, get used to the idea of directing someone else and focusing on, like, your job. And vice versa. Like, if you're acting, focus on your acting. Let the director worry about everything else. I feel like once you start to do all the roles yourself, things can get a bit messy. It doesn't always result in a bad movie. Like, there have been people that have pulled it off. But I think you're making your job harder than it needs to be. And sometimes it's just from ego as well. Like, you know, step back from one of those things and just let other people take care of stuff. It's not that big a deal. It's not that deep. But now I'm even more fascinated by this. This is a sink or swim moment for this actress. So this seems very
I'm the
indie.
person I am today because of the people that helped me and the people that hurt me.
Is this about a stripper?
Broke ass. Broke ass. I don't want your number, no. I don't want to give you mine, and no. I don't want to.
She works at a Quickie Mart.
I don't want none of your.
She's a hoe. Got it.
Tell me you love me.
You say it first.
She's
You're
got
really
huge
firing him
eyes.
on now.
That's petty, Bert. Petty as fuck.
They're actually breaking my heart right now.
I look so beautiful.
You always look beautiful.
You get that shit off your face. You look like a little faggot.
Don't ever.
Whoa!
It's disgusting. You won't take it off, are you? Sinner!
Oh, it's one of those mothers. Oh, God. Okay. Accidentally punched the keyboard. And rewound the trailer by 5 seconds.
She says I make God mad when I do this stuff. That's insane.
Oh, it's a boy. Oh, it's a boy. That's why. The mum is one of those super conservative types, and the boy is kind of into wearing makeup with his sister. You're about to have a hard life, my guy. You need to get away from that woman ASAP. That mom is gonna ruin you. Oh, the Bible shit. She's so religious.
Don't fuck up your brother.
I'm not the one who's gonna do that.
Pretty sure that was a strip club. I think she's a stripper. I called it right in the outset.
Here. I promise.
Can we talk?
No, I'm not in the mood to fight.
I don't want to fight with you. Just let me explain.
Come with me.
I like this song a lot.
You'll never be good enough.
She's doing coke off the stripper
I'm gonna spend my
dressing room
entire
table.
life making sure my baby knows what it feels like to be loved.
Oh, and she's pregnant too.
Same thing when I was pregnant with you.
You think she prays for me?
You're gonna be fine in this life. I know a survivor when I see one.
Should we go into breastfeeding?
Just buy the milk.
I really like this song
We
a
all
lot.
go through fucked up stuff. I used to think I never deserved a second chance.
Not bad.
But maybe I do.
Oh, she looked at the camera. I feel mildly uncomfortable by that. I also left it in the other screen. Interesting. That doesn't look bad. Difficult job writing, directing, and acting it yourself, but I don't know. I'm optimistic. She might have pulled it off. And you know what? That mother might be even worse than she initially appeared, because from the sounds of the dialogue, it sounded like she's one of those moms that did the exact same thing the daughter did when she was younger. You know, got pregnant early, was a bit of a hoe, was a stripper, went through the exact same life path, and then when she got older and bitter, she turned to Jesus and became like a religious nutter. And now she's taking it out on her daughter, who's like a young version of her. I feel worse for the son, though. It's stuck in the middle of that with, you know, what he's got going on. I'm intrigued. I do want to watch that. Is that Jenna Ortega? Miller's Girl. Martin Freeman, Jenna Ortega. 2.5 million views, Lionsgate. Ew. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. It's an official select at the Palm Springs International Film Festival. Nobody else I've ever heard of. Just Martin Freeman and Jenna Ortega and a bunch of names that I'll try to... Let me butcher these names real quick. Dagmara Dominizuk and Bashir Salahuddin and Gideon Adlon. That one's easier. It's a multicultural cast. Including Jenna Ortega, actually. She's multicultural. Viking Werewolf? Okay, Netflix Nordic, don't distract me. I'll watch that later. I'm very curious as to what that is. Oh, that's 11 months ago. It's old.
What's your name?
Kairos.
Jenna Ortega.
I'm Mr. Miller.
I'm Wednesday in the Addams
assuming
Family
you got
TV show.
One of these before.
I read the whole list.
Well, there's 12 books on that list.
Party hard.
She's just a bookworm. She's a smarty
What
pants.
is an adult? I'm 18. Language.
There's something about Jenna Ortega. She's like gorgeous, but in a way that I can't quite put my finger on. Not in like a classical way or a stereotypically modern glamorous way. There's something... I don't know, like, goth hot's not the right word, because she's not exactly goth either. She could play goth easily, because she's got those vibes, but... I really don't know how to put my finger on it, but...
Pushing in the wilds of nowhere, Tennessee.
Like, when I see her, I'm drawn to her.
Don't you get scared walking through those woods?
I'm the scariest.
She's also weirdly short, I just realized. Which is why she plays young very easily. Even though she's like older than she
I want you
appears
to write a short
in
story
real life.
in the style of your favorite author.
Are you offering me special treatment, Mr. Miller?
Well,
John here is prepping her to be his transcendent.
Is she pretty?
oh, she's talented.
Damn, even worse. What are you bragging about? I've been inspired. I've had no achievement. Make him love you.
Where is this going? Is she seducing her
She'd open her mouth to say something,
her author teacher?
but the words fell away.
Why did you write this? This is inappropriate.
Write what you know is what you say.
If you don't rewrite this, I'll have to fail you.
I dare you.
Where is this going? Is she a psychopath?
It's like he's been living in grayscale and you're the first thing he's ever seen in color.
You are the adult. Show some responsibility.
You're my student, and I'm your teacher. That's all.
Is she gonna go to...
If
Okay.
she can convince them that something happened between us, I could lose my job.
It's not all you could lose. You're gonna ruin his life.
Oh my god. Okay.
In your own words,
I'm a little freaked
how
out.
did it start?
There are complex... What was that? Sorry, what was that? What are you telling me at the end of this trailer? Stop. 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 Fuck. Why is this uncontrollable? I hate this. I hate this so much. There are complex themes that appear in this film. To access resources on some of the subject matter, visit Lionsgate/movies/Miller's Girl. Okay. Are they worried that they're going to get cancelled because they produced a movie about an adult being seduced by a younger girl? You know, like Lolita style? That's probably the best example I could think of. There's some Lolita shit going on here. But in the case of Lolita, it's mainly the guy that's the issue. And she instigates it. In this, it seems like she's a bit of a sociopath that's trying to ruin a man's life that's trying to not get involved. So I got a little uncomfortable there. Bilbo Baggins guy is very cute. That wasn't Bilbo, that was Merry or Pippin? Which one was it? The two guys that played Merry and Pippin, the two prankster hobbits that go along on the journey with them. The doofuses. He's one of the two of them. I'm kind of intrigued, man. I'm kind of scared of this movie a bit because if this is a movie where she gets crazier and darker and ruins this guy's life, I'm going to walk out of that movie really depressed. I don't like walking out of movies like that that make you feel really bad for a non-existent character. It was Bilbo in The Hobbit? Oh, really? Wait. Did I get my hobbits mixed up? Oh, it's because okay. I was picturing Bilbo as the way he looked in the actual Lord of the Rings movies, the older actor. You're right, he plays younger Bilbo. Martin Freeman. The Hobbit. Merry and Pippin with these other two actors. They're pretty funny guys, actually. These two guys, yeah. You can't even see them. Sorry. They were fun casting choices for these two, though. But yeah, I got that wrong. The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings confuse me a little bit because of how they change actors. I wonder if this is going to be like, what's that movie with Michael Douglas? Starts with a D. Where he gets seduced by the woman in his office and he almost gets suckered into it, but he backs off and he's like, nah, I'm married, I can't do this. And then she turns into a crazy person and tries to ruin his life by saying that he raped her. That movie, what was that called? It definitely starts with a D. And then the whole movie is about him not being able to prove it in court because everyone believes her, putting on a sad story. And then he manages to only just scrape by at the end with a bit of evidence that proves that she's lying. But sometimes movies like this, they go all the way through with it, and the main character's life actually gets ruined by the crazy chick. And it's like a tragic ending. You never know which one it's going to be. It's always 50-50. And people are really into Jenna Ortega recently, so this might be one of those crazy chick wins in the end movies. She definitely loses her fucking mind. There's no way there's a shot in this movie of her with that pulling that look while lighting up a cigarette in the dark, and she doesn't become the villain by the end. Third act, she definitely goes off the rails and tries to kill somebody, and ends up getting dropped off a cliff like Macaulay Culkin in The Good Son. That's my prediction for this movie right now. Okay. There's a lot of interesting indie stuff coming up in the relays. Look at all that. Let me not get too distracted by all that, though. There's one that I already saw. Baghead by Studio Canal. That's the one that I was intrigued by. Okay, wait. Here, I got it. Come on, YouTube. Okay. From the producer of It and Barbarian. That's what I saw written. I was like, okay, Baghead's got something going on. Talk to the Dead, Pay the Price. Where's the director? They didn't even put their name down. Okay, maybe they're not important. Just watch the trailer.
My dad, he died.
Oop.
I'm the solicitor of your father's estate.
Mostly no-name
My dad
people.
owned this place. I don't have any memories with him. This is all I have right now.
If you're watching this, then I'm already dead.
You know what?
This property comes with a special tenant.
The opening shots of sorry, I gotta rewind this really quickly. The opening shots of this movie, whenever I see a psychological thriller, a horror movie, or an art film with this particular look, let me enlarge in this real quickly. I have I always call it a raw film. As someone who's like trained in filmmaking and has done like editing and stuff like this like a lot, when you get footage directly from like an expensive cinema camera, it's always filmed in RAW. Like, it's these big, chunky, massive gigabit files that are like unwieldy, but it contains like all the color and light information so you can change it all in post. That file format is generally referred to as RAW. Whenever I see a movie that has this look, and it's usually horror, psychological thrillers, or art films, it's so close to what RAW looks like when you first put the footage into an editing software, because the whole point is that it looks flat. It always comes out looking brown and flat and kind of monochrome looking. Very similar to this. This has a little bit more contrast, but if you imagine this, but even flatter. It always kind of makes me chuckle, because like these movies always look like raw movies to me. Like, oh, the whole tone of this genre we're going for is, in a nutshell, is just basically to not color grade the movie and then call that an artistic style. It is being a little bit unfair, because this actually is color graded. It's just the way they did it reminds me of Raw so much. But it is sharper and more contrasty than that. I'm just being mean.
State.
And to be fair, when this trailer gets spookier, it starts to leave that realm and starts to get color graded blue. Watch. Still beige and flat. Here we go, blue. Now it starts to get silvery blue. Once the spooky spook starts.
You're the one thing that stands between her and the
Look, we're safe because it's yellow.
You're joking.
Oh no, the blue's coming back. What the fuck?
Come out, wherever you are.
Why would you want that to come out?
Iris. We shouldn't be here.
This actually is a little bit too similar to Barbarian.
What is she?
For the producers of Barbarian. It makes it look like they're just making the same movie again.
I want to see it.
Money's really no object.
Oh, she's seeing dead spirits. Like clairvoyancy.
She only gives you 2 minutes.
Or something.
After that, she's in control.
What's going on?
Are you guys gonna show us the whole movie? Oh my god.
We are not safe here.
How do I control her?
Good lord.
This isn't something you
There's a crackhead on the ceiling.
I'm going to kill you.
You can't kill her.
Oh my god.
You cannot let her out of the basement.
Cool. But, like, kind of generic. There's too many movies like that now. It's like what I was saying about Exorcist films and movies where priests and nuns and popes always have to bless people possessed by demons. It's like, And also that one looks like they saved a lot of money by filming most of it in a basement with a big brick wall and one single hole in the middle of the wall. And a chair in the middle of the room. It's going to be like one of those kind of indie horrors where it's almost all in the same budget location. But the cinematography is tight, so that's where they put their money. Okay, that was less interesting than I thought it was going to be. For the production company behind It and Barbarian. Not too excited. You ever taken psychedelic fungus? No. I've had regular fungus in my spaghetti bolognese, though, and it's very tasty. I forgot to take that view back out of enlarged. I did that twice now in a row. Just stop doing that. Blue, blue, blue. Netflix is trying to sell me on a cartoon. What the fuck is this? What's Carol and the End of the World? Netflix actually has some pretty good adult animated shows, to be honest. You know, like BoJack Horseman's pretty solid. So I'll give it a shot. God, every time I try to pull stuff up, they always try to start without me. With a mysterious planet hurtling towards the Earth, extinction is imminent, and for the people of the world, most feel liberated to pursue their wildest dreams. One quiet and uncomfortable woman stands alone, lost amongst the hedonistic masses. It's Elizabeth. It's literally it's literally a story about what you would be like in this scenario. Everyone's gone hedonistic and crazy because they know their lives are about to come to an end. And you're maintaining your composure in class. And refusing to give in. Like the rest of the peasants. Sitting there with your baguette and your wine. Alright. Let's give it a go. Oh my god, she's average. She's all neck. I'm guessing that was the planet.
It's unclear, but we we believe.
Does your dog know it's the end of the world? There isn't a single person out there who doesn't have
Holy
it. The hunger to do
shit.
the end of the world. There isn't a single.
Look at the size of the planet that's coming towards the Earth. Yeah, we don't stand a chance. Technically speaking, even if the planet that's about to hit the Earth was smaller than the Earth, that would still destroy the Earth in its entirety. So it's kind of like redundant that the planet is that big, in a way. It's just as disastrous.
Single person out there who doesn't have it. The hunger to do more, be more, live more.
I don't really know what I want.
Except for her.
Everyone's got all these plans, and
Massive job walk-offs making work a thing of the past. The stock market bell rang for the last time today.
Every second is precious now.
At the speed it's moving, 9C will have the impact of a 10
We're not going to be upset.
We just don't want you to miss out.
Is her parents naked while they're talking to her? Even her parents are going hedonistic. Jay has taken a Serapax, which is quite lovely. I've never even heard of Serapax.
Find meaning. Live the life you want, in the way you want.
Time is almost up. With 7 months and 13 days remaining,
This man is
what
intense
will
looking.
you be doing?
You know what would be interesting is what would happen with the planet, what would happen with mankind if everyone went full hedonistic and stopped giving a shit in the last few weeks of the Earth's existence, and then something changed and the Earth survived, and everyone had to go back to normal life. I want to see what happens then, because they've basically just ruined everything by all jobs stopping, the stock market crashing, and everyone just running around naked all the time doing nothing. How do you reboot society after that? That could be an interesting premise for a movie. Start it after the fact, when everyone has to go back to normal. And then, like, what do you do with that as a concept? It's about the size of Jupiter? Yeah, that's the other thing I was going to say, Tanky. Technically speaking, you wouldn't even have to wait for the planet to hit your planet. If a planet is that big, coming near your planet, it's going to fuck up your planet with its gravitational orbit way before it gets anywhere near you. Like, the Earth would just get yanked out of its own orbit and jacked about. We'd probably all freeze to death by getting pulled out of our orbit and moved out of our, like, distance to the sun control thing. Like what happened after the pandemic lockdowns? Well, not really, because the lockdown was designed to keep control over a disaster. Whereas this is the opposite. This is no control. This is like, we're all fucked. The Earth is going to be over in 2-3 weeks. Guaranteed. Nothing matters anymore. No jobs need to be... Like, everyone can just walk out of their jobs and just never care about anything ever again. Like, that's the kind of thing that will destroy an economy very quickly. Like, society can't really come back from that. A couple of weeks of everyone just stopping giving a shit and walking out on everything. So I want to see a story about people's attempt to recover from that disaster. Because I don't think it's possible. I think you've kind of created like a nightmare scenario there. Like, that's how you end up in a Mad Max apocalyptic future. Like, it all just keeps on getting worse at that point.
You have all these people sleepwalking through life unconscious.
I just want to grab them and like...
This is a weird art style. These people look kind of
I
horrifying.
always have to pry it out of you, otherwise you won't tell me anything. I don't even know what you're doing, for Christ's sake.
holy.
Lovely. And one more just in case. Great.
So this is
Name?
Carol Cole.
Are these people
I'm an
running a
administrative
fake job?
assistant for an accounting department.
Me llamo Donna.
Amigos?
Hola, Donna. I don't know how it works or why it's even there, but I like it and it makes me happy.
She's got such a mundane voice.
And with Kepler's gravitational pull slowing Earth's rotation, get
Oh.
ready for
There was a time we were all lost.
Okay, the
looking for
gravitational
somewhere to
pull
go.
orbit of the other planet is doing stuff.
I didn't have to work as much as I did. Maybe I could have done it differently.
Sometimes you just gotta give things time to be lost before they can be found.
Carol Daphne Cole.
I love
It actually seems kind of deep. Like, less about the ha-ha funnies, more about the actual concept. babe. Time for us to hunker down in bunkers below permanent glacial ice. Well, that works for like a couple of days until the planet actually collides with you, and then there's just nothing left. We just get obliterated. You know, it's a good movie about the end of the world. It's kind of on the nose, but Seeking a Friend at the End of the World is the full title. It's got Steve Carell and the chick from Pirates of the Caribbean, the first one, the love interest, Keira Knightley. Because it's essentially that premise. As the world is about to end, the apocalypse is coming. I don't know if it was a meteor or another planet about to collide, same kind of diff. But I like the movie because it doesn't pull punches. Like, it doesn't have a last minute save. Like, it really is the end of the world. Like, by the end of the movie, everything does actually end. Like, the apocalypse happens before the credits rolls. But it's about how, with everyone going kind of nuts and living their best lives, being decadent in the last, like, week of existence, it's kind of Steve Carell just being lonely and aimless and missing out on having, like, the love of his life and ending up stuck with Keira Knightley on a road trip and them kind of finding each other in those last final moments. It's very cute. It's a very sweet movie. There's at least 2 moments in that movie that kind of make my eyes water a little bit. They're actually quite touching. And a very good use of that Air That I Breathe song. If you know the one I'm talking about. Probably the best use of that song I've seen in a film. Check it out. It's good. I'm now pitching a totally different movie at the end of watching this. Netflix is going to be so mad at me. No, but this looked cool. This looked better than I expected. I thought it was going to be like a goofy Rick and Morty-esque comedy kind of take on this, but that was actually kind of nice. They took it kind of seriously. I like that. It's more in the vein of a BoJack Horseman, where it seems silly, but it's actually quite deep and tragic and real. Okay. Bumpa da boopy. Oh, okay. I didn't... Netflix keeps pitching me things now because we just watched like a bunch of Netflix trailers. They've already got a teaser out for part 2 of that Rebel Moon thing that Zack Snyder made. I have not seen Rebel Moon. I don't really care to see Rebel Moon. I don't really give 2 shits, but I guess for the sake of argument, I'm curious as to what they're going to put in this teaser since the first movie only just came out. Like, how much can they really show? You know what I like? Big Ridge. Oh, well, that was about to go back to the bad dragon conversation we had earlier. It's gonna be very out of context for me, having not seen the actual first part.
Their nightmares. Fighting together to defend.
Oh look, slow motion. It's definitely a Zack Snyder movie.
Know you cannot win.
I wonder if the second part is gonna make more or less than the first, because the first one did terribly. Is that going to make less people come back for the second part, is what I'm wondering. The diehards will be back. The Snyder cult. Like, that's easy. That's easy numbers. But I'm wondering if everybody else, the in-between people, if they're going to be like, yeah, I don't need to see the second part.
Show them no mercy.
You stand between us and annihilation.
This is more trailer than I thought they'd give for a teaser right after the first movie came out. They must have more of this completed than I realized they have.
Tell me what we're trying to achieve here.
The same thing as the last time we met. I kill you.
Tough. Still PG-13 with the R-rated director's cut on the horizon. It's goofy. Oh, I don't know, man. It's all the same shit. Like, Snyder movies make okay trailers, but then you see the movie and it's like, oh, damn. Okay. That didn't really work out. Boo. I'm not even sure why I watched that, to be honest, since I don't really know anything that happened in the first film, so it's all just that was just basically a visual effects show reel. There's a movie you want to see called On the Wandering Paths. It's French. It's a Elizabeth movie? Her People? How old is it? On the Wandering Paths. Official trailer. 10 months ago, Madman Films. I don't recall this. I'm trying to remember. It's recent. The trailer's 10 months old, but maybe the movie only came out recently. Wait, let me check. Excuse me. It doesn't have the release date in the description. Oh, hang on, I'll check it out.
Qu'est-ce qui vous a le plus manqué dans ce refuge?
Je pense que c'est vous, mademoiselle. Pardon.
I haven't heard this song in so long.
Allez, Jacques, un dernier verre.
Oh, c'est malin.
Pierre! Non, non! Pierre! Pierre!
J'étais tombé du rebord de
Oh, damn, he actually... I thought he was joking. Thought he was messing with his friend.
pour me briser les côtes, les vertèbres, le crâne.
Oh yeah, you just said that based on the book.
Corseté dans un lit, je m'étais dit à voix presque haute. Si je m'en sors, je traverse la France à pied.
If I make it, I'll walk the length of France.
Si je réussissais ma
So
course,
he had a low chance of recovering, and he did. So now he's hiking across the whole of France.
Pierre, c'est de la folie, t'en as conscience. Oui, mais si je pars pas, je pète les plombs. T'as plus de 1000 bornes. 1003.
Cute. Good excuse to film a lot of
Les néo-ruraux, c'est ça.
French countryside.
Les motifs pour battre la campagne, j'aurais pu en aligner des dizaines. Mais la vraie raison de cette fuite à travers champs, je la tenais serrée sous la forme d'un papier froissé, au fond de mon sac.
Oh, the Wandering Paths. They're using... I have that font. I get what they're going for with a thin postmodern font, but they could have picked a slightly more unique version of it. Hiking across France, rather than go through all the therapies doctors are trying to make him do. Yeah, it looks like a good excuse to do a lot of amazing French countryside photography. Probably would make a better film than a book, for that particular reason. Because that'd be a very, very visual story at that point. Like telling the story through like his journey in the landscapes. There's only 3 comments. Wow. People didn't really give this trailer any love, did they? That's a shame. Let me just quickly cycle through these related thingies. Ooh. Hang on a sec. Studio Canal have a trailer for something called Mother's Instinct, starring Anne Hathaway and Jessica Chastain. That is a pretty dope combo of actresses. I like Jessica Chastain and I like Anne Hathaway. And this looks classy. Can you stop auto playing before I can get the tab over? God damn it. Pity that we can't really trek across Australia. I would not trek across Australia. I would die. That's mostly a desert. You have mother's instinct for certain steps. Mommy, sorry, mommy. Oh, it's a psychological thriller about two best friends and neighbors whose perfect lives in 60s suburbia is shattered by a tragic accident with one of their children. I love the setup of a psychological thriller in 60s suburbia. Fantastic combination. So on board already. I haven't even started the trailer.
Did you ever see a lassie, a lassie, a lassie? Did you ever see a lassie go this way?
I can see why they chose Jessica Chastain and Anne Hathaway now. Those are two actresses that fit really well into 60s suburbia.
Theo? Theo! When Theo was born, I couldn't even hold him. I was afraid I was gonna drop him.
What?
I'm a terrible mother.
What is the problem?
Wonderful mother.
Your child hid in the bush and everyone's stressing? I hate children.
And a wonderful friend. I just want you to be happy too.
Oh, I can't wait to see where this goes.
Get down, it's not safe. Max! Celine! Alice?
Did you ever see a lassie go this
What was he playing with on the fucking balcony? A bird box? Oh, God, I hate children. Fucking dumb shit. Falling off a balcony, that's his fault.
He's gone. It wasn't easy bringing you into this world. Now you've left it too soon.
Go this way.
You need to separate the grief from the guilt.
What guilt, Alice?
What the
Something's
fuck?
broken inside of me, and I need you.
I saw the look in her eyes. She thinks that I should have saved her son.
Is that coming from her or you?
You think I'm imagining things?
Yeah, which one is crazy? Because Anne Hathaway's character seems crazy, but a lot of her behavior could be excused as like grief and just like, you know, latent anger that doesn't actually mean anything. It's just her lashing out. But if the other chick is reading into it to the point where she starts to think some pretty crazy shit and starts to reciprocate, it might be Jessica Chastain that's going a little nuts.
We're not going down this path again.
You know, with her own latent guilt of thinking maybe she could have saved her friend's kid.
You're right. God knows I can get carried away sometimes.
Or they're both going crazy.
Can Theo come over for a little bit?
It's amazing how quickly you forgot my son.
Our son. It helps me to spend time with Theo, but it helps him too.
Oh, she's trying to steal the other kid.
Celine's my friend.
Get off the balcony!
Alice, what's wrong?
Did you put Theo on that balcony to test me?
Do you think I'm capable of that?
These two are amazing.
You're just accusing me of being some kind of monster.
You're losing touch with reality.
Leave my family alone! I'm not imagining things.
Oh, they're both crazy for sure. I don't even know who to blame first. I mean, you know, maybe Anne Hathaway's crossing the line a little bit with her obsession with the other kid, since hers is gone. But, like, Jessica Chastain is definitely not handling it well. Both her own guilt and her interpretation of what her friend's doing. I think they're both going to be making each other worse. It's kind of like that changing lanes thing with Ben Affleck and Samuel L. Jackson, where it's like both people were kind of at fault and also not at fault, but in each other's eyes, the other person is definitely 100% at fault, and so they both keep escalating it for each other to the point where, like, you don't even know where the blame begins and ends anymore. It's both people just, like, taking it too far until the wheels come off the damn fucking truck. That was kind of cool. I like that. I wonder where that movie came from. That seems like it should be a bigger deal. Maybe I should we should leave those behind and we should do a wrap-up thing. One of the things I wanted to do before I stop tonight is catch up on the Developer Direct that Microsoft just hosted. How long is it? Let me check. 48 minutes. I think I'll make that the last thing for tonight. That'll take us just over 4 hours. Yeah, that's a good idea. Oh, wait. Before I do that... Okay. One more movie trailer just because I'm intrigued by the cast. And then I'll do the Developer Direct. Apparently it's a good one. I've been seeing people talking about it on Twitter. And the trailers and the reveals and the announcements at this Xbox showcase has got a lot of good stuff in it. From what I've seen. From what I've been hearing. But before I do that... Been on Twitter? Why? I look at Twitter every day. It's a wild west of culture. It's interesting, for better and worse. Much toxicity, but also much news and cultural shenanigans. It's a very quick place to find out what's happening in all facets of society. Film culture, gaming culture, celebrity culture. Woke versus anti-woke culture, it's all on there. They're all fighting each other. It's nice to see where the fights are and what the stakes are at. Who's earning what points where. What is this? It's Satan's arsehole? Exactly. Like 4chan. I've been visiting 4chan for years because, I mean, if anything can take the moniker of Satan's asshole away from Twitter, it's 4chan. And there's some crazy shit that goes on there, I'll tell you what. But it's super interesting. You definitely know where humankind stands when you're raking the bottom of the barrel. An idyllic getaway erupts into chaos. Oh, wait, this is not recent. This is October. I've heard about this. Leave the World Behind, starring Julia Roberts, Mahershala Ali, Ethan Hawke, Kevin Bacon, Mahala. This is star-studded. This is some kind of like dystopian apocalyptic thing of like the world's electronics or media shutting down and how everyone starts to react to it. I've seen people fighting about this. I didn't realize it was this movie. The dressing gown full. I mean, that's about as far as it goes. I can only keep a wrangle on it for so far. Thankfully, it still seems to be TOS. I don't have any cleavage. Okay. I know for a fact this is controversial. In a very left-wing versus right-wing kind of way. I'm just not sure how yet.
I went online this morning and I rented us a beautiful house out by the beach. I figured if I made the reservation and packed our bags, it would eliminate most of the reasons to say no.
Oh, this is nice. Kids look so happy.
From the creator of Mr. Robot.
The Wi-Fi isn't working.
Okay. Mr. Robot's a really good show. Mahershala Ali.
So sorry to bother you, but this is our house.
This is your house?
Are you Blade? Blade just came to my house.
We were driving back to the city, then something happened.
You want to stay here, but we're staying here.
We need to get them out of here.
Did they Airbnb this to some white folks and then actually needed to come back themselves?
Everything is gonna be okay, isn't it?
We are seeing ongoing cyber attacks across the country.
Oh, here we go.
Something is happening, and I don't trust them.
Everything I know, I have told you.
I don't believe you.
I would do anything to protect my family.
Oh shit.
What you do is your business.
Kevin Bacon is a right-wing conservative redneck with a shotgun. Also, all the Tesla cars shut down in the apocalypse. Hilarious.
Haven't you been picking up on what's going on out there?
Whatever it is, it's happening to all of us.
Global warming?
I just want to know, what is the truth?
Cool. So it's an ensemble cast trapped in a cabin in the woods as America falls apart from a electrically debilitating cyber attack. Everything's gone down. I mean, I know, like, Western people in general, like us middle classies, are deathly afraid of, like, the fall of society in terms of technology. Like, if we lose the news, our phones, like, our cars, all our electrical shit, it's like, it may as well be the end. And I suppose that's what that's feeding off. I don't know what the right versus left wing thing is. There's definitely, Kevin Bacon's definitely a conservative freak with a shotgun. Maybe the way they depict the fall of America in the, like, the cyber attack itself and what it does to America has got some very political, rife themes to it. That leans very hard left or very hard right or something. And then the other side's now pissy about it. Kind of like that that movie with Steve Carell and Jennifer Lawrence. Also about the end of the world. Where they show what politically, like, the government would actually be like now in America if that stuff actually happened. And it's kind of a political satire. But the guy that made what was the movie about the mortgage shorting? I'm forgetting all the names of every movie that I'm trying to talk about. Get Short? Fuck. What is that movie? Is it Adam McKay? Is he the guy that... Don't Look Up is the one I was talking about on Netflix with Leonardo DiCaprio and Jennifer Lawrence. Where they're trying to deal with the end of the world by being the scientists telling the government about what's about to happen, and no one's treating it properly, and it's all going to shit. Because they're very Trumpy, right-wingy kind of people that are in charge. It's a very left-friendly movie, which is why it was sort of controversial. I think this movie's going to be the same. The vibe to that, and the same kind of people are going to hate it. The Big Short, that's the one I was talking about. About the stock market crash, the housing market. That's a really good movie. Amazing cameo from Margot Robbie. Sorry, I'm distracted. Distracted by Margot Robbie very easily. Okay. That's it. No more trailer. No more movies. Only Developer Direct to lead us out. Developer Direct 2024. Inside look at the most highly anticipated games coming out in 2024. Xbox, PC, etc. Updates on Avowed, Ara, Senua's Saga, Hellblade 2. Cool. Visions of Mana, indie. Groovy? Okay, let's do it. I'm psyched. Only because I've already pre-heard good things about it. I wish I had snacks right now. Ah. Yeah. Yeah. Developed a Direct, y'all. Coming at you live from the internet. About to drop some world premieres on your ass. Let's do it. Ah. Stop dropping the beat on me. Like I did a cartwheel. I'm stoked. Yeah, games. Is that Todd Howard? I guess Todd Howard's got some things to say. I bet it's going to be about Starfield. Starfield's got some DLC or something coming. Oh, there's some little hints on the screen as to what's coming. Something Asian, something indie, something Ninja Theory. That's Hellblade. Obsidian first. I like this format, where you can see teasers of the stuff we're about to find out about.
Welcome to Obsidian Entertainment. I'm so proud to share with you our upcoming fantasy action RPG, Avowed. Avowed is an adventure into the heart of the Living Lands, a frontier at the edge of the known world. I keep forgetting this exists
every time I see a new trailer for it.
A mysterious spiritual plague and discover a secret at the heart of the
I feel bad
Living
about
Lands.
that. That's not a slide on the game, but
At Obsidian, we love creating worlds with deep themes, dynamic gameplay, and thoughtful reactivity.
Outer Worlds.
And Avowed is no different.
New Vegas.
We set out to blend the believable and fantastical to give players a world and experience like no other.
You know them from something?
It's colorful, it's vibrant.
They're the ones that did Fallout New Vegas and that everyone considers the better Fallout after Fallout 3. Because it was basically meant to be like a expansion spin-off game to Fallout 3, and it's like the superior one of the two, and that's Obsidian. And the Outer Worlds is their attempt at doing a Fallout-style science fiction game that's better than what Bethesda can do, and they nailed it apparently. What were the other games again? There's a couple of others. Pillars of Eternity is a pretty popular isometric Baldur's Gate-y type thing. Alpha Protocol I actually own, but I never played it. They did Neverwinter Nights back in the day. They did the Dungeon Siege games. Tyranny, Pentiment. Pretty heavy hitters. Good track record. Play.
It's strange. It's one of the most incredible settings in the world of Aora.
I think Avowed looks a little generic, but I have to give them benefit of the doubt because they do have a good track record.
You as the player character, and you're going to have a great time getting to know those secrets and leaving your mark on the world. And when it comes to encounters, our combat brings the best of the moment-to-moment fun that comes with action-oriented gameplay and the depth and breadth of choice that you get with an RPG.
Are those wands? Like Harry Potter
Here to
style?
talk more about Avowed's combat
Okay.
is Gabriel Paramo, gameplay director.
Games like this
Here at
usually have
Obsidian,
wizards with
Our
stars.
team's overarching goal is to empower
Not
you
wands.
with choice. So we developed a flexible combat system that allows you to quickly swap from spellcasting and sharpshooting to melee combat. We want to give you the freedom
Yeah,
to
I
mix and
never
match your
remember the
loadout
gameplay,
to
and I
fit
never
way
remember the
you wanna
name.
play from moment to moment.
Both are kind of
uninterrupted.
generic looking,
For all
but
battles, you can combine a variety of weapons.
I'm trying to be
attacks, and
optimistic
abilities
for them
tactical advantages
because
against a wide range of enemy
they've
types.
mostly done good work.
It's not just hacking and slashing. You're making real-time decisions about when to use your abilities, powerful melee attacks, blocks, parries, and special attacks. If you choose to approach combat with a one-handed wand, it feels quick and snappy when dealing damage to enemies at mid-range.
Not a big
Using the
fan of
Tanglefoot
wands.
ability, you can stop enemies in their
Doesn't really
tracks,
do nothing
giving you the
much for me.
opportunity to focus on weaker or tougher combatants in an intentional and controlled manner. It's important to pay attention to the types of enemies you're dealing with. Some units are extremely defensive, some are brutishly difficult, and others you must make sure you prioritize, or their healing capabilities will put you in a tough spot. To help with the different encounters you will face, we provide customizable loadouts that can be quickly switched during combat. That means you can play however you want. Equip a sword and shield and charge into battle. Dual-wield pistols and control the encounter mid-range.
I
Or
do
even
like those
dual-wield wands
flintlocky
to
old
feel
school
like a
pistols though.
gunslinging mage.
They're kind of cool.
You could use your enchanted wand to
just
freeze
don't like
enemies,
wands.
and then use your offhand weapon's power attack to shatter them. We've worked hard to keep you constantly engaged as battles unfold by creating a balance between pressure and manageability during combat.
Players will have ample choices.
It is a fun
for how
idea, though, to
build
let
and
someone
progress their envoy in the world
to let
of the
players
Living Lands as they get
equip
to know
a
the
melee
game
weapon in
and the
one
story
hand and a
and
wand in
explore
the
the
other,
many diverse
so they can
regions.
basically melee
Some
and
quests
cast
in
magic at the
Avowed
same
will have you
time.
make difficult decisions with profound consequences.
I can see how that
like
would be
this side quest you may encounter in
pretty neat.
Shatterscarp, the third region you'll
If I
explore
actually
on
liked
your
wands.
journey through the Living Lands. As you're exploring, you come across the bodies of these fallen soldiers. And as you explore the remains of the battle, it's up to you to determine who, if anyone, is at fault.
Oh, that's cool.
Just the four of us.
I like murder mystery
Manu,
gameplay.
Naoki, and me. Training under Captain Ruiki. Trying to keep Thirdborn safe.
In other words, you're a gang of vigilantes. Not that I'm one to judge.
Here. Take my badge. Take everyone's. Our families deserve to know we fought and died for them.
Making the right choice isn't always what it seems.
I like
We
the
embrace moral nuance and
quest
gray
design of
areas,
that.
trusting players to make tough decisions in
A
complicated
lot of generic
situations.
RPGs like this just have
My
like
squad and
fetch
I
quests
rested in
and
the
go
cave
here
by
and
the
kill
water last
something
night,
quest.
And as we were sleeping, we were ambushed by those miserable Zorips. I was so surprised, and it was so
Oh,
dark.
Black Cast?
I just got separated from everyone
I
else.
think I only saw one.
Look, I can't face those monsters alone, but I have to know if anyone else made it out. Of course he did. Sergeant Asui never has a thought he won't say out loud. So what did he tell you? That Captain Ruiki was sick? That I was paranoid? That I was a dumb baby? I heard it all often and loudly. Wait, if you found Sergeant Asui, why is he not here with you?
They're really deep diving
What
on this
At
this
the
one
end of the
quest.
quest, you have a choice. When you confront Private Naoki, if you believe the story he's told you, you can hand over the badges and let him go back home.
You're right. Real battle isn't something you can prepare for, is it? It's not my fault. No, they should have never have camped in the cave. I'll take the badges. I'm going back to Thirdborn.
But if you confront him, if you believe that he fled the site of the battle as an act of cowardice, then he might challenge you to a fight to reclaim his honor. Either way, when you return to town, you'll see the consequences of your actions and the choices you made during this quest.
This lady's kind of
Creating an
intense.
immersive experience like Avowed is anchored in the world we build. Art director Matt Hansen and the team have worked to create a unique, colorful, and dynamic visual style.
From the outset, we knew that we wanted Avowed setting to feel rich, weird, and wonderful. We found inspiration in a wide swath of real-world cultures, helping us create a unique RPG experience. By contrasting
Got some
the
pretty
vibrant
fancy
with the
fantasy
dull,
shit.
or verdant spaces with sickly
I guess
ones,
I'd have to
we can better deliver
actually see it all
complex
coming
emotional
together.
experiences
It's not
for
until
our
you start to
players.
wander around and explore this stuff that you get a
The
sense
Living
of like
Lands
whether
is a
it
continent of
works or not.
untamed valleys with widely varied biomes.
Otherwise,
from
it's just like
luxuriant
random
forests
unconnected
to
shots of
volcanic
cool-looking
wastes.
things.
And each of those regions itself is a conflux of storied landscapes. All of the regions have a lot of special things associated with them, but I have a deep place in my heart for Shatterscarp. As you're
Shatterscarp?
wandering the wastes of Shatterscarp, you might notice off in the distance a vibrant jewel of color. By transitioning from destitute, muted tones of a wasteland of sand and marching in towards a beautiful oasis, there's the opportunity there for life, for adventure, and even a little danger.
We hope you've enjoyed this look at Avowed. We're thrilled to share more about the game in the coming months, and we can't wait for you to explore the Living Lands when Avowed launches this
At least they
fall.
didn't just show another generic trailer. A little bit of explanation is probably better. Because I'm just not retaining the trailers of this game in my brain. I have to be reminded every time there's a new trailer or piece of media that I've seen this before. That is one hell of a splash screen, though. What the fuck is that? That's kind of cool, actually. A bit too insane, but yeah. Alright, who's next? Obsidian, you're done. Fall 2024. Ninja Theory, that's Hellblade. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Only just finished this recently. Now I'm actually prepared to see more trailers of this game and actually have the context I need.
Hi, I'm Don Matthews, studio head here at Ninja Theory in Cambridge, UK. We're now in the final months of development on Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, and the team is working hard to bring you an
is the name
unforgettable
reversed?
journey into Senua's unique world
I thought it was
and her battle
Hellblade
for survival, where we have once again
Senua's
combined high fidelity
Sacrifice.
and immersive presentation with a shorter,
So they've reversed it?
narrative-led experience
Now
that
it's
focuses on the
Senua's
things
Saga
that we really
Hellblade
care
2?
about, and that we hope you care about too.
I'm so confused. The naming convention is very silly.
Do you see how the pitiless world stamps you down?
Senua is back with a new quest. She wants to stop the Vikings who
Hello,
raided her
Melina
village right at
Jurgens.
their
I love your
source
name.
in Iceland.
I love
but
me
not
some
just her quest
Jurgens.
has changed. Senua herself has grown since the first
She's got very
Hellblade.
big eyes.
She's made peace with her past and is no longer in such fear of her visions
Piercing.
and voices.
See right into my
While
soul.
the Furies are still her constant companions, she encounters new people along the way, some of which will value her unique perspective, and others who will reject
So
it.
we actually gonna get to meet
Little
real
by
people
little.
in this?
This settlement
Because like the entire first game was like in her head,
became my tribe.
basically.
In the game, Senua arrives in 10th century Iceland on the trail of the Vikings who have been enslaving her people.
Cool.
In the story, we're trying to be as faithful to history as we can up to a
I
point.
kind of want this game to go in a
establishing
more grounded
solid
direction now.
framework and then
Have her go
building
to
more
real
surreal
places and
elements on
speak to
top.
other characters.
Senua will face up to giants who have plunged the land into chaos, and which in turn has seen the rise of the Droiga, a violent threat that has swept through the settlements that she'll discover.
Hopefully they're not also just in her
Senua
head.
will make new enemies and also new allies who will come to see her unique perspective as a beacon of hope. And she'll discover, along with us, how this viewpoint can have its advantages.
Oh, she's still crazy. Oh, really crazy.
Senua is a
That was
Celtic
cool.
warrior who experiences psychosis, seeing things that other people don't, hearing voices, and having unique beliefs about the world around her. To bring Senua's perspective of the world to life in a truthful way, we have once again worked closely with Professor Paul Fletcher at the University of Cambridge, as well as people
I feel
with
like the
lived
hardest thing about
experience
making a
of
Hellblade
psychosis.
game is recording all the dialogue
It's terrifying.
for the voices that are talking
Players
to
will
you
find themselves traversing
24/7
beautiful and hostile
about everything you
environments,
do.
seeking answers from patterns and signs
so
that
much
Senua
voice
sees
acting.
in her own unique way, and battling through encounters with enemies that will push Senua to her limits.
Jesus. Same.
On Saga, we've taken everything to the
I hate
next
those
level.
dreams.
With a new motion capture space,
Oh,
a bigger
sweet.
stage team, a stunt crew, and a new cast.
We spent a lot of time planning the motion capture shoots, thinking of
Ne-
what
is
events
Jurgen
would be
the
good to bring
lady
into
that
this
plays
fight.
Senua?
Like, how can we make this fight
'Cause that
feel
was
different
definitely
from
her in the
previous
suit.
fight? We have all new combat for the sequel. One of our key goals was the ability to actually tell a story throughout it.
Isn't that
Does
mostly
feel
all
very
the first
different
game
from the
does, is
first
tell a
game,
really good
but
story?
it's very brutal and you're very invested
Or
in it.
they're talking specifically about the
Senua isn't
combat.
a superhero. She's fighting for survival, and we want the player to feel her struggle in every step of her journey. We want the player to always feel like they just scraped through, just survived it.
Mel knows Senua better than anyone, better than I do. Her instincts are amazing, and she really
Her motion tracking
doesn't need
markers
much
are
help from me.
different.
On stage,
They're
our
like
main
little
focus is
eyeball shapes.
storytelling. So I get
dot
to
the
watch
center.
the actors and see all the beautiful expressions on their faces.
That's different.
And then I have to wait a little while, and then
Wonder why
I get
that
to
is.
see that all again in game, in costume, on location, everything. It's a great experience, a great process.
Every discipline in the studio is unified in achieving a deep level of immersion to help suspend your disbelief and pull you into Senua's story. We were lucky enough to do a few reference gathering trips in Iceland. You have to be there. The sense of scale, everything is incredible. And you see a scene or you see a small section of the game and you're like, yeah, that works, that's amazing.
Senua experiences reality differently, and a part of this manifests in the voices she hears.
She will collapse. She will collapse.
These voices come to life through binaural audio, which provides a good representation of this type of auditory hallucinations. As we focus in immersion, binaural audio is perfect for this because through headphones, you surround yourself in a three-dimensional space. In the first game, we only applied to the voices that Senua listens in her head. In this game, through spatial audio technology and some extra little things within the game, there is music that is binaural. Every single song has the potential to be binaural, so everything is spatialized around you, and it's a
so there's spatial audio for potentially everything, music, sound effects, as well as the voices in your head.
Music is a strange language.
That's gonna be
in the sense that
trippy.
it speaks to our emotions fast and deep. It's not only about quality, it's about personality. So when you listen to Hellblade, you know it's Hellblade. On the music, we are working with Heilung, which for me is a personal privilege because I really admire them. We feel their craft.
Oh,
their
they
depth,
did
their
this
meaning in the
performance
music.
at
It really
the Game Awards, I
connects with
think.
our game and
I remember this.
elevates it to something really special. We are also working with a heavy metal singer, throat singers, and our very own Furies.
This
they sing so beautiful.
is definitely going to get
we
flagged
add that
again
binaural
on
touch of
YouTube
music.
the second it hears
this
that music.
all creates a very immersive and a very special and unique experience.
Our mission here at Ninja Theory is to craft life-changing art with game-changing tech. And that's our aim in Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, is to not only see where Senua goes next, but to deliver something really meaningful.
I feel like in the
for our
time they've
players.
taken to make this game,
My hope is
it's
that
probably
they
going to be
will
around the
reconnect
same
to
length
Senua
as the
a
first game.
character, and even if they can't really relate to what she's going through, maybe they know someone that relates to that character, and they can.
I can kind of see
understand that
Senua in her
person better.
face now that I think about it.
Well,
She's definitely
I
got
don't
her
wanna
eyes,
sound cheesy,
big
but
expressive
in a way,
eyes.
I'm Senua, right? She exists and doesn't. It exists through all of our work, through every ninja. So we all are Senua, and we are creating this character that grows and grows and grows and grows and keep growing and keep changing. So that makes it real.
I'm so proud of the love, care, and passion our team here at Ninja Theory are putting into Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. Our hope is to not only create a game that is great to play, but to craft an experience that leaves you thinking and feeling. From our combat gameplay through to our action set pieces, from our cinematic scenes to our puzzle solving, everything is crafted in service of Senua's journey. A journey that you can embark on May 21st.
I hope it's not as heavy on the need for the combat scenes as it gets towards the end of the game. Because it really is like, they're so into their story, and it's like, that is the strong part. We don't have to like laden the game down with too much combat for the sake of gameplay. Unknown user guest. Is this a secret? Oop, that was Square Enix. I saw them. Oh my god. Square Enix is crashing the party. We've been jump scared by Secrets of Mana. Oh wait, Visions of Mana. That's what it was called. I totally forgot. Wonder why they did that little cute JRPG ambush.
Greetings, Xbox players.
Hello.
My name is Masaru Oyamada,
I cannot say
producer
that.
for the Mana series here at Square Enix.
What are those yellow bunnies on the table behind you?
聖剣
Oh, they're
伝説
gone.
Visions of Mana の情
Damn.
報を Xbox ユーザーの皆さんにいち早くお伝えできる機会をいただけて大変光栄です。コンソールゲームとしては約17年ぶりとなる聖剣伝説シリーズの完全新作。聖剣伝説シリーズは1991年に
Mana series began as Final
ファイナルファンタジー
Fantasy
タイトルとして誕生して以降
adventure.
マナと聖剣を
Really?
巡っ
I
て
didn't know
描か
that.
れる愛をテーマに個性豊かなキャラクターたち心に響く
Like a
楽曲
spin-off
の
of
数
Final
々
Fantasy. Is that what they're
武
trying to
器の
say?
特性を生かして戦うアクション RPG としてこれまでに17作発
They've
売され
made 17 of
長らく愛
them?
されて
Oh
き
my
ました
god. Well, I'm not
本
catching
作
up
は
anytime
30
soon.
年以上の歴史あるシリーズの最新作となるためこれまで培われてきた聖剣伝説としての世界をしっかり感じられるものを目指して鋭意
I
制
think one
作
of the
中
things
で
that
す
scared me off some of the older Mana
フィールド
games,
では
I have
自
experienced
然
a
や
few of
精霊
them,
とのつな
but
がりを感じられる色彩豊かな
I
聖
never
剣伝
latched
説の
onto
世
it
界
because I
を
guess
体験してもらえると思います
the name suggested something that was more magic focused.
シリーズおなじみのモンスターたち
Secrets
も
of
本作
Mana?
に登場しています
And I'm like, man, I don't want to play games about mages and sorcerers and shit. Too much magic. But I think it's just the name. There is plenty of melee RPG-ness going on. We just watched the dude with the sword go into town on some Pokemon.
Hello, I am Koichi Shi from
Hello.
Blitz. I am so happy to introduce the newest game in the Mana series to Xbox players.
He looks like he couldn't decide between cosplaying as Albert Wesker or Dante.
中には小学生の頃、すで
So
に
he
イ
ended
メー
up
ジが
somewhere
できていた
between.
ものもあります。今作では、初めはドット絵からスタートしたモンスターたちをどのような形で最新化して聖剣伝説ビジョンズ・オブ・マナに落とし込むか、デザインの方向性からモデルの完成イメージまでを
I guess
監視
these
する
are all
立場で
enemies
プ
from
ロ
the
ジェクト
2D
に
games
参加しました。
that they're showing off in 3D now for the first time. Like, fans would actually be going nuts for
ファイナルファン
that.
タジー外伝を作っていた頃から自分の頭の中ではモンスターたちは立体的に生き生きと動いてこれまで自分が携わった作品ではそれらをどうやって当時の技術で表現できるかにこだわって作ってきました。
What is it with the Mana series that's just so adorable?
モンスターたちのただ可愛いだけではなく
Like, that's part of their design Bible. Everything has to be kind of cute,
表現できているのでバトル中
despite
は
it being a fairly
モンスターたち
serious
の
RPG
表情にも
experience.
注目してください。
これまで聖剣伝説シリーズには空を旅する海を渡る手助けをしてくれる頼もしい仲間たちがいまし
This
た
ball
が
cut. No.
今作には広大
Wrong
なフィール
choice.
ド探検に欠かせない新たな仲間が登場し
Oh,
ます。
sweet.
陸上
Oh,
を
it's
猛スピードで
adorable.
駆け回ってくれるピックル。
It's massive, but it's
ピッ
cute.
クルも石井さんが新たに考案してくださっています。
This is my Shadow Wolf, straight from hell.
今作のマ
He's
ス
a
コット
puppy.
キャラクターになるくらい可愛い動物にしたいという漠然とした思いがありました。その上でヨークシャテリアの毛並み、見た目はアルマジルによく
It's a
似た
Yorkshire
仙山
Terrier
公や
crossed with an
古代エジプト神
armadillo-like
のアヌビス
pangolin
の子供といった
with
具体
Anubis
的な
of
イ
Egyptian
メージが浮かん
mythology
できて
elements.
それぞれの特徴を取り入れ
They
なが
really
ら
threw it all in the
各デザ
blender
イ
with
ンを
that
書
one.
き起こしました。
But he's adorbs. Look at him.
デザイナーにもアイデアを出してもらいながら足の長さ
I
や
want to pet
丸まっ
him.
た時のイメージなどゲ
And
ー
I
ム
want
の
to
中
kiss
で
him.
見え方も考えながら
Full
調整
tongue.
を重ねていきピックルは誕生しました。
もう一つの挑戦は
The environment's reminding me a lot of
過去さまざまな
all
コン
these
ポーザーが携わられた楽曲の雰囲気が感じら
these
れつつ
recent
も
rip-offs of
最新
Breath
作
of
と
the
して
Wild
素晴らしい新たな
combined with
楽
some
曲
of the
が生
old
まれました
Dragon Quest cartoonishness.
BGM でもしっかり聖剣伝説シリーズらしさを感じてもらえると思います。過去シリーズの楽曲を手掛けたクリエイターたちが全100曲という大ボリュームの制作に挑んでくれました。新たな試みとしてフィールドの探索から
An
バトル
adaptive
までを
music
シ
system.
ームレ
Did
ス
they
に
learn
体
that
験
from
できるよ
Doom?
う今作ではインタラクティブミュー
I
ジッ
don't
ク
know
を
why,
導
but
入し
everyone
て
got re-inspired by
冒険
doing
の没入
adaptive
感を
music
高め
when
てくれま
Doom
す。探
did
索
its
中の
electric
BGM
guitar
が
for
バトル
fights.
に入った瞬間アレンジが切り替わる様を実際に聞いてみましょう。
This is us completely murdering a cute little kitten in a hoodie. How adorable. These bugs deserved it because they're ugly.
今作はアクション RPG 聖剣伝説のアクション部分が強化されています。空中でのアクションが
It is much more action-packed than I was expecting.
武器での攻撃だけでなく魔法での攻撃も可
I
能に
think I
なってい
actually
ま
was
す。
expecting something more turn-based.
そして本作ならではの特徴として聖剣伝説シリーズではおなじみの精霊たちがいますが
This active real-time
その力を宿
RPG
した武
stuff is
器を
now
使
like
う
the
と
way of
バ
the
ト
future.
ルを手助けしてくれるようになります。
I can't complain. I like both
様々な
forms.
特性の違
I'm
いがあり
happy
ま
with
すので
turn-based, but
その効果とと
real-time
もに
also
聖
great.
剣伝説の世界らしい不思議な力で
As long as it feels like it makes sense for the game itself.
オリジナルモンスターやピックルにも注目してほしいのですが
I'm proud of the
聖剣伝
picules.
説ビジョンズ・オブ・マナーは聖剣伝説らしさを感じてもらえる
Is that
作
the
品
name
に
of
なる
the
よう
creatures?
小山田君を中心にチームのみ
The
んなが
mobs?
頑張って作ってくれていますのでぜひ発売日を楽しみに待っていてください。私自身も
I'm
プ
so
レイする
thrown
のを
by
楽し
this
みに
man's
していま
style.
す。
聖剣伝説シリーズ
Is he going
と
to
し
the
て
club
初
later?
めて Xbox ユーザーの皆さんにお届けす
Doesn't
る
look like a guy that
本
runs a video game
作聖
company.
剣伝説ビジョンズ・オブ・マナは今後も様々な情報をお届け
Unless
してい
that's
き
his
ます
way to
ので
look cool.
ぜひご
But
期
he's
待
just
くだ
an
さい
old nerd.
この夏
And that's his
こ
idea
の
of
忘
what
れられ
cool
な
would
い
look
冒
like
険を
on camera.
Xbox ユーザーの皆さんに楽しんでいただける日が今から待ちきれません
Everything is always... I hate this seasonal shit that they do with release dates. They say summer 2024 or winter 2024, and I never know when that is. I don't keep these dates in my brain of when seasons are supposed to happen. It's one of my weaknesses. And you don't know what country they're talking about either, because that's probably summer in America. Oxide Entertainment. I don't know what this is going to be. This one's a bit of a wild card.
Hello, and welcome to Oxide Games. We founded the studio in 2013 with our decades of personal experience building some of the most beloved strategy games of all time.
Strategy,
like Civilization
okay.
5. We came together to
Oh,
create
wow,
something
okay.
new and innovative
That's what
in
we're
a genre
doing.
we all love.
A 4X game.
Ara History Untold is the game we've dreamt of making.
Ara.
Ara is an homage to historical gamers, strategy gamers, 4X gamers. It features all the depth
So
and
it's
gameplay fans
former
of the genre love,
civilization
where you'll
people that
explore
want
the world,
to
expand
make
your nation,
better
govern your
civilization than
people,
what civilization
and engage
can.
with your rivals on the international stage.
That's
but it isn't
the
just
goal.
more of the same.
That's the mission
With
statement.
Ara, we wanted to challenge some of the preconceived notions about the genre, push it forward in a modern, empowering, and truly compelling and approachable way.
By adding titties.
For example, we have
Everything
over
has
100
titties.
instruments on display in the office, which are
All the architecture,
things that we
titties.
purchased in order to add to the soundtrack.
Your
and
armies. Basically a bunch of titties of spears.
expand the game and make it really good.
They kept the outtake in the... I like that.
Hi, Dan. That's Dan. We started in his basement.
Cool.
It's been an amazing process
Awesome origin
to see
story.
from concept to completion. We started small, building a robust game engine, questioning our design assumptions, and
I do
prototyping
prefer
out features.
more hands-on
We discovered what made us fall
RTSs
in love with
to
strategy games in the first
Civ
place.
style
The end
4X
result
games,
is Ara,
to be fair.
the historical grand strategy game that presents a living world where you can rule how you want to rule and chart your own path to becoming the most prestigious nation on the planet.
For Ara, we
This
knew
does
we
look
needed
very
deep
robust,
systems
though.
with outcomes that encourage exploration.
If you're going to
and
make a
give
game
players
like
the
this, I
power
like
to
their approach to
experiment
it,
and make
where you start
meaningful
like
strategic
prehistoric,
choices while still
and
having
you go
agency
through
over
the
their play
ages.
style.
We also wanted to explore
Of
more
technology.
in different
That's
parts
always
of
kinda cool.
history and give players from
Hey, there's
around
the Eiffel Tower.
world the chance to see the game reflect their unique perspective and not just ours.
Now with boobs.
And finally, we knew that for players to feel the impact of their decisions, they would need to see their choices reflected in the game world itself, not just through numbers on a menu. One of the first differences you'll see when you dive into Ara is what we call the living world.
You missed it.
It's a procedurally generated
You'll have to
alternate
buy
Earth,
the game and
bursting
build it
with
yourself.
life. An intuitive, authentic,
Start
and immersive
the,
space, a blank canvas for players to paint the society of their dreams.
Start
The living
France
world isn't
from
just a
tribal
map.
times and
It
build it up
reflects
through the ages.
choices players make
to
over
modern
the course
times.
of the game. They can see
Lead them to
everything
victory.
from the settling of the wilderness to cultural influence on architecture over time to the thousands of citizens living their lives and
You modeled
reacting
it yourself?
to the changes.
Oh wow.
We want players to feel like they're truly occupying the
It seems like it
world,
would be hard.
leading their
There's
people
a lot
as
of
they
grid work
thrive and
involved in
grow.
the Eiffel Tower.
Core to the vision of Ara is our philosophy
It's all like
of
metal
rule how
girders
you
and
want
stuff.
to rule. And no feature better exemplifies this than the Prestige system.
To win a game of Ara,
Prestige.
players will compete with their rivals to build the most influential, impressive, and important
Hey, the stream
nation
just
the
reached
world has ever
420
known.
on the
This
session
is measured
clock.
by prestige, the
Fun.
player's score that proves their worth as a leader.
The Prestige system gives players the chance to decide what kind of leader they want to be. Do they want to pursue great works of arts and culture?
Yes, that one.
Military might.
Nope. Boring.
Scientific advancement. The choice
Also
is
cool.
theirs.
Wow.
In Ara, there are no set victory
You can
conditions.
actually take this
Players get to decide
historical
what is most
epic so
important
far
to
in the
them
future that you
and
start building
focus and
mechs and
prioritize on those
Gundams.
goals while
That's actually
still
pretty
being
awesome.
able to win the game.
It was
Personally,
difficult.
when I play
Yeah,
Ara,
it sounds
I
like
like to
it.
build triumphs. Triumphs are our collection of incredible monuments and architectural achievements from throughout human history.
Seven Wonders.
Like the Great Pyramid of Giza. They're hard to build.
You
but
just
worth
renamed
it,
the Seven
giving
Wonders
huge
from
prestige
Civilization.
bonuses and game-changing abilities to the nation that constructs them.
Another aspect of Aura that I'm personally excited about is our crafting system.
The crafting system offers a unique challenge to
Uh-oh,
the player
crafting.
that they generally won't
They
see
somehow
often
figured out
in
a
the
way to get
4X
crafting
genre.
into a 4X
Succeeding
game.
at balancing, gathering the right things, turning
Unexpected.
them into the tools that you need, and then finally getting to the outcome or reward of something like an important improvement or triumph just changes the challenge that exists in Aura compared to other 4X games.
Crafting plays out in Aura at a national scale, with players honing and combining the natural resources they harvest into all manner of goods and components. Those are the foundation for everything, from international trade to improving their cities and citizens' lives, and even manufacturing the weapons necessary to draft military units. The crafting system in Aura encourages thoughtful, advanced planning. It rewards players who can see the strategic outcome of all their collective decisions, and not just the individual ones.
I'm proud of the work that's gone into our simultaneous turn system.
This is an interesting looking man.
Many strategy games have players alternate taking turns.
Earlier
and
tonight,
reacting
I
to their
pointed at
opponent's
someone in a
moves.
trailer that looked
In
like
Aura, all players' actions
if
are
Riff
resolved
Raff
at the same
from
time.
Rocky Horror
This rewards
was
players'
in his
ability
old
to
age.
navigate uncertainty, to predict
This looks
and
like Riff
strategically
Raff when he
plan
was
for
younger.
A variety of scenarios in the moment.
The guy that's talking
this
right now.
system makes Aura just feel more real. In a typical strategy game, once your turn is finished, you have to wait for a long time. With simultaneous turns, generally speaking, those times are very low. You get to keep playing the game and stay engaged rather than having those periods of downtime.
Oh
where
yeah, it
you're
was
not
the Ed
doing
Harris
anything.
character in that one movie we
It's
saw
not
earlier.
easy
That was
sifting
the one.
through all of history and picking
We're
what to
seeing a lot of
include.
riffraffs
For
tonight.
Aura, we wanted to offer a fresh perspective, so we looked at cultures and societies throughout the millennia with the broadest lens possible.
Where this approach really shines is in our leaders. Leaders are so often seen as military personnel or prominent government figures, but leaders come in so many different forms. They're thought leaders,
I love how this
scientific and
developer
cultural prodigies,
has
and
decided
many
to take
more.
up a sizable chunk
Each leader
of
in
this
Aura
ex
has
of
a
this
number of
showcase
special abilities determined
to talk
by
as
their
much as
personality
possible
traits,
about this
as well
4X
as a
game.
powerful and unique leader trait informed
There's
by
so
their
much to teach
contributions
people
world
about how this
history.
game works.
With a diverse global roster, we know players will find leaders that they will want to play. And even a few that may surprise them with how fun it is when those leaders are handed the reins of power.
Like O.J. Simpson. Oh no.
For us at Oxide, player feedback is the only way to really understand what you're making. It gives us that priceless perspective from the people we're making Aura for, you.
Building the game
Me?
alongside real players has
I
given
don't
us
want
that
it.
critical player feedback.
I've played a bunch
In
of
the
games like
end,
that,
we
and
believe this makes for a deeper connection
I try to
between
play
the
less of
players
them.
and the game.
One of my favorite examples is when we first
it takes
introduced
over
the
your
concept
time a
of
little bit.
dangerous wildlife to the
Especially
game.
if you have OCD.
It turns out, in our first iteration, it was maybe a little bit too aggressive or disruptive.
It's just the
We
lions
knew we
eating
should
everybody.
probably make a change when one of our insiders made a forum post that was just
Cougars, cougars,
cougars, I hate cougars!
Okay, cougars,
Someone
not
get
lions.
these feline demons away from me. I'm happy to report, based
That's
on more
awesome.
recent feedback, that I think we ended up in a good place with the overall threat level of mountain lions to a player's citizenry.
It's been
They should
years of
remain
hard work to
somewhat
bring
of a
you
threat, though,
strategy
yeah.
experience like no other.
Mountain lions and
And we're
cougars.
so excited that we can finally see the finish line. We can't wait for players
Look
to
how
get their
quirky
hands
this
on the
developer
game
is.
later
Their
this
staff
year.
rides around
But
the
the
office
launch
on
of Aura
scooters.
is only the beginning. We are going to maintain our insider program after the release date and continue to listen to players and support the game into the future.
On behalf of everyone at Oxide Games, thank you for joining us today. We can't wait for you to play Aura and to create your own history.
With O.J. Simpson in power. Inexplicably. And concerningly. Concerningly a word? Did I just make that up? Good job, Oxide. We're almost done here. Is there gonna be another secret? Are we gonna have another one sneak in? Nope. Oh, here we go. I've heard all about this. People have been going on and on about this on Twitter quite a bit at the moment. The infamous first-person Indiana Jones
Välkommen
game.
till Uppsala, Sverige, här hos Machine Games. We are really
I'm not sure if
excited
it's
to finally
first
be able
person
to
because I
share
saw
our
a
work
screenshot
on
that made it look
Indiana
like it was.
Jones. Since the first film came out, Indiana Jones has
But I have a
always
hunch.
represented the ultimate adventure. Even today, it's one of the most iconic franchises in pop culture.
Very much.
In this game, you aren't just playing as Indy, you are Indiana Jones.
My God.
You'll see through his eyes and experience a journey that we hope lives up to the proud legacy of Indiana Jones.
Okay,
When
just quickly. It's funny when someone says the proud legacy of Indiana Jones because historically, as a classic, yes, Indiana Jones is a big deal. But I don't know how proud the legacy is when, at this point, half the movies are kind of meh. Like number 1 and number 3 are top tier. Those are good ass movies. Number 2 is like, I don't know, man. Like, it's a classic still, but like that one wavered a little bit. And also, Steven Spielberg was having marital issues in the middle of it, so he didn't give a shit. And then number 4 with Shia LaBeouf was kind of like, whoa, the fuck's going on here? But in retrospect, it's not actually that any much more crazy than the original films because, you know, they're all actually pretty unrealistic. So I think we were holding it to too high a standard, maybe. And then now I've heard that this new one is not that special. Although it is divisive. Some people actually think it's quite fun. And like a nice touching send-off to indie in general. Or whatever. But I've also heard a lot of people trounce it. So yeah, I'd say at least half of this franchise has been struggling for a bit and doesn't really live up to itself.
Todd Howard,
but we still have 1 and 3.
About his vision for the game. We knew
perfection.
He would be a very good fit to help bring it to life.
I've wanted to make an Indiana Jones game forever.
Oh my God, Todd Howard's here even.
I had this idea for what it would be like and the story, what Indy was going
Wait,
after,
why is he
what
involved?
Period of his life it was in, what kind of arc he was going to have.
I'm
and
super
as
confused.
the years went on, I thought, who would be like the best studio in the world to make this? And it was my friends at Machine Games. I can remember pitching Lucasfilm on the game and being, you know, a little bit nervous because
so
look,
Todd
it's, you know,
pulled
Indiana
it together
Jones,
as a
and
producer.
Their response was just overwhelmingly positive.
But not
and
like a
just that
lead dev.
excitement has bled through the whole project, and they have just been so trusting and supportive of everything that we want to do with the game. It's been a long time. I've been a fan of this my whole life, and I couldn't be more excited to show you what the team here has been up to. Let's take our first look at the new Indiana Jones game.
Sick. My body is ready.
Let me tell
Lube
you
me
what
up,
you
Todd.
are missing.
Get your brown jacket
Dr.
on.
Jones.
Take me.
While you
Take me
were
to
playing
Indiana
a
Jonestown.
pointless game, I was playing you. You're wondering if maybe you should have built yourself a life of meaning.
Very video gamey graphics.
Instead of ending up
It's not really trying to be too fancy.
dead and forgotten in the sense of Africa.
That's a solid looking Harrison Ford. He's got that Harrison charm. Oh my God, there's that silhouette. Executive producer Todd Howard, so he was driving, getting it made, but
history.
He's only executive producing.
Just different ways to
definitely
interpret
first
the
person.
past.
Interesting choice for Indiana Jones. I'm not sure
Thousands of
why
years of
we're
humanity's
going this way,
thoughts
but
and
okay.
beliefs, scattered and buried. Just waiting.
So does it pull out of his body for cutscenes? Like we're seeing here? But gameplay is all first person?
Watch me.
I wonder if it's a sound-alike doing Harrison's role. Is that the Wilhelm
Throughout
scream?
history-
Of course it was.
Mankind has built sites
They
of
had to fit it in some way.
great spiritual significance. If you were to draw a line through these ancient sites around the globe, you get a perfectly aligned circle.
Oh, wow, okay. First person whippage, first person pumpage.
I've had run-ins
Punch
with
a
these
Nazi.
guys before. Trust me, it ain't a walk in the park.
That Nazi with the machine gun didn't even try to take a shot. The fisticuffs is giving Chronicles of Riddick. Escape from Butcher Bay. Deep cut, but yeah, if you know, you know.
Protector of the Chukulimani. The Great Circle.
They got that iconic what word am I looking for here?
You have any idea how old that was?
The cinematography thing where they have the shaft of light across his eyes specifically. It's kind of a very
Indiana
old school
Jones
hokey
is such an iconic
idea
character, and
when
he
it comes
means
to
so
like
much to so
directing
many
photography,
people.
but it
Everyone
fits with
here
the
at
vibe
studio
of Indiana
has their
Jones.
own indie stories and memories. Most of us grew up with his
was a cool
adventures
trailer.
and have been fans of the movies and the character for years.
I can't tell if it's good.
He's a brilliant archaeologist.
It's one of those trailers where
he's a
it's
charismatic
50-50.
everyman,
Could be a good
he's
game, could
passionate
be
and
a
determined.
cheap
And for
thrown
us,
together
he's synonymous with adventure.
Now we have the opportunity
movie
to
tie-in
tell a
vibing
new
thing.
Indiana Jones story for a modern gaming audience. Our game is all about putting you in
It's
Indy's
definitely
shoes,
shown me enough that
letting
makes
you
me want to
see
play it,
and
though.
feel what he sees and feels.
Whether it's good or bad.
For us at Machine Games,
Like, I'm
we
in
do
regardless.
that best through first person. It's the ideal perspective to bring you into the rich, exciting, and interactive world we've built.
I don't know if that's
we
true.
believe that being up close and personal to the adventure is key, making each action feel like your own.
Whether
I don't know,
it's
man.
cracking your
It's-
whip,
I'm torn on that one.
solving puzzles,
I
in
hear what they're trying to
ancient
say,
temples,
but
or seeing your knuckles go bloody in a fist fight. All of these
Indiana
moments
Jones
are
is
much
what
more
inspired the
intense
likes
in
of
first person.
Lara Croft,
But
Tomb
we
Raider,
still want you
and
to have those
Uncharted
moments.
with Nathan
Seeing
Drake.
his iconic silhouette with the hat, the whip, and so for things like cutscenes
Like, I want to-
in environmental traversal.
I want to control
we pull the
Indiana in
camera
third
back
person.
for
Like,
a
I want to see him do
third-person
stuff like this. Which
Indiana
apparently
Jones
you do.
and the Great Circle
But camera
is set
pulls out
between
some
Raiders of the
random
Lost Ark
things.
and The Last Crusade.
When our game
Oh, wow.
begins, Indiana is working at Marshall College. He wakes up in the middle of the night to the sounds of a break-in and rushes to confront the thief in the college museum.
I don't know
The
how I feel.
mysterious
I don't know if I'm going to be able
makes
to
off
wrap my
what
head around
seems
this
to
fully.
be a historically
I'm very torn on
insignificant
this.
artifact, sparking Indiana's curiosity.
Who the hell are you?
Following the trail, Indiana heads to the Vatican, hoping to learn why this particular relic was stolen, and discovers that things aren't what they appear.
He starts pulling at the strings of a mystery, and it all unravels until he has no
This is an
choice
interesting
but to see
lady.
it through to the end.
I feel like I'm being
whatever the end may
seduced
be.
into playing Indiana Jones. She's into me. Or at least into me giving her my money so I can have their shitty game. Let me not call it a shitty game. We don't know yet.
We always talk about how clever
I'm
Indiana
50-50 on
Jones is.
this.
That had to be one of our guiding principles when we were thinking about the type of game we were making. It wouldn't be indie if he wasn't using his wits to get through the situation. The most
One of the
authentic
problems with that
Indiana
idea
Jones
as a gameplay
experience we
mechanic
can make is the one that makes you think
is
first.
Indy's resourcefulness comes from his knowledge of
Sure,
history
there will be some obstacles
and how he
that will be more
applies it to the
easily
things that
overcome
he
with the
comes
revolver
across.
or a gun taken from a disarmed guard.
Which the player
But
doesn't
I think
have.
most of the time you'll have more fun.
I don't know
and,
shit
to be
about
honest, a more genuine
history.
indie experience by finding more clever ways to solve a problem.
We always want to be offering more solutions, whether
So I feel like it's
trying
just going to be
a
more
different
puzzly.
path through the
Just generic
environment,
puzzles
get around
that anyone
enemies,
can do.
observing enemy patrols,
Not
and using
specifically
them
like
to your
how Indy
advantage,
himself in a movie would
or
figure
using
stuff
the
out.
tools at your disposal, like the whip.
It's an amazing global adventure with action propelling you through your journey.
We have these really diverse environments for you to explore. Indy's journey will take him
Ooh.
to the forgotten temples of Sukhothai, the pyramids of Egypt,
Also, ooh.
the snow-peaked Himalayas,
Pretty ooh.
and beyond.
Can you see
We
more
look
ooh?
carefully at each
Aw.
location and the time period the game is set in, and we're trying to make it as
This lady's shaped
authentic
like a
and
jelly
accurate
bean.
as possible.
We love creating rich, vibrant worlds, and in this game, we also had the goal of making it feel like a
Mayan?
true cinematic Indiana Jones adventure.
One of the biggest ways to do that is with the music.
I'm just going to touch on everything now.
John Williams is the original
Oh, hey,
composer
Shem.
for the indie films, and we're really lucky to have found Gordy Hub, a composer who's been able to capture Williams' essence with his score for The Great Circle.
So they don't have John Williams, they're just trying to capture his essence.
We also take a very movie-like approach to things like cinematics.
We have harvested
We're
his
very
seed,
physical with
and
our
we're applying it to
production
the
style.
sheet music.
We use a lot of stunt actors. Things like this help us bridge the gap between making a game and making a
Oh,
movie.
wow.
And of
They're
course, our
wrecking
characters
those
do a lot to
skin-tight
help bring the world
suits.
to life as well. Next to Indy, Gina is our other main protagonist. Where Indy is pursuing answers just for the sake of curiosity,
How does it
Gina
look?
has a personal
Oh, they already
stake
played
and
the
gets into
trailer
bottom of the
just
core
before
mystery.
this. It's
Gina
all right.
is an investigative reporter
It's,
who has a lot riding on this adventure.
It reminded me most
She's been
of
tracking a
Escape.
lead for some
Sorry,
time, and now
Chronicles of
she's
Riddick:
found
Escape
an
from Butcher
ally
Bay.
in this determined American
Because it's all
professor.
first person for some
Their
reason,
paths
and there's a
are
lot of
intertwined,
fisticuffs. There's a
and
lot
they'll
of
need each other
fist fighting in
order
first
to
person,
get to the bottom of this mystery.
which is very Escape from Butcher Bay.
Let's see if you can keep up.
Fine.
What do you mean if I can keep up?
We always love our villains and think we might have found a
So I don't know, like that's all well and good, but
Is this
it still seems like an odd choice to go
psychological
first person
He's
for an indie game,
obsessed with the human mind
which
and
is very
manipulates
Tomb
it.
Raider, very
He's
Uncharted.
highly
So you
intelligent
expect it to
and
be
the
third
perfect
person
foil
and
for
running
an
around
indie.
like that.
They're both brilliant people
I don't
compelled
wanna-
by their passions and obsessions.
I don't want
but
to
driven
poo-poo them
down
for trying to do
wildly
something
different
different.
He creeps up on you and gets under your skin like
It's
he gets
just that,
under
like,
Indy's skin.
my initial
It's
vibe when thinking of
captivating.
Indiana is I want to play it third person. Like, that's my impulse. So they kind of need to convince me otherwise. They
One
need
of our
to...
models for Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is
It needs to kind of
adventure
prove
first.
itself,
But
I
in every
guess,
indie
that this
adventure,
first-person thing
there are
makes
always
sense.
those moments where he finds himself in the action.
That's been one of those balancing acts for us, and we've ended up with this sort of hybrid experience that mixes melee combat, stealth, and gunplay.
How you approach
Look at
any
this
given
first-person
situation is up
whippage.
to you. You may choose
The punching
to
does look
sneak around
chunky,
an
though.
enemy patrol, or maybe you'll just pick up a shovel and whack them on the back of their head. And when you can't use your wits, you got Indy's most iconic tool. Just like you see in the movies,
They actually have
one
the
of our
bullwhip in
goals
the
has been to
the
make
office.
whip
That's
as
so
fun and
dangerous.
multi-purposed as possible.
Yeah, that could take someone's
we want
eye
to
out.
integrate it into every aspect of the game.
You can use it as a traversal tool to make your way around the environment. You can use it as a distraction.
Oh, really?
And yes, you can.
That guy's
absolutely
actually
use it
staring
in
at the
combat.
spot where he heard the crack?
Everything you'd expect.
Goddamn
from
Nazis
Indy's
are
whip.
stupid.
And hopefully a little bit more. Puzzles are a key feature in
He
our
guess
game.
it's first person
The
because
spirit of
machine games
discovery
didn't feel
is
comfortable
so
doing.
important
What
to
did machine
Indiana
games do
Jones.
before this?
Obviously, there are a handful of
I haven't
puzzles
looked it
on
up
the
yet.
main path, but a lot of the puzzles are optional and are just there for the players who want to experience them. Epic traps, small secrets.
Oh, Wolfenstein,
and
yeah, that's
hidden
right.
puzzles
I actually
that
did know
blend
that, and I just
right
totally
in with
forgot.
their surroundings.
The Wolfenstein games
One
are good
thing I
though,
love about
but
our
they're
game is the
first-person
level of
shooters. They're
interactivity
straight-up
that we
shooters,
have.
like through and
We have
through,
this world of
which is
mystery
not what
where
indie
anything
is.
could potentially hide a secret.
They're kind of making
The
a
more you
Tomb
look,
Raider
the more you'll
or an
discover.
Uncharted in this case in first person. It's more that, but with a POV style that's not often used for these kinds of games. So that's intriguing at least. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but I'm still 50-50 on the whole thing.
I want to thank you all for joining us for our big reveal of Indiana Jones.
I never
and the
played
Great
the sequel to
Circle.
Wolfenstein.
Machine
I
Games
did
is known for creating these roller coaster experiences.
the
with
newest one in the
huge set
reboot
pieces,
franchise, but then the
surprising
sequel.
twists and immersive narratives. It's exciting for
Forgot what
us
it's
that we have
called.
been able to stay so true to the Indiana Jones franchise.
I really forget what it was
and
called.
create
What was that
such
called?
an authentic experience
New
while
Order?
still being able to showcase what
Wolfenstein:
makes
The New
us
Order? Was that what
us.
it's called?
We are making a game for everyone, whether you are very
I
familiar
played that.
with the franchise
Didn't get
or
to play
not.
the sequel
Because at
or
the heart of
the
Indiana
Youngblood
Jones is an
co-op one
incredible
spin-off that they
adventure,
did,
and I think
which
that's
was a
something
little bit
everyone wants to be
divisive.
part
I
of.
noticed some people really
I'm
hate
also
it.
very excited to announce that Indiana Jones and the Great Circle
Yeah, the
will be
twin
coming
girls, that
later
one.
this year, and we cannot wait to share more.
Oh look,
soon.
Todd Howard is stealing the relic back on the. He got away with it. Yeah, Todd Howard is for some reason executive producing this, so he keeps popping up and being a silly bugger during this developer showcase. I wonder who's voicing Indy. It's definitely not Harrison because you can tell when he speaks. He sounds old and tired. Oh, it's Troy Baker? Okay, of course it is. He does a decent Indy, actually. I didn't recognize him when he talked, but it did actually sound kind of like Indiana. So at least he's owning his paycheck. That was a very eclectic developer direct. Like Visions of Mana, Indiana Jones, and Hellblade 2 are really different flavors that would never be in the same bowl together normally.
Our mission here at Ninja Theory is to craft life-changing art with
Visions of Mana
game-changing
was a
tech.
huge surprise. Yeah, it did kind of sneak in during the developer direct. Like, it wasn't even on the list, and then they did that little ambush halfway through where it just dropped in.
Stay happy. Creating
Nothing
an
will beat the
immersive
old indie
experience
games.
like Avowed
What do you mean
is
games?
anchored in the world
No,
of
no,
the
no.
world.
Indie game. The indie. Hang on, I need to pause this. The indie game of note will for always be and forever, Fate of Atlantis. Fate of Atlantis is a fucking awesome Indiana Jones game and should have been the fourth film. When I found out that it was about, what was the Crystal Skull? When I first found out about Crystal Skull, I was like, how the absolute fuck are you making another Indiana Jones film and it's not Fate of Atlantis? Disgusted. Lego Indiana Jones will always be the best. Doesn't count. Lego games are a thing onto their own. Lego games are like their own ecosystem. Lego games are great. I love them, but I'm not going to include Lego Batman in the oeuvre. I'm saying that word wrong again. Of like Batman games. It's just Lego game where it happens to be about Batman. They get to be their own universe. No, Fate of Atlantis. That is the only Indiana Jones game that I will tip my hat to. I've played others. They made one literally. They made a point and click LucasArts Monkey Island style game out of The Last Crusade that just followed the movie. And that's kind of the same thing as Fate of Atlantis, but it's just that movie again as a point and click, which is like, eh. Fate of Atlantis was its own entire story, and it was a good one too. It was cool. Is that a bathrobe? Yeah, I had to change. I was wearing the Oodie just before the stream, but it was like a high of 40 degrees Celsius in Sydney today. So I had to make a last minute call to just wear a thin Hugh Hefner deal. Otherwise, I was going to die. It was just not a good idea. What was the other Indiana Jones game that I played? There was one on the original Xbox and the PS2. I think it was called Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine or something, and it was an actual third-person Tomb Raider-ish running around jungles and tombs and solving puzzles. I think it pretty much played exactly like an old-school Tomb Raider with the tank controls and everything. It was a bit jank. It wasn't really that inspired when you compare it to Tomb Raider. Like, there's nothing about it that really stood out. The only thing I remember from that game that was actually, like, sick was you could lose your hat and retrieve it. If you're getting into a punch-up or getting shot at or awkwardly doing platforming and whatever, you can get your hat knocked off, and it's actually like a actual object that, like, lands on the floor and can get knocked around. And then you have to, like, go and grab it and put it back on. You could leave it, but no one ever does that. As soon as that indie hat comes off, the first priority of anyone playing that game is, I gotta get my hat, man. I gotta go put my hat back on. Emperor's Tomb? Oh, yeah, you actually might be right. Wait. Infernal Machine was actually an indie game, but I think I got it mixed up with Emperor's Tomb. Hang on a sec. In fact, I think both those games had a hat mechanic, so I think it's correct either way. Emperor's Tomb. Xbox and PlayStation 2. It must be this one then. Yeah, okay. It's this one, but in my mind, I was imagining the shittier graphics of the Infernal Machine or whatever it was called, which is actually older and more jank than this. I don't remember there being an Asian dragon boss fight, but I remember very little about this game except for retrieving my damn hat. Every single time it fell off, that was like the only thing I cared about in the entire game. Yeah, I've got that. Yes, here we go. This box, this actual Xbox case with that picture on the front, that's on my shelf in my OG Xbox collection. Sick. Let's see the one that I was thinking about originally. Yes, here we go. What was this for? 1999, the first 3D Indiana Jones game ever made. for the Nintendo 64, Microsoft Windows, and there were also Game Boy versions. So it was PC and Nintendo 64. And you can really tell. Look at this. Look at this puppy. Look at those cubes. Look at those angles. This is what I was picturing in my head when I was first talking about Emperor's Tomb, graphically, but with the hat mechanic from Emperor's Tomb. I combined the two games in my head in a weird way. These games are dope. See, I played Infernal Machine, I think at a friend's house on their PC, like bits of it, but I don't remember too much except for how it looked. I was very young at the time. And then when I was a bit older, I was like a teenager when Infernal Machine came out on the OG Xbox. And I got that and still have that in my collection. But here's the thing. Infernal Machine was kind of neat because of the hat mechanic, but I forgot the rest of the game because it was like... Indiana Jones might have inspired Tomb Raider, but Tomb Raider was way better than this game. Like, this game was trying to be, once again, like Tomb Raider. Like, it inspired that, but then when it had to get its own game, it really couldn't stand up to the Lara Croft stuff. Like, it's so forgettable. Except for the hat mechanic. That's the only thing that stood out. And that always, like, kind of pained me a little bit. Which is why I still say to this day that Fate of Atlantis is the only truly great Indiana Jones game. These two were okay for their time and what they were trying to be, but they were not as good as the games that were inspired by it and then did it better. Speedruns are funny because you can make Indy fly. Oh, then just like Amnesia. No, it's Fate of Atlantis for me. This is the only Indiana Jones game worth a damn. And I think Sham's friend would agree with me. What's that guy's name? Premier 2? Who seems to be a big fan of the point-and-click era. Yes. Nostalgia. Motherfucker. Nostalgia. Juicy. I always found her really attractive. Even though this is the only thing you get to see of her. This little pixelated sprite. There's just something about her jeans, her brown jacket, and her long brown hair that hangs across her shoulder. I used to have a crush on her when I was young. And she's just a sprite. Look at this. Oh, it's too small. Oh, wait, here we go. I love point-and-click games like this in the day. It was a bit obtuse, though. This game was actually really difficult. Especially during an era of no internet where you can't just look up the answers. Fuck, this game was so good. I can't believe this wasn't the fourth movie. They really should have ditched the Crystal Skull idea and just made this game as a film. They had it all there. The template was perfect. They're all obtuse as fuck. Yeah, some of them leaned into it in a fun way, though. Like, Sam & Max Hit the Road is one of my favorite point-and-clicks of all time. Because they leaned into the absurdity of the genre. And they made it work with the game's sense of humor. I love Sam & Max. I also remember getting my ass kicked by this bouncer a lot. Because you can try so many different ways of talking your way into this club. And just getting your face punched in every time you fail. Oh, what a good time. Every single screenshot of this is like a flashback for me. I can smell the smells of my youth. It has a very good intro, too. It has this intro where you're trying to break into the attic of this place to steal a relic. And every time you make a little bit of progress with like an item and stuff, there's like puzzles going on. Like the game's already started. It causes like... Indy causes some kind of like calamity or fuck up that causes him to fall through the floor or something of that equivalent. And then he stays knocked out for a little while the credits come up. So it's like one of those title sequences in a film where you're in the middle of an action or a adventure sequence where things keep happening that cause the next bit of like titles. And it was probably the most cinematic thing I've ever seen one of these point and click games do. Like, they were firing on all cylinders of this one, directing-wise. I just wish it was more famous, more popular for what they were doing with it. What's going on here?
You aren't just playing as indie, you are.
Oh, they're just wrapping up the show. I stopped them mid-speech because I was obsessing over Indiana Jones.
今作はアクション RPG 聖剣伝説のアクション部分が強化されています。
Baba Ganoush? I do hope Obsidian don't fuck up with this Avowed game. Because I'm a bit rattled by how generic Avowed always seems to come off every time I see it, to the point where I can never remember if I've even seen the game's footage before, and then I remember while I'm watching the newest trailer, and then that still keeps happening, and even the name is impossible to remember because it's so basic. It's just that Obsidian are so good at what they do. They've got such a great track record that I don't want to, like... I don't want to not give them the benefit of the doubt. It's just that I'm finding it very difficult to be sold by anything they ever say about Avowed. They keep showing trailers, and they keep doing gameplay demonstrations, and I just still can't wrap my brain around it. It looks like a higher quality version of a smaller developer on Steam trying to copy Oblivion with more color and some Harry Potter ones. And I feel so mean for saying that. I just can't shake it. It's killing me, man. I wanna like it more, but I don't know. It has to prove itself in reviews or something, I think. I have to wait. I'm sick of trailers for that game. I have to wait for the actual game to come out and see what people say. I mean, I'd play it. I'd try it regardless of what people said anyway, but if I got the chance to, for free. But yeah, at this point, I'm just curious to see what's going to happen, like how it's going to pan out. I'm kind of the same with an Indiana Jones game. I'm so 50-50 about a game of that style being in first person that I can't decide whether I think it's going to like be a breath of fresh air or whether it's going to be weird. I'm really on the fence with that one. The only thing I can say is that I am optimistic about the fact that it mainly gives me Escape from Butcher Bay vibes, Chronicles of Riddick. The very first game that I thought of when I saw the first-person face punching was Chronicles of Riddick, which was a very good game. And very satisfying first-person fist melee combo action. And the Nazi punching does look meaty. It looks crunchy. Don't know about the whip stuff, but the punching at least looks chunk, which is groovy. What's going on? What? What the hell is a shoe on head? What? What am I looking for here? I have no idea what you're talking about. Is that a YouTuber? Oh, it is. Okay, it's that lady. Upper right corner, yep. Twitch thought epidemic and its consequences. I don't really care. I don't know who Shoe on Head is, but like, I don't really care enough about thoughts to watch a 26-minute think piece essay on it. Thought's gonna thought, man. I can't, I'm not gonna hold him back. I mean, we get more titties because of it, so I think that's ultimately a win for all of us. Generally. She used to date this guy? Maybe you heard of him as a movie buff. Her face looks familiar. Hang on, let me type her name into Google. Yeah, I've seen her thumbnails come up. I must have been recommended stuff of hers a few times then. So I definitely recognize her face now. Comedic social commentary from a left-wing populist POV. A left-wing populist. Okay. Stick around if you like loud screeching and bad memes. I do like bad memes. You don't have me on the first one though. He used a night avatar. No, it's not ringing a bell. Unless it says that in her Wikipedia. She's got a Wikipedia. June Nicole Lapin. Her last name is Lapin? Like the French rabbits? I hope she streamed that game. Political commentary to discussion of social issues. Rose to fame with her commentary on Gamergate. There's a lot of people on YouTube that rose to fame with their handling of the Gamergate stuff. Oddly enough. I'm looking for anywhere where it talks about her dating habits, which is a funny thing to be specifically trying to find. Balenciaga. Oh, she went off on Balenciaga for their... I remember this. When they did that, advertising push of all those BDSM looks where they're holding teddy bears. That was kind of sus. She's bisexual and married her husband in October 2023. Okay, she has a husband. They do not say her name in the article. I guess he is a secret. She exposed fellow American YouTuber Brooke Houts, who accidentally uploaded raw footage on her YouTube channel in which she abused her dog. Oh, damn. She was the first YouTuber to raise awareness of the issue. If I had to, I don't know anything about this dog thing or this YouTuber Brooke Houts, but if I had to hazard a guess, I would say the accidental uploaded raw footage was footage that she filmed of her trying to get her dog to do something for YouTube content, and instead of uploading the final edited video, she clicked on the wrong file, and people saw the stuff she did to try and get the dog's reactions for the video. That would be my assumption. There are families that have family YouTube accounts that have gotten in trouble for similar things of, what's the term for it? Child endangerment or inappropriate... Endangerment's one of them. There's another term. But basically there's like family accounts, like some of them were hugely popular too, that ended up getting busted and cancelled for the ways they were found to treat their kids off cam in order to like create their viral content, treating them like props in their videos, and end up having to get social services involved. It's quite an epidemic of that on YouTube, both animal misuse and child misuse. She's been known to make provocative comments causing controversy, such as when she claimed she wanted to become the Andrew Tate but for women. Which doesn't sound anything like what the rest of her left-wing social commentary stuff is about. I think she was joking. As in, like, his level of control, I guess, or presence with men. She wanted to be that kind of presence for women, but not the toxic version like Andrew Tate is. I'm just putting words in her mouth now. I'm just assuming things. All right. Whatever. Balenciaga are evil. I've heard people say that, but aside from some very sus ad campaigns where it's like, did you really think this through, or are you just being too hipster to notice like how weird the thing you just did is? Sorry for flashing you guys constantly. Sorry to everyone but Jay. Yeah, they come under fire occasionally for doing some weird shit. But other than that, they just seem to be fashion hipsters that, tried to make weird shit their whole, like, persona. They did inspire a very good meme on YouTube. I love the Balenciaga meme where they turn, like, Harry Potter but Balenciaga, and they make those AI-generated images that are, like, motion animated. So it's like Harry Squatter and the Chamber of lifting or something. Like, that stuff is hilarious. They constantly make pedophilic references. Oh, actually constantly? I know about the teddy bear BDSM thing. I remember those photos. I remember seeing that when that was controversial. But I don't know about any others. I didn't realize that they'd done other things that got accused of the same stuff. She's married to a Christian conservative. How is that possible when she's a left-wing populist? That sounds like that's a conflict of interests. Like, how do they even get along? Just one in a long history. Oh, fair enough. Well, we've always got the memes. The really exaggerated Balenciaga crossed with pop culture memes. I think there's a Fast and Furious one as well. The cast of Fast and Furious, if they were Balenciaga. All of those are hilarious. It was a Matrix one I saw as well. I think we watched some on stream once a little while back, like a year ago. Just pretends to be. It depends on what it leads to, though. If her videos are like on the right side of history and are actually like legit, then even if she's pretending, at least she's putting something good into the world. But I've never watched one of her videos, and I'm not going to start now because I'm starving. I need to go have a midnight dinner. Oh boy. And it's still hot, even though I'm wearing like the thinnest thing I've got. Kind of not. I'll have to take your word for it. I'm not going to pick up any new YouTuber watching habits. I've got the few people that I watch here and there. A handful here and there. And then a handful that I've blacklisted so they never appear on my YouTube again. Just so my eye doesn't twitch when I see their thumbnails. I'm looking at you, Quartering. Who do you want? I watch a smattering of different stuff. I catch up on Double Toasted's podcasts a lot when they talk about movie, pop culture stuff. Quartering, yeah. I do have a pretty decent list of 12 to 15 or so, like, blacklist names, like Quartering. It's Double Toasted based? Yeah, they're pretty decent. It's mostly a group of black guys that are movie buffs. It's all movie-focused stuff. I used to follow them when I was much younger, when they had a different website called Spill. And then that ended, and then they appeared much later on with a new Double Toasted thing that they do now on Twitch and on YouTube. He got blacklisted from MTG. Is that the Magic the Gathering, right? I heard about that. He was being super sexist and misogynistic to some other woman player that was apparently better than him, and he was a massive dick about it. And so they booted him. Hey, Freight Train. Identifies as South African cat. Yeah. I am South African. Originally. But yeah, there's a lot of people that are the usual suspects that I've got blacklisted on my YouTube, so I don't have to worry about seeing their thumbnails. Like Geeks Plus Gamers. I don't want to see that motherfucker. I've got YouTube set to not show me recommendations from him. I've since added... I'm kind of sick of seeing thumbnails from the Critical Drinker. What's his name? That Irish guy? Something like that. What's his name? That black YouTuber that we talked about a little while back. He's a big fan of him. He always watches Critical Drinkers videos on his channel. Oh, what's the name of that dude? Big black guy. Kind of afro-y. We've talked about him before. He used to be okay, and he's since gone very anti-wokey and just constantly whines about that shit, and it's painful. Yeah, Tyrone. I've noticed Tyrone is a big fan of Geeks Plus Gamers and Critical Drinker, because I keep seeing thumbnails of Tyrone reacting to their videos. which is a little bit snake eating its own tail. I'm not surprised that he's changed the way he has, if that's the kind of content that he's constantly absorbing. Because those are some nasty negative people. I used to not really count Critical Drinker in that. I didn't actually know who he was. I just knew he was some like Irish guy who rants about pop culture stuff. And then I started to realize that a lot of his stuff started to turn into the same shit that everyone else, that Quartering and Geeks and Gamers always make. So I was like, okay, gross. He's just doing it in a funnier way than those other guys. He puts more humor into his delivery as like a yelling Irish, you know, funny guy. But he's still complaining about the same shit. You know, Brie Larson this, Kevin Smith that, MCU this. It's like, okay, buddy. Calm the fuck down. You found a new guy? Did I tell you his name? Oh, you did mention something about somebody. I've forgotten. Did you mention that on Discord, or was that on a stream that you brought that up? Hey, Wogboy. Wait, yes, I've seen you before. It's dangerous to stream alone, take these viewers. I remember that message too. Who can forget Wogboy? It was on Discord? Hang on, let me double check that. It would be in general, right? Wait, no. Unintentionally hilarious conservative section, maybe. Okay, wait, maybe personal messages? Oh, you'll be Mugen Lord. That was the dude, yeah. That's right, because I actually went and looked at who he was when you talked about what he looked like. And then we talked about the Alana Pierce thing. Why do you look like porn star Jim Jeffries? That's an interesting... I'll take that. Normally I wear an Oodie on my Sunday streams where we just hang out, but it's like 40 degrees Celsius in Australia right now, so I gave up on that within like the first minute before starting my stream. And I went with the very thin Hefner robe as a backup. Otherwise, I'd be much chunkier with a big fluffy Oodie robe. I gotta stop letting my chest come out because that's a bit sexy. Yeah, I'm well, except for the heat. How hot is it in your side of the country, Wogboy? Jay was in my chat before, and he's from Melbourne, and he was like, oh, it's like a low 20s here. It's like 22 or something. And I'm like, dude, it was cracking 40 today. I was in the city, in the middle of Sydney, and it was like 39 point something. I was gonna die. Mugen Lord, yeah, says black women are ugly because they don't fit white beauty standards as a black. Yeah, he's a weirdo. Like when I looked at his channel when you mentioned him, I was like, some stuff looks like normal stuff. It's not that dodgy seeming, and then other things are like, oh, this seems a bit intense, a bit toxic. That guy's all over the place. Heat is oppressive. Only 33 here in Tweed Heads. Yeah, 33 is still kind of uncomfortable. Once you reach the high 20s, you're reaching like sweaty balls land. Birdman Sham is in sweaty balls land currently. Both him and his friends, both fanning each other's balls, scraping away the salt. And I still haven't had dinner yet. It's just water. I gotta go take care of that in a minute. What do you keep mentioning about Suicide Squad, Genie? Is there new Suicide Squad shit out still? How is that game still pumping out content? Their marketing department is like frothing. Like they did cocaine and want to release a video every 5 minutes or something. They did a stream on Friday? A Rocksteady did. Oh, they're like doing a one stream a week kind of update on the game's development. Doesn't that come out like very, very soon? We're like right on the cusp of that. They're probably trying to keep it in the public conversation. They don't want people to write the game off as shit after hearing all the initial reports, and then no one ever actually buys the game. You went jet skiing, quad bike riding, took a cruise. You fed dolphins, went to Fortitude Valley, and danced at a bunch of clubs. You're like you're living a Florida lifestyle right now, Sham. You're like one of those coked up Miami rich people that we're going to be experiencing in GTA 6 when that comes around the bend. Your dolphin was called Calypso? As in the goddess of the sea that popped up in the third Pirates of the Caribbean movie? Adorable. Hang on, let me see what the hype is about fucking Suicide Squad now. I'm a little tired of them, but I don't know, you never know. What's the deal? Shut up, IGN, I didn't ask you. Where's Rocksteady? Does Rocksteady have a channel? Oh my god, 26 minutes. It's gonna be that fucking footage of everyone fighting Flash again. There's that infamous IGN video of what's-his-name hating on the game. I watched some clips from that, actually. He was making some pretty valid points, actually. There were some bits where he was showing examples of what he was saying, and I was like, I can see that. I'm not disagreeing. Search live stream? Alright. I still think that this game is too straightforward with the kind of gameplay that it is to be oversaturating the marketing this much. Because every time I see gameplay, it looks the same as the last time we saw gameplay. It's just people jumping around in colors and HUD numbers. Is it this one? Streamed 1 day ago. Debut live stream. Hashtag Suicide Squad sponsored Dr. Lupo. Lupo is a name you mentioned just then. Dr. Lupo shrouded to real. You'd mostly be hearing hype about Power World. Yeah, that came out on Game Pass. There's all the YouTubers are dropping their Let's Plays of Power World. I've already seen part 2s and part 3s of that. People are pumping it out real quick. Apparently it's decent. If you like that kind of like, it's not breaking the mold of that style of survival crafting shit. But if you like that kind of stuff, it's apparently pretty decent. People are enjoying it. It's not on PlayStation, isn't it? Oh, you've already used up all your Game Pass. What was that? You had coupons or trial membership or something. It's a bit different from what I expected. I looked at someone's footage for a bit and I scrubbed through it real quick. It is more of a survival crafting game than it is a Pokemon game. That's what I'll say. I expected more Pokemon in an open world kind of environment. I got more typical survival crafting shenanigans that happens to have a Pokemon-like mechanic grafted onto it. Where the Pokemon you're catching are basically your workforce for your base. Like, you're still going around chopping trees, getting wood, like hitting ore with a pickaxe to get materials, collecting berries from shrubs, all that stuff. But because you're also harvesting these Pokemon creatures, you know, bashing them to death and then zapping them with the Pokeball, all your Pokemon creatures, if you just let them all out, they basically become your workforce on your base. When you build your central base building thing, it creates like a zone around it that's like your base area where you can build other structures. And your Pokemon essentially work within that. And they all have different strengths. Like the antelope-like creature goes around headbutting trees and gets wood for you. The cats run around collecting the resources from the ground, from the Pokemon that are resourcing. So if you have one type of Pokemon attacking rocks to get ore and another one attacking trees to get wood, they leave the shit on the floor. And then there are other kinds of Pokemon that run around collecting stuff and putting it in your your storage. If you want to cook food on a fireplace, you can actually queue up the recipes of the food you want to make with all the actual ingredients and materials already ready in there. And then you can leave it. You don't have to sit there and hold the button and cook it yourself, because there are types of Pokemon that cook for you. I saw like a firefox-like creature. It's a cute little fox with a flaming tail that spits fire. And if you've got recipes lined up in your stove, the fox will come running along and will blow fire into the stove, and it will actually cook your eggs and stuff. So it's for a survival crafting thing, if you already like that, it's actually pretty neat, because the Pokemon layering on it is kind of groovy. Like, I was actually kind of won over by the wholesomeness of seeing all the different Pokemon doing different jobs. And I think the wholesomeness is going to end when you get to the point where you actually build actual factory conveyor belt systems for building weapons, because I know that's a part of the game. At a certain point, kind of like Factorio, you can have such a complicated base going on that you actually have sweatshops of Pokemon basically building Gatling guns and shotguns, which are then wielded by other Pokemon that follow you into battle with actual ballistic weaponry. So that's that game in a nutshell. If you don't want to watch any of the Let's Plays, that's what I learned about it, which I think is cool, but I don't have the time for doing that kind of game right now. That's sorry, I didn't actually move my mic to be centered when I was talking about fucking Power World. How long is this? Oh my god, too long. I'll just skip around and have a look, just out of curiosity. Nice intro, Looper.
WB Games, because today,
very official background. Mr. Sponsored over here.
Checking out Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League. There's been a bunch of back and forth.
Is the other two?
Because it's funny. They said Shroud and who? All right.
Wow.
Wait, isn't Shroud a pretty famous streamer that used to go around giving shitloads of money to people randomly? I remember something about this years ago, long before I ever started streaming. I haven't heard the name Shroud in a while, but that's what I remember.
Play, like Fortnite? Well, Shroud doesn't play Fortnite.
There might be more than one Shroud. I might be thinking of a different, older Shroud from way further back.
Hey, come on now.
More closer to the
We're
dawn of
Dark Out
time
streamers, baby.
of Twitch.
Dark's a little
Because
low.
none of these three guys looks like the Shroud that I remember that I'm talking about.
Just give me that guy's name. Am I a little low?
No, I got you. I got you on my side. It's probably, yeah, it's just over here. I'll turn
He was some streamer / competitive esports gamer that was rich from doing it. So he would do this thing where
they spent some time earlier
he'd on his stream he'd go around to other streams and would just dump like massive amounts of money through like donations and stuff on people, like as a bit.
Sounds like a dentist.
And then he'd put out YouTube videos later on, like montages of all the people that he would ambush with cash to get their reactions.
Who in my chat? That's actually W. They're playing W defense in my chat.
People were dogging Lupo, saying he's never played a Luda Shuba.
I love that Terex on King Shark.
I'm pretty sure there's no way to avoid playing a looter shooter nowadays. Every second game is a fucking looter shooter, I swear.
Oh, I've been showing the game.
Oh,
well, there you go then.
All right, let me load us in then.
Oh, he's never streamed one, but he's a huge Borderlands 2 fan offline. I have played the entirety of Borderlands 1 offline myself. That was long before I started streaming. And I started playing Borderlands 2 with some friends, and it fell to pieces. Everyone just stopped being able to get together to play it, so I never actually got anywhere in that game. I think I saw the second biome of the game, and that was it. Didn't get any further than that.
Quote unquote to the Suicide Squad.
Not only did I play the entirety of Borderlands 1, plus all its side content, I also downloaded all its DLC and played that too.
Don't let King Shark do any of the...
Because I had the collector's edition that came with like the DLC stuff, or season pass, or however the hell that worked.
Talking, please.
So that was a situation where I never had to actually buy anything extra. I just had it.
Okay, big guy.
No, I'm fine. It's alright, I got a jetpack. We're chilling.
What's happening? Why is this frozen? What the hell's wrong with his game? Let me skip again. There we go.
dude, we're so close. It's 97%. Oh, found it. Okay.
I still don't know who I would play as if I played this game. I'm really torn on that.
In the tracker on top right.
I have no plans to play Suicide Squad, but if I did,
should we carry on?
There are things about all 4 characters that I'm actually intrigued by, so I have no idea
Pull me to you, right?
what I'd want to do.
30 seconds, I think it will. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then, yeah,
20 seconds.
Be there in one.
I don't like.
Just worry about setting it up.
I don't like Captain Boomerang's general gun loadout, but I do like his flash powers. I like his super speed, flash stolen power stuff for traversal. I think that looks heaps fun.
You don't have any.
No, I did. When
I
we
like
were playing
Harley in
before,
general,
they all
and her
reset.
web-slinging Spider-Man shit looks fun as well, but it is a bit generic of Spider-Man games themselves, so I don't know if that really sells me. But I just think like her character, I think she'd be really fun to play as just for her quips and her animations and shit. And you get to look at Harley's bum the entire time you're playing, which is a fucking win. But then again, that's another win for that's another plus for Captain Boomerang as well. I wouldn't mind looking at Captain Boomerang's bum. I didn't call him Captain Boomerang for nothing. Okay. I just saw the close-up of his face and I changed my mind.
Look at that.
Is this that cutscene with Little Poison Ivy again? Yeah, we've seen this.
Nope. Jeez, LexCorp really did a number on you, huh, Red? He dressed you up in that outfit too? No.
There is a chance my cutscenes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, did the cutscene break so Poison Ivy didn't load it? Oh my god.
We got the. Go ahead and skip it. We just got the. Yeah.
It's not the best look for a sponsored stream, I gotta say. Having cutscenes breaking down and the game freezing on you.
yeah, so it's fine.
Can't give you it all.
See, this is my issue with Suicide Squad coverage. Everything we always get shown is basically just looks like this. It's just the 4 of them like jumping around town, firing guns at random shit, and just colors.
Over to B now?
It never really adds anything to the conversation or to the
Where's that
what's the word? The anticipation for the game. Like,
around where the bad guys are zoning in.
you know, sometimes when you see a new trailer for something and it shows stuff you've never seen before in the previous trailers, and you're like, ooh, new layers to unpeel like an onion. I feel like every time I see footage of this game, it's always this. It's just people playing the game and everyone jumping around firing guns.
Serious damage now that I have my talents. I can't believe I was playing this
With tiny little things, like, you know, the last time we watched it, they revealed those flying cars, and I was like, okay, I've never seen the flying car before with the turret on the back. But it's minor. Do you think there's a chance this will ever come to Game Pass? I feel like this is a really good Game Pass game. It has that vibe of something that, if it's not a bad game, it's mainly just, it's an is-what-it-is game. Like, this is the entire experience, take it or leave it. You either love it or hate it. Like, those games work really well on Game Pass because more people give it a chance because they wouldn't pay money for it.
Yes, yeah.
But if it was on Game Pass, I'd dive in. You know, a couple of people I know on the team run around blowing stuff up, laughing at some cutscenes.
Mate, how did Shroud spend the entire mission in menus and he still got the highest score?
I heard that the sense of humor in the cutscenes is decent.
That's just not fair.
Like, it's a bit hit or miss in some of the trailers we've seen, but
I feel like I need to
a
look
lot
at
of
mine now to see if I saw
feedback I've heard is that people generally are enjoying the story, and the sense of humor, the writing is not bad.
Oh, I have 3 talent points available right now, yeah.
It could have easily been cringe, I think, is the problem. You know what I mean? Like, if they're trying to make, like, edgelordy humor with the Suicide Squad, which would happen very easily, that could turn to shit very quickly. Hey, look, a Zatanna poster. That's cool.
Yeah. You gotta have something right there in front of you in order to do it.
I guess there's no chance of seeing her appear in the game in any form, because she's hot. Zatanna is so fucking sexy. I'm so weak to brunettes, I tell you what.
Want to play as just because somebody else is. You get.
Did they bring them in to the studio for this sponsored stream? Is that why they've got like a pre-made Suicide Squad backdrop? Are they like on the premises while they're doing this?
5%, which isn't that much.
Correct. Yeah, and like we.
Like at
for
Rocksteady, I mean.
Probably recommend playing with one of each character, just so you don't, so you know the story flows properly and you have all the squad, all the different banter. But for endgame, I mean, the office is hypothesizing what.
Waypoint that you've set.
Yes, sir.
Blasty, blasty.
Over there.
Listen, there's a couple guys who are pissing me off. All right.
They're at Warner Brothers in LA. Yeah, so it is a setup area for them to come to, have the backdrop and everything. I was just wondering if they were doing it themselves, like if they actually put in the effort to like do that.
It's beautiful though. It feels actually.
So this is from the same event where they brought everybody to, where everyone's footage has come from.
Feels like there were people here, you know, instead of just kind of being branded.
Like IGN and all them as well.
Listen, they're still
Oh,
there,
Cyber Nerds went as well. Those UK guys.
Yeah.
I've watched their stuff a little bit. They do movies and games, but mostly movies. But they, I believe they got flown out to play it as well. And they were trying to be positive, but they were like, I don't know. They were kind of on the fence a bit. They were hopeful, but they were unsure at the end of their discussion. Okay, let's do a big skip.
Go a little traversal down.
Cool fatality.
And like throw on our builds.
Yes.
I heard that a lot of people got to spend like pretty much an entire day there gaming. Not all of it was on camera, like, you know, or filmed like this, or streamed. But like, I believe like when the Cyberwags are talking, Cyber Nerds are talking about it. I think they were saying that they were there for pretty much like the whole day, like 6+ hours, just gaming until dusk.
Well, I'm paying 1,000. Do we all need to go in and pay 1,000? Because I already paid mine.
Correct. Yeah, we all need to go in and pay.
People in Europe went to Rocksteady. Canada went to LA. So that would have been the Cyber Nerds. They would have gone to Rocksteady then, because they're UK based. What the hell is this outfit? Ew. Oh god, Boomerang, no.
Everybody's paid. Back in here.
That would be one of the pluses of this game, though. The cosmetics would be really good. I feel like there'd be a lot of good outfits for all the characters. Maybe less so King Shark. He'd have a couple of cool ones for sure, but I feel like Captain Boomerang and Harley is going to have all the cool shit. All the wild outfits. Like, that's kind of freaking me out a little bit. I'm not feeling this one, but...
There we go, right.
I feel like Deadshot's going to all have just cool-looking outfits. Like, just badass armors and things, but they're all going to be the same kind of vibe.
Apocalyptic vacay.
Not as, like, all over the place like these other two.
That sounds nice.
It's his classic outfit? Oh my god, his classic outfit is trash.
I'm not sure. But it is dying.
Not all classic outfits are worth bringing back from the 60s. Or whenever the hell Captain Boomerang started.
Oh my god, what is happening?
It's colors and numbers, the game. I don't know what's happening either.
We both just got nuked from that.
Oh boy.
No. Wait, I died?
We're all down. I think
Oh.
Got us.
What was the game I played recently where I was getting mad confused? Was it Hi-Fi Rush? There are moments in Hi-Fi Rush when you're playing it at its hardest difficulties in like the Rhythm Tower and stuff, where it honestly gets very confusing. There's just like explosions and numbers and colors and cartoon shit on screen, and you've just got no idea what's happening or where you are in the midst of it all.
that's okay. We go again.
Great game though.
We go again, boys.
Yeah.
Okay. I think
we should target.
Classic outfits from pre-ordering, Justice League inspired from the deluxe edition, prison outfits, and default ones.
So melee will freeze them if you hold it down.
And I'm guessing there's going to be a shitload to find or buy in-game as well, in the store. With Penguin or whatever, whoever runs that damn store. So hectic.
As well with those destroyers when we get them next time. They have a powerful like slam ability where they hit the ground and do an AoE kind of explosion. So trying to keep a little bit of distance between them is probably a good idea to not have what happened.
That's a lot of numbers. I think that's kind of the joke though, because he's flash zipping around hitting everybody at the same time.
Yeah, we were all stacked up, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god.
Do they change outfits again? Let me see.
The damage bonuses too.
No, he's staying in the classic outfit. Ew.
That's good.
He looks like a kitty fiddler, man. I don't like the classic outfit. He looks like Willy Wonka if Willy Wonka was actually out to abuse kids. Which he borderline is in the actual original film. Like, he's very close. I don't trust that man. He's whimsical, but my trust levels are 18.5%. If I had kids, I wouldn't leave them alone in the chocolate factory. And the Johnny Depp one's even worse. I'd say my trust level for that guy is 4.2%. On the other hand, Timothy Chalamet's take, I haven't seen that movie, but he looks quite wholesome. I like young Willy Wonka.
Oh, look out for that.
I should go see that movie, actually, see if it's any good. I keep hearing dividing things. Some people don't like it, but some people are saying it's alright. Why is so many things when it comes to gaming and movies nowadays completely divisive? It's just constantly like, either people hate it, or they're like, no, it's actually really good. And you're like, oh, okay. That's no fun. I want to hear definitive takes. Doesn't mean that I'm gonna agree. I'm just saying, I like hearing definitive takes. I like people all sticking to the same side. So I know what the vibe is going in. Anyway.
Opportunity to, you know.
Oh, there's some different outfits. He's still got that terrible hairdo. I really need the hairdo gone. He looks like Ace Ventura in When Nature Calls in the sequel. That scene where he gets the spears in his legs, where they do the white devil hair.
And that's not like a pre-rendered thing. That's like a live shot of the city, which is really cool.
Also, I know this is not the case, but Deadshot's classic outfit looks remarkably like Colossus in Marvel. Which is, you know, I'm not supposed to say that because blasphemy. We're in DC camp right now. We're not supposed to talk about Marvel, but that looks a lot like Colossus with a little helmet on. Even the color scheme of his outfit over the metal slats is kind of on point.
Go back and watch through all the stuff that you saw before. That's
all right.
Not a big deal.
They look like they had fun. They need to just drop that game already. We need to get past the Suicide Squad era of gaming culture. I feel like we've been trapped on... Oh, wait, that's not even the right button. I feel like we've been trapped on Suicide Squad as a society for way longer than what the game probably deserves. 1 week from Monday? Oh, so as of this Monday, it's 1 week away. So not this Monday, the next one. I feel like that final week is going to have a crazy push of new trailers and shit. And we're going to have to put up with more of that. I'm going to have a little dollop of Biscoff as a palate cleanser. Yes. Thing that I'm most hyped for, as of tonight's Sunday stream. What was that horror game I watched earlier? I don't think anyone in the chat is left over from when I saw that. Zootropics? Oh my god, I can't remember for the life of me. History. YouTube. What did I watch? Games. Zoocosis. As in psychosis, but zoo. I think that's the most interesting thing I've seen tonight. You won't like it, Jeannie, because you don't like horror. It's the one where you work in a zoo in the middle of the night, and it's a bit like The Thing. You're using this equipment to try and figure out what animals that the parasites getting into, and then trying to develop cures and treat the animals before they burst open into horrible thing-like John Carpenter mutants that crawl around the zoo and ambush you from the ceiling. I saw a giraffe whose head split open into two sides and grew spider legs and went over the wall of the zoo and disappeared. Yeah. And a kangaroo that was stuck to the ceiling and had a giant mouth on its stomach that was opening up. That was interesting. I still don't think the body cam fisheye lens kind of vibe that it's going for is necessary, but I like that concept a lot. I kind of want to play that. If that sounds interesting to anyone, go look that up, because we watched that earlier. Except for Eugenie, you won't like it. Maybe Sham will like it, I don't know. Sham likes the freaky shit. Aside from that, we mostly watched more movies tonight than anything. Movie trailers and stuff. I was catching up on all of those that we didn't see from before. Destin has good videos on his channel. IGN definitely has an agenda. I don't know. I refuse to believe that stuff. I'm just kind of tired of like the conversation flip-flopping, because one minute everyone hates IGN because they're shills that get paid off by companies to say good things about their games, and then the second they're kind of real with their feedback, when they're actually like, you know what, we don't actually like this game, even in preview form, then people flip to the other side and hate on them for the opposite reason. And apparently they've got some agenda versus against games now, and it's like, man, I don't know. I feel like, I mean, IGN is a larger entity, so there's no point in feeling sorry for them, but I do feel like they cop it pretty hard all the time. Like, people are either hating them for one thing, or if they do the opposite, they hate on them for the other thing. It's hard to be a gaming journalist in an era where everyone hates gaming journalists for some reason. They're just gamers like us that happen to get a cool position writing about games. Like, if any one of us suddenly got an offer from IGN tomorrow to write for them, we'd be stoked. Hey, cool, I'll get paid to write articles and do previews of games. And then give it a couple of days, and everyone on the internet will hate you just as much. But I'm a gamer like you. It's like, no. You are now a games journalist, so you have now transformed into the enemy, magically. You're now like some heathen golem gremlin that lives in the walls, and is everything wrong with gaming. You don't like IGN because I always disagree with them. Not a good reason to dislike something, because everyone will always disagree with anything. It's just opinions. It's just subjective opinions. Just because they're an official review source that gets to write like professional, critical reviews, doesn't mean it's any less of an opinion. It's just theirs are being delivered in a more official capacity. It's no different from when I say what I think about Suicide Squad. It's just they're them and I'm me. So I don't get particularly perturbed by opinions I disagree with in that kind of space. It's fascinating to me. I like hearing when someone has a differing opinion because it's interesting. I'm like, well, I know why I think this thing, but now I'm kind of fascinated by why they don't think that. I want to hear more justifying so I can compare that to what I already think. Like, that stuff's interesting to me. Previews are fine, fuck reviews. No, see, I like reviews, because a review is basically just a final word opinion of like, okay, I've played the whole game, this is definitively what I think. Like, that is a complete encapsulation of what another human being feels about a piece of art. So I like reviews for that reason. I don't need them to tell me whether I'm going to play a game or not, because I already know, because I just will play anything, even if it's shit. We've talked about this before, but I want to hear people's well thought out, well worded, arranged opinions on things. And reviews are good for that, because they've written this stuff out. They've created a little essay and they've performed it for you. And I'm like, that's neat. It's better than someone just standing around ranting and raving at you about something. You get it in this nice little neat professional package that you can pick apart like an onion. IGN's like a potluck. Never know what game review will be like because it's based on different individuals. Yeah, which is neat. Like, there is no such thing as IGN. They're like made up of 20 to 30 something writers that get mixed up between different games, genres, movies even. Like, it's just people delivering opinions. And I like having opinions delivered to me, basically. Get rid of the numbers? Yeah, see, I don't believe we need the numbers either. Like, I agree with you on that. I'm 100% with you on that. We don't need the numbers. Like, when they get to the end and they go 7 or 8 out of 10, it doesn't matter. It's their attempt to quantify their opinion down into like a mathematical form, because that's what people expect. Like, how much did you like the game? Well, I think 8 out of 10, because I have at least this many criticisms to not be able to give it a 10 or a 9. So let's go 8. And the problem with doing that is it causes people in the comments to obsess on the number. They don't listen to the words, they don't listen to the opinion, they look at the 8, and everyone in the comments starts to argue about the 8. How dare you give this an 8? This game's amazing, it deserves a 9 or a 10. How dare you give this game an 8? It's a piece of shit. This game deserves a 2 or a 3. You're a shill. You were paid by Disney. That's the drama. And that's not necessarily all their fault. They're kind of stuck with the system that, you know, the culture expects of them. And they need it to be, they need there to be a number system because sources like Metacritic or Rotten Tomatoes, they pull the numbers as the aggregate. And you need to be a part of that system because if you're like a big name distributor of subjective opinions like IGN, if you're anybody, you need to be a part of that grander aggregate. Otherwise, you're nobody. You know, you need to be put next to Roger Ebert and next to, you know, all these other famous professional critics to be like legit. So they're kind of stuck with it. They can't do much about that. The problem is the comments. The problem is us. I think this is less of an IGN problem and more of a culture problem. The problem is all of us in the comments that are obsessing over the 8. If the 8 really doesn't mean anything, they're stuck with the system, why can't we just ignore the 8? Why can't we just focus on what the guy's saying in the review? We can do that, but it's much easier to start a fight with someone in the comments over whether you think it's meant to be a 7 or a 9. Because that's a much simpler way of starting fights. And if there's one thing people on the internet like to do is start a fucking fight over things that they love or hate. Either or. Pick your poison. Numbers sell conversation. Well, that's the other thing as well, is that bad press is still press. Like, if people are ragging on IGN for like some number bullshit, like, look at this shill giving this piece of shit game a 9, that is free publicity. The people that are mad about that on Twitter are basically spreading IGN's name. And that makes people go back to YouTube, to IGN's channel, to look at the review themselves, to see what all the fuss is about. And so they can get involved in the toxic conversation and also complain about it on Twitter. And that is impressions for IGN. They just got more clicks on their video. And if people hit the thumbs down button, that's worth as much as a thumbs up button. Doesn't matter which thumb you click on, that's an impression. That equals more ad revenue, ultimately. Good or bad doesn't matter. It never did. Which is why so many people, toxic people on YouTube, are rich. Because they realize that they don't have to be good on YouTube. They can be a piece of shit and get clicks out of that. And start dramas and be one of those quartering type people that are always like toxic and negative about every single fucking thing. And complaining about woke stuff or whatever. It's, you know, the people that hate you are still giving you impressions for being what you are. The bottom line is you're rich from it. That's all anyone seems to care about. I will be whatever I need to be to get the bigger dollar sign on my YouTube check. Which is what I think happened with people like Tyrone, who never used to be as crazily negative about everything, like a lot of these other quartering type people, and then slowly seems to be evolving into that as it gets him like bigger YouTube subs. The closer he gets to like 2 million subs, the more he seems to be leading into that stuff. So it, you know, it's a culture. Everyone's ragging on the UI, but I love all that info. I do think the UI is hilarious. Like, I've played games with busy UIs before. Like, I'm not as easily rattled. Like, if it's got a crazy UI that's kind of overbearing, I'll still play the game and get over it. It's a video game, like, whatever. But I do enjoy making fun of it for the UI, because it is crazy. But that's the thing about being as in the middle as I am about some stuff like this. It's like, I'll make fun of it, and I'll pick on it for being, like, shitty UI design. But ultimately, I'd still play it, and I still ignore the UI and just take it for what it is. I've done that in the past. No game is perfect. And like you said, if it really bothered me, I could turn it off, but I know I wouldn't. I would complain about it, but I also wouldn't turn it off. That's the fucked up thing. I would leave all that information on screen, just in case I need it. You never know what's going to catch my attention and actually be useful. I mean, they put it there, so whatever, let it ride. I do like experiencing the games in the way the developers intended. So I'm not a big fan of changing the default settings of a game. It's even with UI and HUD elements and stuff, because it's like, well, if this is the default, this is kind of what the way they're expecting you to play it as an entry point. And I kind of like that. Which is why I hate it when you start a game and they give you those questions at the start, like move the slider so that the logo is barely visible, so we can get the light values correct. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want that on me. My fucking anxiety, man. Can the game decide on what it's supposed to be, and then I will just live with that? Like, is that crazy of me to think that? I don't want questions. Just give me the experience. It's like what I said to Sham about Skyrim a bit before. It's like, it's cool how Skyrim has all this crazy mods that can make the game better, but I'm such a vanilla stock gamer. Like, I like to play a game as intended by the developer, like untarnished by other people's grubby fingers adding stuff, even if it makes it better. Like, what's your shipped game? Patches and updates and stuff, that's fair enough. All developers do that now to fix their games as they go along. But you know what I mean. Damage numbers are good because you can compare loadouts which numbers are higher. Yeah, but that's a min-maxing mentality that is a fairly niche gamer interest. And when I say niche, I don't mean like a specifically small number of people, but a certain kind of gamer likes that. Across a couple of broad genres. Like, if you're someone who plays games like Monster Hunter, or if you play lots of looter shooters like Borderlands, or if you're an MMO gamer, these are the kind of things that mentality might come from. Where you expect it or kind of like it. That's not everybody, and I think that's why you hear a lot of poo-pooing of crazy HUDs like that. Because there's probably... I would say there'd be a greater majority of gamers that prefer clean, minimalistic HUDs nowadays than there are old school gamers that just like their screens covered in numbers, so they know if their sword is doing +1 damage over their last sword. Yeah, which is why you like it, because, you know, you grew up on this kind of stuff and you're deeply embedded in the kind of genres that still do this stuff in like a heavy, heavy way. The cyber nerds that I mentioned before from the UK, having watched them enough, I know for a fact that they're on the opposite side. They're like minimalist. One of their central, there's 3 of them. One of the main guys on the team, Jay, the more outspoken one of the group, he's very much a graphics whore kind of gamer. So he likes cutting edge kind of graphics, you know, the most recent Last of Us style realistic graphics. He doesn't like old school pixel art type stuff. He doesn't like 2D stuff. To him, that's like PSP handheld gaming. That doesn't belong on his PS5. He'll only play like the big new graphical powerhouse stuff. And he doesn't like HUDs covering up the pretty graphics. He doesn't want to see numbers. He doesn't want to see like graphs and bullshit in every single corner. It's like, it's the Dead Space thing. It's like, if you've got beautiful, realistic, cinematic, cutting-edge, new-age graphics, hide the HUD elements within the graphical art design. You know, with the spine, with the health bar, and the holographic map that you actually glow onto the wall. Make it make sense in the context of the world, rather than like, video game has bullshit written on your screen. Like you're, like you're a coach of a football game scribbling on a whiteboard. X's and lines and shit pointing at stuff. I'm an either or. I do really appreciate when a game finds a clever way to involve its art design and making a really good minimalist cinematic look, like a Dead Space. Like, I'm always very impressed by that. But if you're a traditional old school kind of game that's just going to cover the screen and bullshit, then I'm like, all right, whatever. I've been gaming for long enough that I can deal with any version of that. I'm not going to cry about it. I am going to make fun of it, though, if you're going to do the Suicide Squad and scribble all over the screen. It's just because it's just funny. You know, I don't want to... I'm not trying to be mean to them. I'm just enjoying the discourse around it. What are you waffling on about? I'm waffling on about getting dinner, actually. It's time. Oh, wait. Sorry, Sham. Didn't you say that you wanted to make a request? If it's not something too substantial, I can make it like a one for the road type thing. I don't mind going out on something as long as it's not like a 30-minute video, because I really need to go. I've already stuck around for longer than I planned, and this thin thing is no longer helping me. The heat has caught up. That 40 degrees Celsius is starting to rear its ugly head. I'm losing body fat as we speak. On the next stream, skinnier Seankichu. Tuesday's Plague Tale gameplay. You're not even recognizing me. You're going to see like my bony face. Did Sham leave? Is Sham already like fallen asleep? He might have. We might have briefly lost Sham. Oh well. It was nice knowing him. He was a good Sham. He was a Birdman Sham. Okay. Let me get this out of my face. Done with them headphones. And I taped up my my broken headphones. I found some tape in the cupboard, some packing tape. So hopefully that hangs on for a little bit longer. So I don't have to spend money. Boo to spending money. All right. Good to see you all. Good night, everybody. And anyone who might be lurking in the background that I don't know about, or who might still be sticking around that I've forgotten about. You're so frugal. It's not about being frugal. It's about trying to not end up in a cardboard box at the train station. Starving to death. Things aren't great, but, you know, it is what it is. We're getting by. Good night. Plague Tale Tuesday. I'll see you guys later. Bye.